Jump scare before the timer went down because they just started playing. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome to the Sunday Austrian Nationals watch party. Day 2 has just begun. Let me full screen this real quick. Hope everyone's been having a chill Saturday. Welcome to the Sunday stream. I was always using the other side yesterday. Let's go here. All right. We're kicking things off for round 9 at the Austrian Nationals here. With Branded Dracotail going first against, what am I reading down there? First of all, I'm seeing an Ash on a Fuwalos. What better way to start the day off than that? It is Melodious Dark Lord. Melodious Dark Lord is what it says on the bottom there, which is not something I've seen before. Now, the scores, unfortunately, are incorrect here because it says 7 wins, 0 losses. However, this is round 9, so this cannot be correct. They must have they must have messed something up with the scores there, but it is what it is. Okay, well, now, out of all the decks that you can not resolve a Fuwalos against, Dracotail is one of the more tame ones, especially since they appeared to not have access to the Fallen of White or any of the branded combos. So we're just going to see a quote-unquote pure Dracotail board. At the same time, they also did not have another Dracotail name, right? It was just the Lucius. So they're not even going to have, like, all of the Dracotail traps, I would assume. They're chaining the Fallen at the Virtuous here, sending Titaniclad. So this could, in the end phase, get them a Fallen of Albaz into Ecclesia, I suppose. It just got updated. Whoa! It got updated to 8-0. Let me remove the thingy here, make it bigger. Is it possible? Yeah, I forgot to close the chat. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. But I just noticed as well. I just noticed that something was off. No, it's not 8-0. They now corrected it again. It's 6-2. I was about to say 8-0 with Melodious Dark Lord. I mean, it would have been a pleasant surprise, but 6-2, still not bad. Okay, well, we see the Urgula adding back the 5 mana here. I saw that one of the sets was a Sting. I think the other one probably Flame, but I didn't catch it. That set card could be the third Dracotail trap, but I think it's more likely that it's a second copy of Fallen at the Virtuous, if I had to guess, because they didn't waste the first one, but they decided to use the first one just to get an Albaz here, which I think kind of indicates that it could be a second copy of the Fallen at the Virtuous face down there, because otherwise maybe you would want to keep it for the pop. So here, it's honestly it's a pretty good end board for Dracotail, especially considering the opponent only has 4 cards in hand, about to be 5. And I think we added an Ash Blossom back to our hand as well, as Konami intended. So we are still quite far ahead. But let's see. I see a Couplet. Couplet searches the Melodious Concerto, if they allow it. Now, I don't think I've seen Dark Lord Melodious being played together. It does make sense. I think all of the Melodious are fairies, and I believe some of the Dark Lord cards are all about just making that link 2. Maybe it just needs 2 fairies or something. I forgot. And there is the second copy of the Fallen and the Virtuous. That is going to get rid of the Couplet in scale. I see a trap in hand. Ooh, what is that? Trickstar Narcissus. I think that one says when it's sent to grave as material for a link of a Trickstar, it comes back or something. Or you get a token. I think it's technically a 1-card link too. The first Dark Lord needs 2 fairies. Okay. I think this is a one card link to. Oh, Nightshade, not Narcissus. Yeah, if this card is sent to grave as material for the link summon of a Trickstar monster, special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. Yeah. So you make a Trickstar link 1 here, then the Nightshade comes back, and then you've got 2 fairies on the board, which is apparently all that this deck is trying to do. But with I don't know, I think the hand for Claudio here is 2 more spells as well as a trap card, which doesn't seem to be enough to break this board here. So that is going to be the win for Draco Tail. Now, realistically, the Fualos getting ashed here would have been... they summoned from deck 4 times in that turn with the Albaz and the Ecclesia as well. So the Fualos resolving definitely would have made a difference there. Yeah. But unfortunately, it did get ashed, which just didn't leave us with enough cards. But maybe we can see the deck do more when it goes first. Are we live? Hold up. Yeah, now we're live. Ash could go second card, right? That's what they say. It is what they say. Ash hate counter 1. You know. You know who you're watching at this point, right? You know what's gonna happen. Do you think people would stop playing Ash if Charmies magically disappeared from the game? I think there would be 2 approaches. Basically, there would still be people playing like all hand trap decks, and those would definitely play Ash. But then it would also be people would be playing more board breaker decks, I think, and they would definitely not play Ash Blossom. We all agree, but I'm gonna keep counting. Yeah, that's all right. All right. Time for game 2. Maybe we can see what the Melodious Dark Lord deck is capable of going first. Good morning, everybody. Settle in. Do you think Heckahands has a chance at doing anything decent as a pure build? I mean, it depends on what you define as decent. I think, like with the Blazing Dominion cards, you could probably win a locals with them. But that's not the highest bar. But I don't know if I would expect maybe like top a regional. Maybe. I think it's like a tier 3 deck, which is not terrible, but not great. But yeah, it's kind of I like the pure Heckahands deck. It's kind of cute. I think they can go second playing Mind Control and such. You can try. It's going to depend on the power level of the format. Maybe a board breaker build could work against Cool Tune. Okay, let's see. I see Droplet. I see Ash. I think, X-Shell with a trap. So that's going to be like this card, draw 2. If this gets ashed, I think we might just pass. Looks like there is no ash, though. Because I feel like you definitely ash that, right? Ooh, we draw the branded guy, Dark Lord Gulgule. Or Gulgulet, I don't know. I think that's Dark Lord Banishment. I think that's just Rhoda for Dark Lords. What's the other effect of the Dark Lord level 6? Because I've never seen it on the field. I only see people send it to grave in branded, but I know it does something else. It like, does it like summon tokens or something? To set up for a link summon? It does something else. Dark Lord Dance. Fusion summon a Dark Fairy from your extra deck by banishing monsters from hand, field, or grave. The monster special summoned gains 1,000 attack. If summoning a Dark Lord fusion monster this way, you can also use Dark Lord monsters your opponent controls. All right, here is the Dark Lord Dance. We get Fuwad, but we have Ash in good modern Yu-Gi-Oh fashion. All right, that minigame has been played. Let's go. Banish one from grave, banish one from hand. Make the new, what is it, Evening Star? Morning Star? It's some star. Evening Star. Not Fuwa before draw 2 is criminal. That's a good point. They should have probably used the Fuwa in response to the X-Shell trying to draw 2 cards. But in this particular case, they don't know this, but it didn't matter because the Ash Blossom was already there in the opening hand. They didn't draw into it, but technically you're right. They should have probably done that before they drew 2 cards. Okay, Dark Lord Rebellion destroys a card on the field. If I remember correctly, I don't know if Dark Lord is still being played in this exact way, but they used to be a lot about like having these spells and traps in the grave that you can copy, and when you copy them, you don't have to pay the cost. So some of these Dark Lord traps might seem very mediocre because you have to pay like a cost to do something that isn't even that crazy. But I think the idea is that you can use them like multiple times because you can copy them from your grave. Like here, we're copying the spell in the graveyard, and you always have to put them back to the deck if you do that. So we're going to use Evening Star here, which copies the spell in the graveyard, which gives us another search for, I think Jehudi is what this is called. Dark Lord Jehuti. Also one of the new ones. This one's a good normal summon, I believe. It's like tour guide, I think, for Dark Lords. And it does something else as well. So it's gonna summon one from deck here. Looks like you need to play a lot of bricks in the deck. I think it would, without having played the modern version of the deck, that's how it's always kind of been. It's always been a little bit on the brickier side. So I would assume that's still the case. I mean, the one that they're reading right now, the one that they play in branded as well, like, as it's a really good card overall, but the fact that it's a level 6, it does also contribute to brick hands because it has no usage when you draw it, actually. I mean, you can fuse with it, as you can see, but it's not really something you would necessarily want to draw. Because that's the annoying part. It searches a forbidden card when it goes to grave. Oh, Nibiru. It searches a forbidden card when it goes to grave, but if you use Dark Lord Dance, it doesn't even go to grave. It gets banished. All right, and that's going to be a pretty big Nibiru token, I think. But it is going to be in defense position. The Dark Lord Gulgule is going to be able to search for a forbidden card, which I believe is just Crown and Droplet, probably. I don't know if they play any other ones. Most importantly, I don't think this can search Engine for Dark Lord. Like, the forbidden cards are tied to the Dark Lord lore, but I don't think they actually have a card that does anything for their deck. Oh, wait. Wait, why are we searching? Does it search a Dark Lord or Forbidden? I didn't know that, actually. Hold up. Dark Lord Gulgule. It probably does. Ah, right. Of course, yeah. I mean, I've never seen it used that way because I've only seen it used in branded. If this card is sent to the grave, you can add a Dark Lord card except itself or one Forbidden Quick Play spell from your deck. Okay, so it does search engine. Nice. Okay, then we use Dark Lord Contact, which is just a reborn for Dark Lords. That's gonna bring Evening Star back. Why did we banish the Jehuti? If you control the Dark Fairy Fusion, you can banish this card from your grave, target a Dark Lord card or Forbidden Quick Play in your grave, add it to your hand. Ah, okay, nice. And the Evening Star on the field is a quick effect to copy a Dark Lord spell trap in the graveyard. So that is a disruption. Okay. So through the Nibiru here, actually not the worst opener, I would say. I mean, it could be better, of course, but we still have a couple of things going for us here. We have a Dark Lord traps available that we can use, and after we've used them, we can copy them with Evening Star. So we have multiple pops, I believe, from, I think Rebellion is the trap that they set. Rebellion is a, I think, non-target pop. And we can even repeat that with the Evening Star. However, Draco Tail is very good at playing through removal, right? Like if you just start activating Rahu or Ketu or Branded Fusion now, then that could be pretty good. And copy the fusion during the opponent's turn. Oh, true. Yeah, dude, this is a Duel Links play, by the way. The what's the first Dark Lord fusion monster is like, if you use Dark Lord Morningstar for it on summon, it just destroys everything your opponent controls. So being able to make that on your opponent's turn is quite good, actually. I think it's like, Dark Lord, the first Dark Lord is a fusion monster. It has like 5,000 attack or 4,000 attack. I don't know exactly. And it says none of your fairies can be targeted, if I'm not mistaken. And on top of that, if you fusion summon it using the first Dark Lord Morningstar, then you blow up the entire board, or like your opponent's board. Okay, we go Droplet sending a spell here, which was quite risky because they could have responded with 5 mana. However, Mateo does not seem to have a play here, which is a little annoying. I would have preferred if he had a play here, because I would have liked to see the Dark Lord interactions happening, because as it stands, this game was literally just decided by non-engine. Like the board that we made didn't matter. Like we just ashed Fuwa and then we Dropleted the only play. And once again, negation, non-engine stays winning, and they weren't able to play the game at all. I would have liked to see these two decks clash engine to engine. But, yep. A search droplet is technically engine. Okay, sure. Scammed. Oh, does the remix not work in this? Might not. Oh wait, it was muted. There you go. Damned, bro, you missed like 5 seconds of it. I missed the Crunchy remix. I can't bring that one back. I don't even know how I would do that. Is this the Australian national? Your title still says it from yesterday. This this is the Austrian nationals, and it is the second day of the tournament. Yesterday was the first day of the tournament, which is why the stream titles are relatively similar. But the stream title yesterday said day 1, and this one says day 2. All right, will we be blessed with some engine versus engine Yu-Gi-Oh now? Let's see. Pelicano9, thank you for the prime. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Thank you. Do you also think German deck and card names always sound bad? Not always, but usually, yeah. All right, Draco Tail goes first, and this time around they open the Fallen of the White Dragon. Dude, 3 games in a row, man. 3 games in a row. Oh, we have Orange Light for our Ash Blossom, though. Bro, I would have. I hate. You guys know I hate Orange Light. I hate Orange Light to death. But I could not have taken a 3rd game in a row where the player going first just ashes Fuba and then just wins the game. So thank God they actually have a way to negate that Ash Blossom, man. Jesus Christ. We have Ash for Rahu. Wouldn't mind actually letting Rahu resolve drawing a card and then ashing a trap. Because now I feel like they still have very low cards. Two cards in hand for Mateo. 2 cards in hand for Claudio. Man. Is it actually allowed to change main and extra deck positions if you're left-handed? I think so, yeah. I mean, why would it be a problem? All right, set 1. And then Claudio is going to have 3 cards in hand to deal with. Actually, it's still a lot, actually. It's still a lot to deal with 3 cards. I mean, we have Ecclesia into OG Albaz. We have Fallen into Virtuous. And we have, presumably, a Branded Trap. Still feels like a good spot for Draco Tail, honestly. I mean, it's also just it's a testament to like Herald of the Orange Light. Actually, it's a powerful card in some ways, but it's also a bad card in other ways because we negated Ash Blossom. We discarded 2 cards to make our Fuwa resolve, and then the Fuwa drew 1 card. So I don't know. Lightning Storm's a good start. That's a good card to have here, unless it's Draco Tail, lame. If it is Sting or Horn, then they can still draw a card with it, but at least both back rows are gone. Also, Dark Lord Jehudi is a card that has a graveyard effect, but only if we control a Dark Lord fusion monster, I think, or a fairy fusion monster. I mean, at the very minimum, we can use the Fallen. Okay, we have Horn. Draw a card. This is probably the best case scenario. Ooh, is it another Ash Blossom? It looks like it. Dude, these duelists are Ash gaming this round, man. This was, in 3 games, this was the 3rd Ash on Fuwa and like the 5th or 6th Ash in total. Such a blessing to watch. They have 1 more card in hand now for Claudio. That better be a starter. But even if it is a starter, the Ecclesia is a disruption, so it's got to be a very good starter. Why Ashing draw 1? It's a good question, because they could have also, if it is, maybe it's Bell. Maybe, I can't see because of the glare. Oh, it is another Jehuti. That's a good one. Maybe it wasn't Ash, maybe it was Bell. And because if it's Ash, I think it's probably better to hold it for the Ecclesia effect. Right? Okay, the Jehuti resolves, summoning 1 from the deck. Summoning Gulgule. Now, is Gulgule gonna make tokens on summon, or is it a ignition effect? If this card is special summon, it's on summon. That's massive. On summon is massive because that means they cannot use like the Ecclesia to fuse with it before they get the tokens. They will get the tokens here. Here are the tokens. That is summon number 4, just in case the last card in hand isn't the Biru. But I would think, I mean, not. The thing is, if there is a good non-engine in hand for Mateo, or if there's a good way to interrupt this turn, then I think Mateo is favored to win because the Albion is going to give access to Branded Fusion next turn, right? They have guaranteed follow-up here from this Albion, unless Dark Lord has a way to interrupt the graveyard, which I'm not aware of. Don't you side out Nib going first? Usually not. No, Nibiru is usually stronger going first than going second. It depends on the matchup, but it's like sometimes you side it out, but it's usually pretty good going first. Have Nibiru to back up your board. Okay, we make Protector, the Protector Agent, which I believe can pop a card. I know people played this as an out to skill drain at some point. I think it was an out to skill drain in which deck was using this? Which deck had fairies? Melodious, right? I think it was Melodious actually. Maybe I played it in Melodious for this. Pearly as well? Yeah, Pearly maybe. What decks are these? Well, it says it. It's Markiert Drachoschwanz and Musikalisch Finsterlord. Is that the Dark Hyperion? They play that? There's a new Hyperion. I mean, new is... That card is from like 4 years ago, I think. If I had maybe older than that. Are there people that understand the deck names? Yes, there are people who understand the deck names. Yes, those people are called Germans. In fact, there are people who speak that language. Yes, there's not many of us, but we do exist. How many rounds before top 8? It is 12 rounds in total. So after this round, there's going to be 3 more. And then we do top 8. Okay, we're using the moon here. I think it's moon to bait out the Ecclesia into the Albaz. The tokens, it's gonna matter. What attribute are the tokens? I'm surprised we didn't use Ecclesia on the link. Because that would have been an extra deck monster. Because if the tokens are darks, we cannot make Mirror Jade here because we don't have a discard for Lubellion. You can't do that. I don't think does that not need an effect monster? I feel like that needs an effect monster. Let me double check though. Yeah, that you can't make that. Yeah, okay. They caught it. Yeah. It's okay. To answer the question properly, it's Branded Dracotail against Melodious Darklord, which I believe is basically a Darklord deck from what I'm seeing, but they play like a Melodious engine. They play a Melodious engine to make like the links, from what I'm gathering, which would mean that they're not playing like the full package with like first movement solo because that locks you into Melodious. So they only play maybe they play Ostinato with the two pendulums like Refrain and Couplet and Concerto. I never saw anyone play Darklord in my life. It was somewhat popular when the cards first came out. This is like, well, when did the first like actual solid Darklords cards come out, like the X Shell and stuff like that? 2017 maybe. Okay, we have the Miracle Fusion. And Dracotail is out of interruptions here. Late 2016. Okay, yeah. Here is Darklord Evening Star. Darklord Evening Star is going to be able to copy a Darklord spell in the grave. But first we are... What? Does it send one to grave? Wait, where is the spell coming from? Why are we setting 2? Does Evening Star set 2 cards on summon? If this card is fusion summon, set a Darklord spell and a dark... Dude, this card's crazy. It sets 2 on summon and it copies a grave spell trap with a quick effect? That's nasty. Okay. Well, pretty good. Average 2026 card. Yeah, dude. Yeah. What stopped Lubellion? They have no discard. I think they just used Albaz in a subpar situation. I think they had to use Ecclesia into Albaz when the Link monster was on the field. That way they could have made Mirror Jade instantly. If they get Dogma, can Darklord out the towers? Yeah, easily. The first Darklord is 4,000 attack. The first Dark Lord is 4,000 attack and can just run over Dogma. It's no problem. Here's the first Dark Lord, which is gonna blow up the board because we used the Dark Lord Morningstar for it, but this is not game, I don't think. This is 7,000, unless there's an effect that I'm missing. Unless... Wait, why is it game? Oh, the fusion spell buffs by 1,000. You're right. The fusion spell buffs by 1,000. I reread it earlier. Dude, that was sick. Dark Lords win. Let's go. Dark Lord got new support. It got new support, yeah. And the fusion monster apparently is pretty custom, man. Yeah, bro, I won the minigame. GG easy. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunately a requirement, I suppose. Even pointed at the best card in the deck at the end. Hold up. What did they point to? Oh. The Ash Blossom. Okay, I see what you did there. Fair enough. Dude, I don't know what I was expecting, because at the end of the day, we're watching a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament in 2026, but I wasn't ready when I woke up this morning to see 3 Fubas getting ashed in one match for the first match of the day, man. I was not ready, man. I should have expected it, but still, it still hurts. Oh yeah, okay. How long did that match take? Didn't seem that long. What was the time at when they finished? Over 35 minutes. Over 35 minutes, so we shouldn't be that far away from round 10, which is nice. Are there any decks that you would like to see now that we've seen Dark Lords? Is there any like sleeper deck? I mean, the format's been pretty long at this point, so I don't think there's much that could surprise us at this point. Even though Dark Lord, even if it's the end of the format, and I was surprised by Dark Lords. So I don't know. Exosister? Okay, I mean, yeah, okay, we haven't seen Exosister yet, but Exosister wouldn't really be like a new thing or surprise, right? I've seen Exosister, I've played against Exosister somewhat regularly even. Like Exosister, I wouldn't say Exosister is popular right now, but I played against multiple Exosister last month over the course of the regionals that I played. Like 2 or 3. It was not one per regional, but it was multiple over the course of the month. So it's not that crazy to see Exosister. What do you think about the new Clown Crew cards? I love that deck. I think it's awesome. It draws a lot of cards, which is exactly my style. It's grindy. Unfortunately, it has synergy with Floodgates, which I'm a little bit scared of. I don't like that part of it, but that is... I blame the Floodgates and not the Clowns for it. But I'm looking forward to Clown Crew. I just don't know... I don't know if it's good enough with just the Blazing Dominion cards, even though arguably the most important cards for the deck are all in Blazing Dominion, right? Like the core functionality of the deck is already there with Blazing Dominion. Dude, actually, I forget how good were the Clown Crew support cards even. How good was the... we're going to look at that in a second. I'll leave you guys with the interview real quick. I'll grab some water because I haven't done that yet. You guys are going to learn some German. I'll be right back.
Wie kommt es dazu, dass du dich spezifisch für das Deck jetzt entschieden hast? Also hast du das Deck früher schon mal gespielt oder hast du jetzt einfach die neuen Karten gesehen und dachtest dir, das ist cool, das will ich spielen?
Ja, tatsächlich bin ich erst seit einem halben Jahr wieder eingestiegen in Yu-Gi-Oh! Das heißt, ich habe die neuen Karten, den neuen Support gesehen, dachte mir, der Archetype ist generell extrem nice und dann habe ich einfach mit den neuen Support-Karten angefangen zu spielen. Gesehen, da ist auf jeden Fall schon ein gutes Power-Level mittlerweile da. Jetzt mit dem neuen Set kommt ja auch ein bisschen Support indirekt. Das heißt, da bin ich mal gespannt.
Ja, sehr cool. Und wenn man jetzt, also ich stelle jetzt sehr viele Fragen tatsächlich einfach zu dem Deck, weil mich das so interessiert. Wenn man Dark Lord-Spieler ist, welche Matchups möchte man wirklich nicht sehen auf diesem Turnier?
Also es kommt drauf an, ich würde sagen, Branded ist nicht ganz so einfach, weil die einfach ein extrem gutes Grind-Game haben. Das heißt, wenn ich jetzt nicht dazu komme, in der Battle Phase für Game zu gehen, dann in der End Phase die ganzen Adbacks von Branded, einfach der Follow-up ist manchmal ein bisschen überwältigend und da komme ich dann nicht mehr durch, teilweise. Aber ich meine, das ist immer abhängig vom Game State. Ansonsten ein Matchup, was jetzt überhaupt nicht einfach ideal wäre, fällt mir jetzt nicht so ein, vielleicht Malice, aber sonst ist alles eigentlich relativ handelbar, weil man jetzt auch nicht so Normal Summon abhängig ist oder man hat einfach viel Follow-up, viele verschiedene Lines je nach Hand und genau, kann sich dann immer ganz gut durchnavigieren.
Wenn du jetzt das ganze Deck dir so anguckst, hast du irgendeine Lieblingskarte, irgendeine Karte, wo du sagst so, ja, das ist so mein Dark Lord persönlich. Also was ist deine Lieblingskarte?
Ja, auf jeden Fall der Finsterlord Abendstern. Also das Fusion-Monster, das neue auch vom Support, hat einen extrem starken Effekt. Settet 2 direkt on Summon, also ein Spell und eine Trap und das ist einfach extrem stark. Und kann nicht getargetet werden, was viele einfach überrascht, die wissen das nicht. Das heißt, gegen Sky Striker oder Draco Tail, Horn oder sowas ist man einfach immun. Das ist halt extrem stark.
Alles klar, du stehst jetzt 7-2. Wie siehst du deine Chancen für das Rest des Turniers?
Ja, ich denke mal, die Spieler jetzt, die noch am Start sind, auch im selben Score-Level, sind schon sehr, sehr stark. Also muss man Respekt davor haben. Ich gebe natürlich mein Bestes.
Alles klar, dann drücken wir dir noch die Daumen. Und wir sehen uns jetzt in der nächsten Runde wieder nach einer kurzen Pause.
Oh, that was good timing. What's up, everybody? You learned some German? Okay. The clown support is very good. Yeah, I wanted to check that real quick because I forgot. Clown. Panda Gat, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. Welcome raiders. We are watching Austrian Nationals right now. Oh, wait, that's annoying. Hold up. I'm just realizing that this card is not even in Chaos Origins. Wait, that's annoying. So this is a comic book promo, which makes me scared because this might mean we're getting this in like maybe like 45th anniversary celebration set in like 20 years. That's sad. What was this? Clown Clan hat, level 5 light beast, warrior pendulum. Main phase, send the Clown Clan card from deck to the grave. If you do, special on this card. Sending one from deck to grave was good, right? Yeah. This cost distributed, special Clown Clan, okay. March Hare situation? No, March Hare was not a book promo. It's potentially more like a Sky Striker Ace Camellia situation, which how long did it take? I think was Camellia the card that took the longest between OCG release date and TCG release date ever? Probably, right? They can probably put it in Chaos Origin and TCG as an import. They can do that. $3 years for Camellia. Dude, 3 years is crazy. Dude, that's insane. Imagine you read a new card in the OCG and you're excited for it, and then it takes 3 years. Dude, that's That's crazy. I hope that doesn't happen with Clown Crew hat. Remember, we waited like 2 years for Needle Fiber? Bro, I mean, okay, that one I could have waited like a couple years longer. That one I could have waited a bit longer for. I was, you know what? I wasn't itching to play with that one. You know, these three are nice, but I feel like the deck could already work without them. I mean, they're nice additions to the deck, though. Chucky, thank you for the 34 months. Appreciate you. That's almost 3 years. Thank you so much. The Link can reincarnation droll. Yeah, but the timing on it is a little bit harder, right? Because you can't activate this at any point. You have to tribute it. Like, it's basically like if they activate, let's say, a reinforcement of the army, you would have to chain an effect that tributes over this. And then on a new chain, you can technically trigger this and chain droll. But technically, it's possible, yeah. I mean, it's just the question is how many copies of droll will we be able to play when this card comes out? Hopefully, it's not 2 anymore. Aw. So, why is bro attacking? This is not. Show it? No, he just left. All right, what are we talking about during the break? I wasn't expecting the break to be long because there was only like 10 minutes left in the round. Super Poly and Harmonia and Clown Crew is nuts. I mean, Clown Crew technically can play like some of the best non-engine in the game, right? As well. It's kind of true for that deck as well. It can play Purge, not Impulse, right? Which is actually, you know, Purge next format, it might be better than Impulse. It might be one of those rare instances where Purge is actually better than Impulse. Mini games? Ah, yeah, we can play a round of. Oh, we can play a round of. What's that game called? The higher or lower game? No, it doesn't exist anymore. That's unfortunate. One paleo game? We can't do that. We can do... Plus, I think you want some food. Hold up, give me a second. I gotta feed Charlie. All right, Charlie, happy now. Up. All right, let's play a round of card guesser then before the next round start. If the round starts while I'm playing, then let me know. Then we can go over there and watch. This feels familiar. This is a battery man spell, I think. I don't know its name. Portable battery pack. Okay, great start. No points in the first 30 seconds. Awesome. Resonator engine? Command. Red carpet. Hey, we got some points. Let's go. Oh, green gadget. Armed dragon. Lightning. Blitz. There's also flash. They got all of them. It's none of them. Oh my, what is it? It's not lightning, it's not blitz, it's not flash, it's thunderbolt. Let's go. I didn't know that existed. Fuck. That is something spray. Wait, no. Aerosol. Oh, aerosol. Scape ghost. Yeah. Wait, I almost have it. Yep, that is fusion weapon. Think? Fusion. Oh, fusion blade. Fusion. Ach. Fusion sword. Ah. This is danger. Wait, how is this the only thing that comes up? Danger. The draw trap. Yeah. Supernatural danger zone. No. You're in danger. No. Ach, Mano. Dangers. Didn't I try danger zone? I did supernatural danger zone. Oh, man. This is desynchro. Oh. This is Infernoid related. Like something of the void. Eye of the void? Void vanishment? Void vanishment. This is a Gaia. I've seen it. It's like 1800 level 4. Yeah. Another battery card. I can't tell if my brain is fried right now or if these cards are just harder than usual because we're not doing well. That's Lunalight. Lunalight, Blue Cat. That is Abominable. United We Stand. Okay, so if I know the card, I can guess the card. This feels familiar. Oh, this feels familiar. Who is this? Oh, Dark Lucius. I think that's level 8. No? Oh, it's not Lucius. It's Garlandolf. Yep. No, you're right. Yeah, that's my bad. Ooh, this old. Chain Disappearance. Sebek. This one I don't know. Gadget Box. Ooh, this is Spirit Burner. They used to play this card in 2009 sometimes because you couldn't deck out with it in Lightsworn. Huh? This is not Arcanite Magician? Oh, it is. It's just Arcanite Magician. Yeah. This was just Arcanite Magician. I thought it was one of the fancier Arcanite Magicians. This is Jack Frost. Raid Raptor, right? Something Falcon. A lot of Falcons. A lot of Falcons. Ultimate Falcon? Ultimate Falcon. Is that the 3500 towers? No idea. Countergate. Aratama. Something Bone Tower. This is a Gladiator Beast card. I think it's just called Perry. Okay, is it Pathfinder or is it Connector? I think this is Pathfinder. Nice! I won the 50-50 for once. Reign of... Not Reign of Mercy, is it? No. Oh, it's Unhappy... No, it's not. Break, draw. Break, draw. Nope. Break, draw. Is this DDD? No, purple poison. Oh no, Black Fang. Dude, I was distracted because it's confusing because purple poison is red. So I was like, oh, this is the purple one. Who are you? The Teller Knight something, probably. No, a Bujin? Next round. Oh. We're on world record pace right now, unfortunately, and I would love to finish this round. That would have definitely gotten 1,000 points. I mean, you can do the math in your head what kind of crazy pace we had right now. Unfortunately, we're gonna have the next feature match right now, so we have to, you know, we have to keep going. Yeah. They just don't want me to be successful in Card Guesser. Let me listen in real quick to see what they're saying.
Und so weiter und so fort ist. Von daher alles nicht so einfach, aber wir müssen jetzt hier nicht unendlich viele Hypothesen aufstellen, denn die Spieler zeigen das Ganze natürlich in absoluter Live-Action für euch den ganzen Tag. Runde Nummer 10 dieser österreichischen Meisterschaft ist jetzt für euch bereit. Von daher lasst uns reingehen in die Action. Runde 10 startet jetzt.
Right. They basically said that they're ready to go. Good. All right, we've got Marcus on Lecker Unterweltler Schmied versus Rock on Markiert Kunstmagus. Let's go. Wait, this is okay, we have it's Yummy Fiendsmith versus Branded Artmage. Branded Artmage Kunstmagus. Rock not playing magnets is a missed opportunity. Oh, fair enough. All right, Fiendsmith Yummy versus. Ooh, I saw alt art or extended art purge in their hand. That's based. All right, we go Cupsy. Search surprise. Make the snatcher. Dude, why is there an earthquake in Austria right now? about to get DQ'd by the Pokemon Company. Yeah, because the table was shaking. We have to closely monitor as well how they take off their headsets after the feature match. Or Marcus got shiny cardboard. For real, why is it shaking so much? Why is it shaking? Because the player cameras are completely stable. What is happening to the table right now? Tapping a leg on the table, dude. Have you ever seen someone tap their leg so that the table is moving like this? I mean, maybe, yeah. I guess it'd be kind of crazy though. Stop! Stop! Okay, the scary part here, once again, is that's something that Rock cannot see right now, but there's a lot of non-engine behind this board. There's at least, I saw Imperm and I saw Purge. So playing through Caesar SP and Kapsi Yamiway is already difficult, but they have and Surprise. But there's also Imperm and Purge. So I don't know if it's gonna be possible. But let's see. Branded Archmage. Okay, it has stopped. The shaking has stopped. The table has stopped shaking as soon as their turn ended. So my question is, was it the Yummy Fiendsmith player while they were comboing, or was it Rock while waiting for their turn? Which that's kind of base. You just sit there and tap your foot while your opponent is comboing. And now we lock in because it's our turn. All right, Archmage Vandalism Assault is, I believe, just adding Medius the Pure from deck to hand. Chain Brandon Opening. I mean, we can just Caesar that. But is there a droplet? There is a droplet. If we just send one here, they could theoretically chain SP on itself and Caesar to make the Caesar resolve. I believe we're thinking, okay, we're sending Medius because we're going to get another one from the spell anyways. So that's going to negate SP and Caesar. Kapsi Yamiway will still... We have to discard for opening. That card is not free. Yeah, we're discarding Ash. Okay. Seems like we're on a mix of board breakers and hand traps. Nice. Opening discards for cost? No, I don't think it does. It's for effect. What is the synergy here, actually? Fusion. Yep, fusion. Hello. Yeah, I don't know, man. The droplet is good, but I don't really see it breaking the Yummy board right now. Nerva, maybe? What was Nerva? Nerva is like you can chain to an Archmage effect and then change that effect to be like a board wipe. Right? The problem is that can be chain blocked, right? You have to chain immediately to the Archmage effect, which against Yummy is basically impossible, right? Yummy can always chain block that. Do you think Yummy will get another hit on the ban list? Yeah, I think so. Like what? I could imagine Hornet drones to stop people from bridging Sky Striker into Yummy. I would be a big fan of that. I could imagine one of the synchros to go to make the deck significantly weaker. I would love for them to finally get rid of Caesar. But that's more of a Fiendsmith hit than a Yummy hit. I mean, they're commonly played together, but Fiendsmith also goes in a lot of other decks. I think Caesar should go. They're probably not going to do it because Unchained is going to get support soon, but I don't know. All right, there comes the... Dude, when you're watching a feature match, the full art purge almost looks like it's just a sleeve. It's like a card face down, but yeah. All right, well, we didn't get very far through that board, even though we had droplet, but yep. Did people side Retaliating Sea against your Sky Striker deck? Do you think it's correct to do so? It's if you have Retaliating Sea in your side deck, yes. If you have Retaliating Sea in your side deck, you should side it against Sky Striker. Yeah, it's good against it. But DDD can't lose Caesar. I think it could. I think DDD is fine without Caesar. They made another negate for Nibiru for that deck anyways. The Link 3 also negates Nib, so I think they're fine. Who cares about DDD? That too. Yeah. I wasn't going to say it like that, but yeah. Isn't it an easy Widow Anchor target? What, Retaliating Sea? I mean, yeah, you can Widow Anchor it, but you still have to waste the Widow Anchor on it. And it practically negates linkage. Because linkage has to send to grave to summon. So when they activate linkage and use Chain Retaliating Sea, they still have to send a card, but because the card doesn't hit the graveyard, they don't get to summon. So you go +1 against linkage, and they still have to then remove the Retaliating Sea from the field. So the card is really good against Striker. And the spells don't hit the graveyard, right? Like the linkage gets banished and whatever you send gets banished, so it messes with the spell count as well, which matters, especially if you start with linkage. Because there's a couple of hands where linkage just is your starter. You don't always start with Ray. And whenever linkage is your starter, you basically lose to Retaliating Sea on the spot. So if it's not like, I don't think Striker is popular enough right now to just play Retaliating Sea in the side deck for it. But if you're already playing Retaliating Sea for other matchups, then it's a solid side in versus the deck as well. You think the ban list will be dropped mid-national season? We talked about it yesterday already. I have no idea, honestly. I think it's a weird timing for the ban list right now, because if they dropped it right now, it would be relatively early after the last ban list, right? Because the last ban list was 3 months ago. But if they don't drop it now, then when else are they going to drop it? They either have to drop it in the middle of national season, which, I mean, technically national season has already started, but whatever. I think it would have been nice if they just did it right before Blazing Dominion, but no. That moment has passed now, so I don't know. All right, I see Imperm and I see Fuba. Why do they keep printing when sent to graveyard effects like Cool Tune and Draco Tail and then leave Macrocosmos and D-Fissure alone? That is a wonderful question. I have no idea. We're dodging Imperm with Fallen at the Virtuous. Okay. So we're gonna be able to resolve this Aluber for, what is, in this deck, what is it? Branded Fusion? Ooh, hold up. Is Branded Fusion gonna... Oh, they have Ash as well. They have Ash and Fuba. Dude, they opened... Nah, that's criminal. They opened Imperm, Fuba, Ash, Cupsy, Marshmallow. What the hell do you mean? Okay, Graflair is not going to play into the Fuba, though. Graflair, what is it? It gets you the field spell? Okay, that's the thing, right? Archmage is not bad against Fuba. The Archmage cards themselves are actually quite solid against Fuba. We can extra normal Medius, use the effect to summon from deck, which is going to prompt the Charmy. They do not have Ash to counter it. This is still Archmage board. It depends a little bit if they have a spell in hand to discard for the field spell, right? Because the field spell cannot discard monsters. Yeah, Medius can add instead of summoning, right? So you can add the monster here and then not give a draw. The problem is, like, in situations like these, you're basically hoping that your opponent's hand is not the greatest when they only have like 2 or 3 cards available. Unfortunately for Rock here, the opponent already has Cupsy and Marshmallow, which is essentially like probably the best 2 cards you could have when you only have 2 cards to play into a board. You have Cupsy, which is your best normal summon, and Marshmallow, which is a premium extender. So it's a little unfortunate here, but they are searching. They are searching, and now we're discarding another copy of Assault for the field spell, which could give us probably Finmel? No, Littera is free because we just add 1 back from grave. And then we can discard it again. Special Littera, add back. Now this, discard the same card. Now we probably go for Finmel, draw a card. Sanctifier, give the owl. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's the idea. Maybe that's the synergy. Maybe they want to play Branded in this deck so they can make Sanctifier and give the opponent the owl, because the owl locks into fusions while it's on the field. Yeah, maybe that's the idea behind this. Genuinely, it could be. It could just be an Archmage deck with a small Branded package of like opening Aluber Branded Fusion so that you can summon Albion. Oh, this is end phase. Uh-oh. So what do we have here? We have... Can Littera summon back the Power Patron? Or no, the power patron is in hand. Can we somehow get the power patron onto the field? From hand or grave? Okay. Wait, this is a lot then. Graph Lair is a spell trap pop, right? Graph Lair is a spell trap. Oh, they drew imperm for turn. This players, they're nasty with it. We have Finmel, which is like a quick effect Dark Ruler. We have Graph Lair, which pops field spell, right? So they can't extend with the field spell. Litera can summon the power patron from hand. And then we can I think this wins against, even if Cupsy Marshmallow is like the best two cards possible, I still think this wins. Yeah, summon power patron. That's a quick effect fusion now. We are fusing. We can make Deoctorus now, which is going to give us an... What is Deoctorus? Deoctorus is like... It's not an Omni, but I think it's just on the field, right? Anything on the field. While you have 3 different types. Yeah, it's like an Omni. It is an Omni, but only on the field. Yeah. Okay. Then we search the trap with the power patron. We go Marshmallow. Marshmallow hits the field. We fall in that. Does it negate and destroy? All right, dude. Okay. That was pretty good. That was pretty impressive. I mean, I think that is particularly Archmage's strength, is being good against Fuba, right? That is one of the things that Archmage does well, is still present a pretty strong board under Fuba. So they beat Imperm, Ash, Fuba, Cupsy, Marshmallow, which is pretty sick, actually. And they didn't, most importantly, they didn't just ignore the Fuba by ashing it. The Fuba resolved. They were hit with Imperm and Ash, and then they drew Imperm for turn and had Cupsy and Marshmallow in hand, which is pretty sick. And they didn't even floodgate the opponent. Yes, but let's be fair here. They probably would have if the branded fusion resolved. Does Jonas Koschel still play? I see him occasionally. Yeah, I played against him at German Nationals 2 years ago. He doesn't play actively anymore, I don't think, but still every once in a while. Do you know when we will have a ban list? I have no idea. I hope it's before German Nationals. I'm not looking forward to getting rose whipped at German Nationals, but at the moment it looks like it's going to happen. Is this the last round before tops? No. There's 2 more rounds after this. They played 12 rounds total in top 8. I might have to go to German Nationals since Master Duel canceled Italians. Oh yeah, it's the same weekend, right, as Italian Nationals, the Master Duel qualifier. Yeah. Do they still have tickets for German Nationals? Because they're not that far away. You probably have to take care of getting a ticket soon if you want to go. If there still are any. I don't know, actually. I think the venue is pretty big for German Nationals. They have a lot of space, so they might have tickets still. I got mine a week ago. Okay. They opened Ash, Called By, and 3 starters, guys. It's over. I got bad news for the Archmage enjoyers. They opened Cup C, Marshmallow, Called By, Ash Blossom. This Yummy Duelist has the blessing of God. The only thing I feel like that could save them here is a Nibiru after this Lollipo, or like preferably even when Reprodokus hits the field. Nibiru would be pretty good here. They could still do a little bit with what's it called? With Surprise, but yeah, this is all resolving. Oh no. They need a really good hand to win this here, dude. Unironically, I don't know if it's possible. Like, and how do you beat Yummy Fiendsmith plus Ash plus Called By? Like, genuine question. With Archmage branded, tell me a hand. Evenly. Sure, evenly. If they're actually on breakers, maybe evenly. Maybe sphere. But I don't know if sphere mode can be in the deck. I don't know if they play sphere mode. It would need to be some pretty heavy board breakers. In game 1, we only saw Droplet and Ash, but that was also the game 1 main deck. Maybe they have some. They need some crazy breakers inside to do this here. Illusion Gate cooks? No, Illusion Gate gets negated by Caesar. They would need like Illusion Gate plus Droplet plus ways to play through Ash and Called By and Surprise. Like, dude. Where's the Charmy when you need them the most? They would not have resolved the Charmy. They have Ash and Called By. Yeah, evenly is possible because in Archmage they have some synergy with evenly, right? So maybe there's a world in which they play evenly in this deck. That could be a thing. But then still, right? Like you activate evenly, they chain SP, banish the Cupsy Synchro, and those come back in the end phase. They keep Yummy Surprise. You have to play through that in main phase 2. And then in end phase, they get back SP and the Synchro for crazy follow-up. I don't even know if that'd be possible. Did they call Battle Phase? They might have called Battle Phase, right? I think they called Battle Phase. Why would they activate Surprise otherwise? Ooh, I think they have evenly. I think you called it. Ooh, okay. All right. All right. Actually, gaming a little bit. All right. Now, what do you keep here? I mean, you chain SP on the Synchro, I think. I think you chain SP on the, or maybe on the Marshmallow and keep the Synchro. No, I think it's SP on the Synchro and then keep Called By or keep Caesar. Another thing is that the field spell is going to be banished. The field spell is going to be banished face down forever, which is going to make it hard for Archmage for Yummy to deal with a bigger board. can't remember the last time I saw someone resolve evenly and win. Evenly is a weird card in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because every deck is so good at follow-up these days that basically breaking a board but guaranteeing that you can't go for game is often not ideal. I think you banish Caesar here. I think if you don't banish the synchro with, yeah, you keep the Cupsy. Okay, well, that's not easy now. That is still difficult. For, like, you have to deal with all the yummy stuff in main phase 2. You have to deal with the follow-up. You can't go for game. Are you supposed to win with no minion now? You can still win. You can still win with the Fiendsmith cards. They do damage. The Fiendsmith cards can removal bodies that you can't run over. Like, it's possible for Yummy for sure. They got follow-up. You can surprise to clear the board. Now, they have Ash in hand and the Cupsy, like, interruptions. It still is hard for Archmage here, but okay. We start with Archmage Succession, Archmage Vandalism Assault, rather. That searches Medius. We're gonna draw a card with Cupsy. If I had to guess, they probably draw the, like, Drollin Lockbird here or something. Because this Yummy player has been having the blessing. Couldn't see what they drew. We need Super Poly now. Oh, they drew Talents. They drew Talents, which is not as good as Drollin Lockbird, but still pretty good for next turn because they can't die this turn, so they're gonna have. They got multiple pushes into this board next turn. They have Surprise, Hornet Drones, Talents. And they're gonna have the other Croaky. There's some Archmage cards that protect the field spell. Is the Assault one of them? Does Assault protect the field spell? Yes, right? They I know they have some protections. Assault does, okay. So if they try to pop it now with a Croaky, because and they might, because they read the field spell, they didn't read the continuous spell again. So they might just go for a synchro here and try to pop the field spell, which would not be good. Ooh, they are. Oh, they didn't read the continuous. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's gonna waste like the cookie book for now. The cookie, yeah. Okay. Cookie. Uh-oh. All right, normal Medius. Ash. Extra normal. They already have the Archmage. The Power Patron. Okay. Which Yummies? They have Cookie in rotation, so we're gonna fuse these two together. They still have a lot. They still have a lot. Cookie can pop the Arcturus, and they cannot negate right now because they don't have 3 types. So we're gonna resolve the search. We're gonna resolve the search with the Power Patron. If the Arcturus gets destroyed, I think it summons Medius. I believe at this point in time, Yummy is down to 1 interruption, which is Cookie Yummy Way. They summoned it already, but they didn't use the book effect yet, so they can still book 2 monsters with Cookie. They discarded Ash already. It's in their graveyard at the very top. They used Ash on Medius. We had a second evenly ready to go. we discard it for the field spell. We grab Graflair and Lollipo. No, they cannot tag out. If they summon, they don't have another synchro that can tag out. They tagged out with all of them already. So there's no way for them to get Lollipo unless the field spell triggers to summon it from deck. So we go Archmage, Varnish, Alteration. We go Graflair, pop the field spell for free. Nice. And now they book. Draw Branded Fusion with Finmel. Yeah, that will go hard. So this is really annoying for Archmage, I feel, because it also means you don't have the types, right? You do need different typings for your effects. I believe Archmage has 2 cards in hand, one of which is the Archmage Trap. The other one, I'm not sure if we know. Field spell effect, that's going to discard the trap. That does have a graveyard effect. Remind me real quick what the graveyard effect is of the trap. We have Litera, that's going to give us another free card. It bounces a card to pop a card. Okay. But it has to bounce a face-up Archmage, or can we return like the face downs to hand? I assume it has to be a face-up because you guys are saying Archmage. Face-up, okay. So we're gonna add a spell back with Litera just to discard immediately for the field spell. That can give us Finmel. Finmel is gonna give us a draw. I believe this has exhausted all of the Archmages, right? There's no more main deck Archmages that we can special summon. We've done Litera, we've done Graflair, we've done Finmel. I think that's all of them. Draw Branded Fusion, Mandate of Heaven. Contact Fuse into Nerva. Can you Contact Fuse with face downs into Nerva? Hold up, let me read that. Nerva, Power Patron. You tribute special summon from your extra deck in defense position by tributing 3 monsters with different types. I think so, yeah. We activate Alteration, but that just adds any Archmage card because we already have the field spell. Medius can come back from grave too, yeah, if we have a monster in hand, right? You have to shuffle Medius, you have to shuffle a monster from your hand, right? Can you shuffle from field too? I don't know. Succession is a fusion spell. And or field. Oh, okay. We discard another copy of the Assault, which I think we drew from the Finmel, to get another copy of the Power Patron to hand. This looks good. It's interesting, yeah. I mean, if we can bring back Medius, can we bring back Medius by shuffling another? Okay, we shuffle Medius from field. But now fusion spell. What are we fusing into? I mean, Nerva is 3 Archmage monsters, is the problem. We just make another Deactorus. The problem is we're not outing the board. Guardian Chimera! Oh my god, that's based. Okay. I'm not sure about the wording, but wasn't Medius summon illegal? Medius says face up field. Hold up. Let me double check. I'm not familiar with exactly what it says. Medius. If this card's in your grave, shuffle a monster from your hand or face up field. You're right. It needs to be a face up monster. It does need to be a face up monster. It doesn't really matter though, right? It's worse that they did that. Like you can just, why not just use the one? They can just Guardian Chimera anyways already, right? I mean, they're rewinding it right now anyways. Fine. Yeah, okay, they can just use the face down for Guardian Chimera. It doesn't matter which one they use. That step was unnecessary anyways. You need the Medius is on the field. And the other one is in the grave. Not in hand. Right? Or do they have a third Medius in hand? Cannot summon Chimera nor Nerva this turn. Field spell locked. Oh, wait. The Acropolis says you cannot special board the rest of this turn except Archmage monsters. Medius or from the extra deck. No, you can summon anything from the extra deck. You just don't understand how the card works. The extra deck summons are whatever. Okay. Yeah, they're doing the same thing now. I just don't know why they're using the Graph Flare and not the face down Medius. Or is it? Oh, it's because I think it's because they have a Medius in hand, so they have to use different names. Surely, oh, talents! Draw 2. Branded Fusion! Oh my god, they do have the Mandate of Heaven. Oh my god. Wait. Can they go Albion now and give the opponent the Archmage? Because I think that's legitimately just game. If they just give the opponent the Archmage Power Patron, isn't it just over? Do they get Owl locked? I've never seen someone get Owl locked. They can just battle to remove the Owl? No. Dragoon! Light Sealed Fusion! What is happening, man? I can't. Where did Dragoon come from? Oh, what is happening? Bro. Oh my god. And they get a Fall at the Virtuous in the end phase. Holy shit. That Branded Fusion did a lot. Oh, Guardian Chimera was so goated. That Guardian Chimera was so goated. Dude, I think they might win. It's not over yet because they got a good hand, and also the SP is going to return the stuff. Wait, is Finmail main phase only? Yeah, it's main phase only. Okay, otherwise I was about to say they could have done it in end phase to blow up the entire board with Nerva. This is not over. Funnily enough, this is still winnable for Yummy Fiendsmith. But I think the biggest deal actually out of all of this is the fact that the field spell is banished face down, which makes it so much harder to deal with a big board for Yummy. Like, you can deal with maybe 1 or 2 big monsters by using like Engraver to send or something. That's possible. But how are you going to out this many big monsters without the Yummy field spell? Have we seen them summon Agnum Day? I don't think they have room for Agnum Day typically in Yummy Fiendsmith, especially because you are locked out of Link 3 or higher if you use Snatchy. So people usually, I don't think they play Agnum Day in Yummy Fiendsmith typically. It's possible they play Desiree and Agnum Day, but it's not super common. What do you think is the best version of Archmage? I don't know. I'm not an Archmage expert. I think the deck is cool, but I've never really put too much time into it. Might be K9. The best version of Archmage is called Genesis Archmage. That's mean. I'm a little worried about the timer here. I don't think they stopped the timer when they fixed the Guardian Chimera thing. So there's a world in which they are going to have a couple of minutes extra, but this turn is going to take a while. Like, this Yummy player can play. This Yummy player can play for a while. Okay, looks like they tried to activate something, probably Litera or Finmel. And because they don't want to let him chain Nerva to it, they're chaining SP on the Nerva. I think it's Litera effect, yeah. I think Archmage wins this exchange. I think Archmage wins this exchange. Probably. So Fallen at the Virtuous. Do we play Rindbrum? Rindbrum would be so based here. Nah, no Rindbrum, just Albion. Okay. Drew Purge off the top. That is, I believe, not helpful in this situation. So what Litera is like, summon an Archmage from hand or grave and then return an Archmage you control to the hand. So it's probably just going to summon back Graph Lair and bounce itself. Or summon back the Power Patron, whichever they prefer. I think Graph Lair is pretty neat here, though, to pop the field spell. Could also, can summon Deoctarus, yes, true. But I think the reason why it might not be Deoctarus here is because you want to activate something to trigger the fusion monster, right? So I think it's Graph Lair here. I think it's Graph Lair. Oh no, Deoctarus. Okay, I was wrong. Have they used Finmail yet? Why did they not use Nerva at all? Now they did. Okay. Hornet drones. Do we know the face down? We have not used Dragoon yet. We have not used Dragoon yet. No. Ooh, Droplet Sent Monster is so good. Droplet Sent Monster is so good. They can't tag out in response. Oh, that's so good. They have Talents and Purge, but they can just negate with Dragoon. Negate with Dragoon. They got a Hornet drones they can't use. Oh, it's a Purge. Never mind. The drones was. And that's game. Dude. I didn't think it was possible. I'm not gonna lie. I did not think it was possible to beat what was it? Called by Ash Blossom and 3 starters. That was impressive. Dude, board breakers. If you ever argue with someone whether board breakers or hand traps create the more fun games, show them this game, man. Show them this game, dude. We gotta make board breakers more viable in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, come on, that game was peak. That game was awesome. And to be clear, they still had to get pretty lucky, even after the evenly, I would say, to win that game. Like, it was not like, oh, I activate evenly and I auto-win the game. The amount of disruptions that the Yummy players still had after the evenly was actually insane. Like, there was still a lot going on. There was a lot of follow-up and everything. Like, the evenly itself, all it did was it made the game playable. It didn't win the game on its own, right? There still needed to be a lot of stuff happening in main phase 2 after that evenly to actually be able to win that game. And the Yummy player also had a very good follow-up turn still to potentially come back into the game. That was crazy. I loved that game. That was fun. Dude, so far the rogue decks are eating good today. In round 9, we saw Melodious Dark Lord defeat Branded Dracotail, and now we saw Archmage Branded defeat Yummy Fiendsmith. It's a good day so far. It's been a good day so far. Now, the fact that Chimera drew Triple Tactics Talents and that drew Branded Fusion, we take it. The Talents drew like Branded Fusion plus Droplet, and the Droplet was actually important for the follow-up turn, by the way. That was cinema, yeah. I enjoyed that. That was cool. Close finish too, just right before time. Right before time was called, dude. That was almost a double loss. The Dragoon was very unexpected. Yeah, I didn't expect the Dragoon. I thought the plan with the Branded Fusion was to make Albion the Sanctifier to give the opponent the Power Patron. I did not expect the Hex Sealed Fusion. Especially, they left that in their deck going second, right? They left the Hex Sealed Fusion in the deck, which is not something I expected. The opponent drew 3 hand traps every game. He wasn't even the sack of the duel. I would, honestly, I think you could argue that the Yummy player even drew better hands this match overall. Like, the Yummy player's hands were insane. I don't remember exactly what they had in game 1, but I think it was a pretty solid opener with non-engine on top as well. But game 2, going second, they opened Imperm, Ash, Fuba, Cupsy, Marshmallow. And in game 3, they opened Ash, Called By, Cupsy, Marshmallow, Hornet Drones. Those hands were crazy. The second Imperm was per turn. It was Fuba, Ash, Imperm, Cupsy, Marshmallow was the first 5. They got 0 Fuba draws, even though it resolved, but the Archmage player played around it and gave them no draws. And then they drew a second Imperm for turn, which was actually quite good because they were able to negate, what was it, Graflare or Finmel? I don't remember. And then, but yeah. Did I hear correctly? Melodious Dark Lord? Yes, that was the first round of today. The first round of today was Melodious Dark Lord against Branded Draco Tail, and Melodious Dark Lord won that one. And just now we had Archmage Branded versus Yummy Fiendsmith, and Archmage Branded won. Which, by the way, what was their record? I think they weren't they 8-1? Bro, 8-1 is crazy. They're 9-1 with Branded Archmage. 9-1 is crazy work. That's like, what is the record gonna be you're gonna need? Hold up. Top cut calculator. They had what? They had 370, I believe. 12 rounds, top 8. So with 10-2, you're pretty much guaranteed. 10-2, you're pretty much guaranteed top 8. Which means right now they're 9-1. So they need one more win in 2 rounds and they're in top 8. That's crazy. The first match wasn't this cool though. The non-engine does everything. The Dark Lord's card didn't do anything. Fair enough. Yeah, the first round was mostly won by non-engine. Yeah, this round was significantly cooler with the I mean, the thing is, like, non-engine is always involved because, like, this game is also not winnable without the evenly matched, but at least after the evenly matched, there was still, like, a real game to be played. Whereas in the round before that, it was less so about, like, what the engines did. But yeah, they need, the Archmage player needs to just not lose the last 2 rounds. If they win one of the next 2, they are pretty safely in top 8. Now, this is not always 100% accurate because I don't know if the number was exactly 370, maybe it was 375 or something. And also, you never know exactly how it goes with like double losses and stuff like that. It's a lot better now that we don't have draws anymore. When we had draws, it was always not very accurate because you never knew how many people would get draws. But now that we don't have draws anymore, this is typically a pretty good like way to measure it. I think 376. Okay, I don't think 376 is going to change much about it, to be fair. Yeah, it barely changes anything. Over the course of 12 rounds, 6 extra players are not going to make a big difference. So, yeah. Okay. The fact that an evenly had to resolve for the game to be playable after is crazy. I mean, to an extent, I think that is just where modern Yu-Gi-Oh is. And it's not even, we don't even have to talk about whether that's a good thing or not, but like non-engine is a part of this game. And I think that part, I think that's okay. I think it's okay that non-engine is a part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, because decks at this point are like half engine, half non-engine. So non-engine is going to have an impact in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Games. That's just like how it works. But what I don't like is if non-engine alone basically dictates the game and it doesn't even matter which deck you're playing at this point, right? Because you're like negating everything your opponent does before they even start playing, right? Or something like that, right? It's like that part. When non-engine does that, I feel like it's a little weird. Hasn't non-engine always been a part of Yu-Gi-Oh? Yes, non-engine is a part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Non-engine always has been a part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's okay. But you can definitely talk about like the role that non-engine plays in any given format, you know, because there's formats where non-engine is more like more interactive than in others, right? Is basically what I'm trying to get to. Is like the non-engine itself being part of the game is not bad, but of course, as there are engines that are more fun than others, right? Which is also subjective. It was always subjective in this case. But there's just like how one deck's engine can be more fun than another deck's engine. I also think that specific non-engine cards can be more fun than other non-engine cards, right? So a format where maybe a lot of like board breakers or removal spells or whatever are commonly played non-engine can be more fun than a format where everyone is forced to just play like Droll, Ash, Imperm, Baylor, right? Like that's basically how I feel about non-engine these days in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like there's formats where more fun non-engine is being played, and then there's formats where people are forced to play like not the most interactive non-engine, right? I feel like the beginning of Justice Hunter's format was a format where non-engine felt fun. Decks played through them, but ended on half boards that were breakable or beatable. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that forces people to play the uninteractive non-engine is when decks are too powerful. I think that, and that's how it comes full circle back to from non-engine to engine, because the reason why people play certain non-engine is of course because of what kind of decks people play, right? The engine that's being played dictates what non-engine people play, right? Like if the decks in the format make too powerful boards to break, then the non-engine that people play is not going to be interactive board breakers or whatever. The non-engine that people play is going to be the one that stops the opponent from playing. Because if there's a deck in the format that wins so hard when it plays, naturally people are going to play non-engine that stops you from playing, which that is also not fun, right? But yeah. Oh, it's the Malice Duelist! The Malice Duelist from yesterday. We saw them in round, what was it, round 8? They beat Lunalight, I believe. I don't believe we've seen the opponent on feature yet, which makes me think that the opponent is playing a pretty creative deck, right? Because let's metagame the coverage a little bit. Would they really bring back the Malice Duelist that already had a feature match yesterday? Would they really bring him back 3 rounds later if the opponent isn't on a interesting deck? Surely it's because they want to feature the opponent. Okay, you know, it's I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy. What is that? Oh yeah, I guess it's in German. It's Radiant Typhoon Sky Striker, which is like, I'm down, but I didn't expect this. It's not that crazy, especially because we saw one yesterday already. We saw a Radiant Typhoon Striker yesterday. It's not the level of creative that I expected, but it's fine. It is a bubble match. Yeah, they're both on 8 and 2, which means that the loser cannot make top 8 anymore. The winner still has a chance. Have we seen Radiant Striker on feature yet? Yes, there was a Radiant Striker yesterday. Ooh, okay. Josh, when will you take Droll out back and murder him? Or if I could. I know you guys always make fun of me with the ban list, but you guys also know that the ban list would look very different if I made it, right? I hope you guys know that, right? Hornet drones is an interesting scent. It's not what I would expect from Striker. No, not Rose! Ah, they drew Rose. Why? But why Hornet drones? Why do we want Hornet drones? Maybe it's a Yummy duelist in disguise. They've played Yummy for 2 months, so they're so used to doing this that they forgot they're playing Sky Striker. Because what the hell is Hornet drones doing here? Like, we could have gotten to get into 0. Yeah, but they didn't use it. They didn't use it to get into 0. So obviously it wasn't for that. Well, we could have gotten like another Widow Anchor, which I assume... Oh, Imperm, okay. We could have gotten a Widow Anchor, or we could have gotten a Lemnis Gate or something. We didn't need the... we did not need that Hornet drones. We're gonna pop that. We're gonna pop that Lingeribo with 0. He's from my locals. He played Yummy Tri-Brigade for a long time. So, do you think they just played they sent Hornet drones out of habit because they've been playing Yummy combo decks actually? I mean, maybe. Imagine. It's like the what's it called? The scene in Inglourious Bastards where they figure out he's an undercover thingy because of how he shows the number. Is like, I can tell you're not a real Sky Striker player because you just sent Hornet drones with Camellia. The Dark Charmer on Camellia. So if they link off the Camellia here, does it trigger its graveyard effect, or does it have to go from your own side to the graveyard? Because I think it does trigger. It's not resolving. Yeah. They always got impulse or ash or called by or some shit. Bro tried resolving a card against Malice. That's crazy. He activated it with so much hope as well. He thought it was gonna pop a card. I mean, in some ways, the Hornet Drones ad, which maybe it was actually intended, but the Hornet Drones ad is actually quite good here because it guarantees follow-up. Is this access code? No, it's SP. Can we not? Can we activate Camellia here? We didn't. Would you have tried to pop the Lingeribo? Maybe. I mean, it doesn't really. I think the fact that the normal summon was backup changes things a little bit, right? Because if backup has already been used, then the threat of another backup is not that big, right? That's a bigger Radiant Typhoon package. We play multiple Swen. Okay. Wizard though? Yeah, Wizard was possible, but Wizard is a one-of, and Wizard also still wouldn't give them a Malice name. Because they didn't have a Malice name in the graveyard, so they could not go into a Malice link anyway. So maybe even the risk of Wizard is manageable. Could have not activated the first backup to play around play around Imperm. Yeah, but like against Sky, we see Sky Striker, you think about Widow Anchor more than Imperm, right? It's like making Lingeribo and then, yeah, I don't know. MST for TB11. Okay. Why is Ascension not banished by SP? It should be banished. The Ascension should be banished. I doubt it's gonna... Actually, it might matter because they're playing Sky Striker. I think they have more than 3 spells in the graveyard already, but you are right. The Ascension should be banished by the thing. It probably doesn't change anything besides the Kagari having like 100 extra attack. But because they at this point they have more than 3 spells anyways, I think. So it's not going to be the difference between like drawing a card of Engage or not. But it should not be in the grave, yeah. Grab Vision. Do not second roll right now. It's 3 spells right now. Oh. Well, the Vision, yeah, the Vision puts another one, but yeah, the Ascendance should not be there. Oh, they did Impulse, right? Rose comes back, attacks for 15. I mean, it's looking really good for Sky Striker now. It feels very unlikely for Malice to top deck out of this situation, right? Because they weren't able to break the board last turn. And the interruptions from Sky Striker are only going to get better from here on out, right? All right, we go Zeke to go back into Sky Striker and clear the monster zone. Now we can Hornet Drones to make 0. The Hornet Drones also is going to make it 4 spells in the graveyard. I'm surprised by the inclusion of like the Radiant Typhoon Reborn spell as well. Like it's a very big Radiant Typhoon package. Here's Engage. Activate Engage, no Ash. Add Widow Anchor. I was hesitant to try and put multiple Radiant Typhoon monsters into the deck, like multiple Swen, multiple Eldam, because I was afraid of like when you're going second and your opponent has back row, you can't summon any of them. Ah! 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 Where the hell did that come from? Dude, I was not ready. I was not ready for that. What the hell? Friggin' Murakumo out of nowhere, dude. Oh my god. I was not ready for that. Okay. No, not Habakiri. No, not Habakiri. Oh my god, dude, they're playing the Die to Droll and Lockbird Deluxe package. Radiant Typhoon, Sky Striker, and Mitsurugi. Oh, Bestial, okay. Now that Murakumo is probably a one-of. I think in most hybrid decks, I've seen one copy of Murakumo, so that's actually pretty big. Not going to make a difference, though, I don't think. Because they don't need Murakumo to win here. They got everything. They bought the modern decks and 20 packs of Doom of Dimension and went to nationals. I mean, yeah. Yeah, you buy a legendary modern deck and a box of Doom of Dimension and you have this deck, yeah. They're gonna smoke screen into X Saber right now. You wait. Game 3 going first, they're gonna hand loop with Gotems. You're not ready for it, but it's gonna happen. Nefam, thank you for the 27 months. Yeah, Book of Eclipse sounds reasonable, especially if you're worried about Rose Whip. But I don't know if my issue with Sky Striker post Blazing Dominion is I don't know how I'm gonna handle Rose Whip. Is there even a consistent way to out it? I guess Super Poly. I guess Super Poly is one way to beat Rose Whip with Sky Striker. Because everything else, if they see that you have Book of Eclipse, they can just go Rose Whip plus Zaylin, right? And then you're cooked as well. It'll get banned. Bro! Yeah. But when... Is that new Solemn not a massive problem too? Solemn Accusation is a problem for Sky Striker, but I think it's a smaller problem for Sky Striker than it is for Radiant Typhoon. Because for Radiant Typhoon, you have no way to play around Solemn Accusation on MST. For Sky Striker, you can play around Solemn Accusation on Engage. because you can try to pop it. You can, for example, in Sky Striker, you can use MST with the Radiant Typhoon cards to pop it, which you don't care if they negate your MST with it in Sky Striker, right? But it is still a good card against it, of course. But I guess you would just have to play cards like Lightning Storm, Feather Duster, and whatever, even in Radiant Typhoon, to force out those solemn accusations. Rosewhip post support is not even good. I would not waste my summon on Rosewhip. I wouldn't main deck Rosewhip, but against board breaker decks, people are definitely going to side deck Rosewhip, and I think that's as cringe as the card is. I think it's correct to play it in your side deck for going first against board breaker decks. Like, there's no way that's incorrect. Ooh, we have a Purulia, and it didn't get ashed. Okay, that's good. They have White Rabbit. Is White Rabbit even a good one-card combo these days? I don't think it is, right? White Rabbit... White Eye does one-card combo, right? If you play TB11, you go banish White Rabbit, summon Dormouse, make Lizardos, banish Dormouse. Yeah, it plays. It plays. But you do need TB11. Yeah. But they do play it. And it will combo without another Purulia draw for now, right? That's the bad news for Sky Striker here. Sorry, I only play Master Duel. Is Malice still top tier in TCG? Yep. It's still pretty good. Bro forgot Dormouse is negated. I think they were just like a step ahead in their head. It's fine. They just skipped this this step of resummoning. It's still top tier even in Master Duel. I don't know. In Master Duel, it's weird because the deck, the weird thing in Master Duel is that the deck is technically still full power. It's just inconsistent now. But it's technically still really, really broken in Master Duel. Like, it can still do insanely broken stuff in Master Duel. Why side in Purulia versus Malice? It's pretty good against Malice. They have, usually they go, in their normal combo, they have March Hare, Backup, Wizard, and normal summon. So it can draw... Oh no, Rose! They drew Rose! Why would you show me that? Why would you show me that? Oh no. Disaster struck. So essentially, under Purulia, you forced them to do something like this, which is more manageable. So I think Purulia, it's still worth it. Oh, yep. All right, game 3. Game 3, let's go. Draw, surrender. I mean, you can try, bro, but you're not playing the game. What happened? He activated Mistaken Arrest, which says he can't add cards from deck to hand. It's Droll and Lockbird 2. Illusion Gate kind of cooks. No impulse? No bell? Oh, it just banishes itself. Yeah, we can't get MTP07 at least. Is Pillar of the Future still a bad starter with Camellia, and why? I mean, it does the job, right? It still is a starter, but I still think it's not ideal that you have to discard a spell for it. Can you activate Illusion Gate again if it doesn't destroy it? No, I don't think so. It is once per duel, but I know what they mean. They mean because Illusion Gate has a very special restriction. It says you can only apply this effect once per duel. So if it gets negated, you can actually activate another one. But in this particular case, just it has applied its effect. It has successfully resolved. It just didn't do anything because there was nothing on the board anymore. So it will wait. They had impulse. Oh, okay. Impulse on Rose. Interesting. Swing for 15. Well, we can't get engage with this, but we can get like, I mean, maybe we play, do we play like Afterburner? That would go kind of hard here. Bro, if they beat Malice opening combo plus Impulse plus Mistaken Arrest with Sky Striker, Radiant Typhoon, Mitsu, I'd be impressed. I'd be very impressed if they won this, but the Illusion Gate actually put in a lot of work. The Illusion Gate was surprisingly good here. Add back Hornet Drones. Activate Hornet Drones again. That way we can make 0. But we can't add from the deck, so we're just looping Hornet Drones like crazy right now. Give me that Hornet Drones. Yeah. But at least we have a pop now. What did we send of Hayate? Oh yeah, actually Hayate could have sent something else that we add now. Yeah, maybe it's not though. I didn't see what they added back because they were out of frame. Maybe the... Yeah, but I mean, March Air here. I think March Air guarantees that they cook next turn. Yeah, the set could be like, the set could be Widow Anchor. If they sent that with Hayate, it's possible. We drew Rose, we don't. Oh, we do. The Rose is engraved. The Rose was destroyed by Impulse. So it's engraved, we can use 0 to pop. Okay. Well, do we maybe just pop the Dormouse immediately with the 0? Or do we have... They might actually have just Widow Anchor face down. Is the set known of both? I don't know. I don't think we know the Malice set either. I think that was just a set from hand that we don't know. So I'm assuming it's like... Imperm? Nah. Oh, that's not legal. Yeah, the Cryptor is not from extra deck. I saw Prayer in hand. Yeah, it could be Prayers. I'm a little worried that the Sky Striker deck is fighting for so long right now. Because I mean, technically the game is not over yet, but I feel like it's pretty over, most likely. And I mean, there's at the moment there's over 20 minutes left, so it's not going to be a problem. But if they keep trying for like a negate Dormouse can't even take. How long does Mistaken Arrest's effect last? It lasts until the end of the next turn after you activate it, which is why they activated it at the end of their turn instead of setting it. Right? End of user's turn, so it's the same. Oh, it's the same. Okay. So they still can't add. Oh, the set was Gold Sarg. That's sneaky. So the only reason to activate it during your end phase is that they can't chain anything to it then? Like chain a Radiant Typhoon spell or chain like prayers. They banish Chessy Cat for Gold Sark, but they don't activate it. Instead, they use Cryptor immediately for the non-target banish. So there's going to be a pop here. What are we popping? You should pop Red Ransom. Cryptor can banish Red Ransom now. No, but they won't. Okay, they banish Ray. I think banishing Ransom was pretty interesting there, actually. They must have an extender in hand, otherwise this play makes no sense. Yeah. This was obvious because their line didn't make sense if they didn't have an extender. All right, they were actually able to put up a better fight than I thought because of the illusion gate, but at the end of the day, going first with Impulse plus Mistaken Arrest was too much for the Radiant Typhoon Striker Mitsu pile, where every single card says search, so yeah, you're not going to do much under Mistaken Arrest. But the illusion gate actually made it a little interesting there. That's a fun card. Without Mistaken Arrest, genuinely, I think they might win. Like that game, that turn was going to be very good without its Mistaken Arrest. There was definitely a chance. It wasn't guaranteed, but there was a chance for sure. Because they had access to engage. I think they had prayers as well, so they could have cooked for sure. Purulia also made a weaker board. Yes, the board was not full board because of Purulia, yeah. Will we see Droll in game 3? I don't know, but we saw them win through Droll in game 1, unfortunately, because they their hand was still, like, they still had a couple of disruptions. To be fair, the Malice player's hand in game 1 was not great, besides Droll and Lockbird. They had 2 backups, I think, as their only engine. They didn't have Malice cards. So Surely Malice won't draw Shifter. Yeah, that's a possibility. But I mean, Shifter, if they draw the Mitsurugi portion of the deck, the Shifter might actually not be the biggest problem. They could maybe manage a Shifter. All right, let's see it. All right, game 3. This is on the bubble. Both of these duelists need to win this round and the next one to make top 8. Let's see if Radiant Typhoon, Sky Striker, Mitsurugi, and yes, that's one deck, is going to be able to win going first here against Malice. Prayers, Tribute, Futsu in the draw phase is a phenomenal start. That makes us pretty much immune to Droll and Shifter. Pretty much. I mean, at this point, if you get Drolled or Shifter, there's always going to be a board. So that is a massive opener. That is a massive, massive opener for Mitsurugi. What is Himmelsjäger? Yeah, Himmelsjäger is Sky Striker. All right, we're going to have Habakiri and Ritual. They didn't put Mitsurugi in the title because they didn't have space. Yeah, dude, not even the coverage is ready for all these hybrids that people are playing these days. They can't fit. Ooh, we drew Kusanagi. Interesting to even see that they play Kusanagi. We didn't see that in the previous games, I think. I was expecting, typically a lot of these hybrids, they don't play all 3 main deck Mitsurugis. They play like just Saji. But they do play Kusanagi and Aramasa here as well. Uva Resolves, though, that's probably the best card to have here for Malice. Because like I said earlier, cards like Droll, once Mitsurugi starts with Prayer's Tribute Ritual Monster, like Droll is actually not that good anymore. So the Fuba here is basically the only way to guarantee that you're not getting FTK'd. But the Mitsurugi portion of the deck is definitely still capable of making a very good board under Fuba. Did Fedralis see play? This is before Blazing Dominion. Blazing Dominion comes out this week. This upcoming week. So they can't play it yet. Is this still the level of creativity you wanted for a feature match against Malice? It's the, oh, they have Droll and Fuba. Okay, that Droll is not even that good, I think. I don't know if I like this Droll. It's fine, I get it. But discarding another card and canceling your own Molcharmi? I don't know. I don't know. To get back to your question, yes, this is more of the level of creativity I was expecting. Because, like I said earlier, this Malice player had a feature match yesterday. And when they were back on the feature, I was like, there's got to be something crazy they're going up against. When they're right back on the feature, like 3 rounds later. So I thought it was because of the opponent's deck. And when I saw that on the title, it just says Radiant Typhoon Striker, I didn't expect it to be this quote-unquote normal. So when they activated a Mitsurugi card, I was like, okay, that's why. This deck is a little wild. Because they put all of it in there. Yeah, they got drolled in game 1 and game 3. That's tough. The synergy between Striker and Mitsu is spells in graveyard and Camellia. Yes. It's basically like Mitsurugi is pretty good at just putting a bunch of spells in grave and then summoning Camellia. Summon Futsu, tribute Haba. Cannot bring back Haba now. Can pivot into Sky Striker here. But, yeah. You didn't see that deck at the Dortmund Regional? No, I did. There's people playing Sky Striker Mitsu, but I've seen people play Sky Striker Radiant Typhoon, and I've seen people play Mitsurugi Sky Striker. What I don't really see people do is play all three in the same deck. Okay, Dynamondo Pass is the line here under Uwa. That's not great. Underdroll. Yeah. So Malice is on 4 cards in hand, drawing to 5 right now. And all we have is a Dynamondo and a mysterious face down card that we don't know, and we start with Allure of Darkness. Uh-oh. 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 Oh. Alarm. March here. Alright, 6 cards in hand now. All Malice did this duel was Floodgate. I mean, bro, the deck at this point, like, I genuinely, and I will stand by this, I'm still not a Malice fan, but the problem with Malice nowadays is actually the non-engine, not the engine. The things that Malice does in engine now is those things are fine. But game 1 droll, game 2 mistaken arrest, game 3 droll, like it's those cards. And the fact that Malice is still a combo deck that is able to put up a lot of damage and draw extra cards in the process is what makes it problematic in this sense. But like the Malice engine itself is not that big of a deal. Wait, they're not using Dynamondo on Chessy Cat? Just letting him draw 2 more? Okay. That's weird. I feel like we should Murakumo that. I feel like we should have used Dynamondo for Futsu when they activated Chessy Cat in Banished. Normal summon Ash. Maybe the plan is to activate the face down card first before tributing Dynamondo. Never mind. To play around Dominus Impulse is what I was about to say. Okay, dude. See, if you had let me finish, Anton, maybe you could have played around that Dominus Impulse. Yeah, that game's over. I have no idea why we let them draw so many cards before using Dynamondo. But yeah. Got rolled 3 times and Impulse 3 times. Yeah, they were not having a good time this match. They were not having a good time this match. Should not have queued into Malice, I suppose. That's on you. I wonder what the face down is, because we could have really played around that Impulse. Would you put all Malice names in jail? At this point, like I said, I would just put a lot of the cards that Malice uses in jail, but not necessarily Malice cards. I think if they want to do another Malice hit, it's fine, but realistically, they should just put Dimensional Fissure, Mistaken Arrest, Troll and Lockbird, and also I think they should hit Dominus Impulse. They don't have to ban Dominus Impulse. I don't hate the card that much, but like I think Dominus... I think the quality of Negation Hand Traps is getting out of hand a little bit with the Dominus cards. Shifter. Explain, please, playing around Impulse. Yeah, if they tribute Dynamondo while they have no other cards on the field, they cannot activate Impulse because there is no card on the field. But like, if they use the back row card first and then tribute Dynamondo, they have no cards on the board, so Dominus Impulse cannot be activated from hand. But because they didn't use the set card first, then the Dominus Impulse could negate the Dynamondo. Now, I don't know what the set card is. Yeah, maybe it's the Mitsurugi trap and they didn't have that option. In which case, they should have definitely used... It was... Look. I am all for making a good bluff in the right situation, all right? Setting a card to maybe make your opponent play around something that you don't have, sure. But against Malice, when your only interruption is Dynamondo, there's no way you're setting a spell making yourself vulnerable to Dominus Impulse. There's no way. There's no way. Wait, how is the turn? Oh my god. How do we still... How did we survive? And how did we still lose to Ash Blossom after all this? How after all this, how is Ash Blossom still the card that kills us, man? Oh, mano. I mean, to be fair, they drew like bazillion cards. So of course they're gonna have double Ash. You think it would be nice if he had engage here? Yeah, a second engage. Dude, it's crazy how good this game could have been for them if they just didn't set that engage. Think about it. The Dynamondo would have probably resolved. I don't even know if Malice could have comboed through it. They would have had to discard another card for the Murakumo, and they would have had double engage for follow-up in hand. Dude. Oh no. Oh no. Is the Murakumo 800? Is the Murakumo 800? Did we just crash? Did we just crash into SP Little Knight? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I know we didn't. Okay, we tried to attack the SP and they said, no, you have to attack the ransom. You can't attack the SP. And then they didn't redeclare because they realized, hey, my Murakumo is actually tiny. Maybe. How dare you do this? How dare you do this to my boy Typhon? Bro. No, not the win rate, man. Oh, God. No, summoning Typhon on the way out is crazy, dude. That was summon Typhon, insta-concede. That's devious. Okay, dude. I mean, it's hard to say whether the game was won if they didn't set the engage. Because there's a possibility that Malice has like Bell or Called By in hand. It's always it's possible. But from what we saw, the Murakumo, the Dynamondo could have resolved and could have made a huge difference, dude. A huge difference. My God. Malice best deck, Glaze Malice with me. Dude, unironically, Malice didn't even do anything that game. It like the Malice engine genuinely, and I mean this in a positive way, the Malice engine, like it's actually without Windbinder, it's genuinely not that crazy of a deck. Like I would have never hated on this deck so much if they never made Whitebinder. Like Whitebinder was a completely overtuned card. The rest of the deck is okay. Like they got rid of a couple of the Cybers, link climbing stuff like Splash Mage and Link Decoder, and they got Whitebinder banned, and it like fine now, right? The problem is that they have Droll and Lockbird game 1, Mistaken Arrest game 2, Droll and Lockbird game 3, and they pair that with a bunch of card draw, and they just sling cards around like Ash Blossom and Dominus Impulse. Like that's how the deck's winning now. The deck itself didn't even do anything crazy, bro. They summoned like Red Ransom and SP Little Knight and passed. It's not that big of a deal. It's just, yeah, Malice is just a fancy draw engine to draw the best non-engine cards in the game right now. Droll, Impulse, Ash, Mistaken Arrest, Dimensional Fissure, whatever. Like all those cards, like you just draw those cards. And then when your opponent can't play for a turn, you just kill them the next turn. Because your deck can always do 8,000 damage, right? And it plays Shifter. So that's just, it's just a shell for a lot of toxic stuff. But the toxic stuff itself is no longer within Malice because Whitebinder is banned. That's how I feel about it. Did you see Steven Santoli's banlist prediction? No. We can watch it later if we have a longer break. I don't think we're going to have a long break now because that match was kind of long.
Also sehr stark. Sprechen wir mal vom Nachziehen. Du hattest da gerade ein sehr, sehr wichtiges Dominus-Impuls gegen den deiner Mondo von deinem Gegner. Dein Gegner hat dir aber Chessicat-Draws in dem Turn gegeben. Wie wichtig waren die Chessicat-Draws?
Also genau die Chessicat-Draws haben mir eben Dominus Impuls gegeben.
Oh, dude, he drew the Impulse with Chessicat. He just told
also,
him.
Wenn ihr gegen Malice spielt,
oh no.
würdest du sagen, immer den Chessicat-Draw annullieren oder die Karte
Oh God.
Ja, ich würde immer die Chessicat removen oder annullieren. Es ist viel zu heikel, dass man
Bro,
die resolven lässt.
Yeah, that's crazy work. Allowing
klar,
the
ihr habt's hier
Chessicat
von den
when you have
Malice-Experten
Murakumo set up is
selbst
crazy.
gehört. Jetzt, letzte Runde ist bis gleich. Wie confident bist du, dass du es im Top-Card schaffst?
50-50. Ich kann es nicht sagen. Ich gebe mein Bestes. Ich spiele so gut ich kann.
That's
Mal
base
schauen, was
statistics. They just asked, what
Ja,
are your
50-50
odds you're going to make it in
ist,
top
glaub ich,
cut?
korrekt.
And he said
Vielen Dank fürs
50-50. You
Interview.
either
Ich
win
wünsche
or
dir
you
viel Glück
don't.
in der
I mean,
nächsten
it's
Runde
true.
gleich. Wir machen noch eine weitere
It's true.
kurze Pause. Wir sind schon im Overtime, das heißt, es kann nicht mehr lange dauern.
You
Wir
either
sehen uns
win
gleich
or
in
you
der letzten
don't.
Runde Swiss.
Nice. Who won the last match? Malice won the last match. Malice won the last match, but arguably the opponent had a couple of windows to win and didn't quite take the opportunities. Let's phrase it like that. All right, like they just said, we're not going to have a long break between this round and the next one. But I'm going to quickly take this opportunity to make myself some lunch. So my lunch today is not that late. I'm going to just heat up something. And I'm going to be back with you guys in just a few minutes, hopefully before the next round starts. But it should start like really soon. So yeah, just give me a couple of minutes. Just going to get my lunch ready. And then I'll be right back with you. All right, looks like I didn't miss anything. That's good. Okay. All right, I guess they're probably gonna feature. They're probably gonna feature an X2 next round. I'm just trying to think. Like, did we ever find out if they had written coverage? Yu-Gi-Oh! Austrian Nationals 2026 coverage. Old George would have had lunch at 3 p.m. True. True. I'm not finding any coverage for it. What is your ranking in the world's points? I am 21st, and you need to be top 16. So I need a very good performance at nationals because that's my last chance to get points, and I need a couple of people in front of me to not perform as well as I do, basically. So it's the chances are not looking good, but it's not impossible. I know someone Josh could give the food to until 3 p.m. He already had food a while ago. He's sleeping right now. Didn't you win a regionals last week? I did, but it was a small one. It didn't give that many points. Duel Links Worlds Qualifier. Yep, we're gonna play the Duel Links Worlds Qualifier. We basically the schedule now is we have German nationals in 4 weeks. So I'm gonna prepare for that first. After that, we're going to focus on Duel Links a little bit because I'm playing the Duel Links Worlds Qualifier after German Nationals. I think I have like 2 weeks to prepare for it. I'm not sure yet if I'm going to stream. I'm going to stream some of it, but I don't know how well received it's going to be. I'm definitely going to stream the Worlds Qualifier itself for Duel Links, but I don't know how much of my preparation you guys will want to see. Yeah, Sniffus is going to help me with it a little bit. Sniffus is going to help me prepare. At least he told me. A few months ago. We haven't really talked about it since, but I hope he's gonna help me with it. And then I'm gonna stream the Duel Links Worlds Qualifier, and then it's like 1 or 2 weeks after that we do the Master Duel Worlds Qualifier, and then after that we are going to, of course, have the European Championship. Did the tickets for the EUWCQ ever come online? I don't think there are tickets yet for Euros. No. At least from what I don't think I have a ticket yet. I hope they didn't come online yet. A nice month ahead, I see. Yeah, it's gonna be there's gonna be a lot. It's exciting. It's exciting, but it's gonna be stressful. Yeah. Because also the weekend before German Nationals, there's also the French National Championship, which is also the same weekend as YCS Columbus, which is a little bit unfortunate because I would have loved to watch Party YCS Columbus with you guys because it's the first YCS after Blazing Dominion. That would have been exciting. But I'm going to be at French Nationals as well. So traveling to French Nationals, then German Nationals the week after. 2 weeks after that, I think, is Duel Links Qualifier. And then a week or two after that is Master Duel. So, yeah. Have you been paying attention to the YCS written coverage from the weekend? No. I saw Jesse post that he was undefeated in day 1, I believe. I think he went 8-0. That's the only thing I saw. I saw that on my timeline this morning. I can maybe see. I mean, the written coverage for the LATAM YCSs often only has like pairings and yeah. I mean, I was about to say we can take a look at it, but this is the written coverage for the YCS in Colombia. Round 8 pairings, standings after round 7 pairings, standings after round 6. Round 6 pairings, standings after round 5. That's what we have. So we don't even have standings after round 8, which is the final standings of day 1. They're not even posted. So pairings round 8 we can look at. We can look at the standings after round 7, which is not even the final round of the day, but it was Jesse Cotton and Christian Urena were the only 2 undefeateds, which probably means that they played against each other in the last round, I would guess, which would probably mean Jesse won that because he posted that he was 8-0. So Jesse's the only 8-0 left in the tournament, and Christian Urena is probably at 7-1. Who else do we have? We had at 6-1, we had Rico, who's also in the World's Race in Europe. We have Ruben, who's our world champion from 2024. Yeah, 2024. There's a couple of names I recognize as well. Julian, 5-2. How big was this YCS? Let me see. Round 1 pairings. Round 1 pairings. How many tables? 130 tables? This YCS has 260 players? That is not very big. Why is that so small? I feel like even, I mean, the LATAM YCSs can also get pretty big usually, right? Is it just like, is it, I don't know, is it really hard to get to or whatever? Like what's the reason for 200 something players out of YCS? It's Colombia. I've never been to South America, so I don't know what that means. Well, I mean, I know I've heard of the country Colombia, but I wasn't aware that like those were particularly small YCSs. They don't choose good locations. Okay. It's a country. I know that. I know it's a country. But telling me when I ask why is this YCS small, telling me the country doesn't explain anything is what I mean. Like when I ask, hey, why is this YCS only 200 people and you say it's Colombia, that doesn't tell me anything. That's what I meant. Like that what does that mean? It's like, yeah, okay. Will you play French and German? No, I play German. You can only play 1 nationals. It means it was in Colombia, Josh? Okay, thank you so much. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's good. That's so good to know. Now I understand why it only has 260 players. It's because it was held in Colombia. Are you going to tell me that it's called YCS Cartagena, Colombia because that's where it's held? I don't know what I would do without you guys, honestly. I have no idea what I would do without you guys. Genuinely no idea. Okay. You're welcome. Yeah, thank you. Like on a more serious note, why is Colombia like the reason it's so small? Like is it just a hard country to travel to at the moment? Is it expensive to get there from the US or from other countries in South America? Because I think usually they still get like 500 plus at least. I think what they're trying to say is that Colombia is a place that a lot of people would not actively choose to go because it could be dangerous. Okay. I haven't looked into it, so I wouldn't know. I do in fact not have perfect information on that. Okay, wait, we've seen this duelist before. This is Marcus, who was the chosen Yummy Fiendsmith duelists. They played against what was it? Archmage Branded 2 rounds ago, and they had some pretty crazy hands, but they still lost. So now they're on the bubble, I suppose. This is the last round of Swiss. The last round of Swiss is about to begin, and I know there's going to be, yeah, Yummy Fiendsmith versus Magnet Warriors. Okay. We've got Marcus versus Tim, Yummy Fiendsmith versus Magnet Warriors. And the winner of this is going to be in Top Cut. Bro, I have never seen, this is the second feature match I see of Marcus, and I have not seen this duelist open without Cupsy and Marshmallow. And they have it again. Every single game so far, they've opened Cupsy Marshmallow. Every time. Bro got hit with Droll and Lockbird, but I don't think that deck cares. Imperm that, but they got Marshmallow and Surprise. They don't care about that. Nice, relaxing hand trap minigame on the bubble of nationals. Who doesn't love playing a hand trap minigame for making it into Top Cut of your nationals? That's awesome. Why not Ash the Cupsy? Because they wanted to resolve Droll, I assume. Would your instinct tell you to rather play Striker or Branded for Nationals? If it was this format, I would play Striker for Nationals. Ash on Requiem is good. We can tag out Lollipo, though. Okay. Ooh, that's a good Fuwa. That is genuinely a good Fuwa. That is maybe even better than the Fuwa last turn would have been. Fuwa this turn goes hard. In draw phase, probably, yeah. Have we seen a Draco Tail today? We saw one in round 9, yeah. There was one Draco Tail, but it lost to Dark Lords. Ooh, Bell's good. Bro, I don't know. Bros are just exchanging custom hands. Bro, every time Marcus is involved, both players just have everything. It's crazy. But it's not just Marcus himself, it's also the opponent. What, like, because what is this? It was Imperm, Ash, Fuwa, Droll, and the Magnet Warrior Circular. Oh, I thought he surrendered, but he didn't. He activated the fusion guy. I thought he scooped, but it's actually, dude, that's the best extender too, isn't it? Bro. I still don't think it's enough here. Bro, going second in Yu-Gi-Oh is so bad these days. It's so hard to go second in Yu-Gi-Oh that you get cooked if you open Imperm, Ash, Droll, Fuwa, circular for your deck plus extender. And I still think they're losing unless they are gonna draw a card off of this Fuba probably, but that needs to do something. Because they're in main phase 2, the opponent has crazy follow-up, and for just one Fuba draw, they can still go Snatchy, Synchro, and then get the book and the pop. It's nuts. Made everything Earth. Everything Earth only matters for the Fiendsmith cards, but not for the Yummy, I don't think. They can't pop because they're Earth. Oh, that's true. I think the field spell says you have to make a light synchro. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. But they can just book it now and then pop later, or if they want to give another draw. It matters because Snatchy needs Light Beast. Yeah, I know, but I meant in this game state. Because Snatchy has already been summoned that it doesn't matter anymore for the Yummy Synchros. But for the field spell, it does matter. Would your instinct tell you rather Striker and Witchburn for Branded for Nats? Didn't you just ask this question? You just added post-Blazing Dominion to the end of it. Still Sky Striker. Have you tried the Rat Foon version of Striker yet? Dude, I've never seen anyone refer to it as Rat Foon. And I didn't know, but I was hoping it would stay that way. I'm playing pure Elf mode because I don't like Fiendsmith because Fuba is a card and the Fiendsmith engine requires too many bricks and reduces your non-engine. That could be correct. I'm not an Elf mode expert at the moment. I still have to try the deck post Blazing Dominion, but you might be right. I've seen multiple players not like the Fiendsmith engine in the deck because also I think another problem with Fiendsmith next format is that Caesar just isn't that good against Cool Tune. Why is the dinosaur on the field? Nothing good ever comes from the dinosaur. True. I don't think I've ever seen Reprodokus being summoned and then something healthy happened afterwards. What's Marcus playing? Yummy Fiendsmith. Lecker is Yummy and Unterweltler Schmied is Fiendsmith. I do not know what's happening right now. I think it's because, oh, I think I see it. I think Flux Oxenfeld or whatever it's called says you cannot use both effects in the same chain. So they summoned the Flux, used the effect to Reborn. Then the opponent like tried to book it and they tried to bounce as well. which does not work. You can't use both in the same chain. I think that's what happened. So it just gets booked, it revives, but it cannot bounce. And now it's fixed. I thought Smith in German is Schmidt. I think that's where the name originally comes from. Like, it's like, I'm not sure about that though, but like it doesn't. I think that's where the name Schmidt comes from. Because yeah, a lot of like last names originate from the profession of what the family used to do back then. So, but sometimes it slightly changes. Why does Flux Ochsenfeld already sound translated to German? Because Ochsenfeld are like, yeah, those are German words, technically. So your family were Smiths? I not that I know of, but maybe that's where the name comes from. If they were, then it's so long ago that we don't even know about it anymore these days. Why is the Earth Barrier statue still not banned? In the better format, it is banned. But it's not banned in OCG. I'm not sure if you're trying to rage bait or prove my point, but either way. Better format, aka toxic side decks and rare Banlist. Look, we have plenty of things to complain about in TCG as well. It's not like it's perfect. I said better, but I didn't say ideal. Wait, what happened? They tried to, when they activated Snatchy to Synchro, they tried to book with Omega Plus. But I think Omega Plus can only book the monster that activated its effect, right? So they couldn't book because Snatchy can't be booked. Or is it only when, only when an Earth monster activates? Ah, okay. All right, and after all, even with Imperm, what was it? Imperm, Fuba, Ash, Droll, Starter Extender, we were not able to defeat Cupsy Yummy. Tough times. Magnets won? Wait, why? There's no way Magnets won. If that was on the screen right now, I'm pretty sure they got that wrong. Yummy conceded? Why? No, see? There's no way Yummy conceded. Bro, that was main phase 2. They already wasted the battle phase. There's no way they conceded. There's no shot. Definitely not. You guys are saying one guy. You guys are saying one guy, but it's actually not true. There was like 15 people in chat who said, oh, bro, didn't you see? The Yummy player just conceded. It's not one guy when there's 15 people saying that. Not how it works. You can't just say one guy whenever I'm responding to something in chat. That's not literally not how it works. It showed one on Tim, but the stream was wrong. Okay, so we're just believing anything we see without using any level of critical thinking. All right, I see. And then when I try to employ some critical thinking, you guys just tell me, nope, 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 the Yummy player clearly conceded. All right. All right, game 2. Let's see who's going to be able to take this one. Guys, it's crazy. The stream overlay is still wrong. It still says the Yummy player won that game. And they blinded second against the Magnet Warrior in game 2. Can you believe that? Can you believe it? Bro bricked. There's the marshmallow. It's only a matter of time until they reveal the Cupsy. They always have Cupsy. I think I saw Ash imperm called by Bell. So if the last card in hand would have been a starter, that would have been crazy. Oh, dude, he used the spell as the token. Execute him. Ah, Bloss. Bell. Now we tracked. The Lurie gets called by it if you normal summon Cupsy. I swear to God. Oh, Lacrima. Okay. That means we don't have Cupsy. Discard Bell. Oh, discard Bell! No! Moments before disaster. They're called by the grave. Uh-oh. Do you have a second Bell? Or what? Oh, dude! How do you always have Cupsy? Bro, he's the chosen one. He is the chosen one, man. Bro, literally for non-engine, and you're just hand looping yourself. You're just hand looping yourself. It doesn't even matter what you do, man. Why are we remixing right now? It's not game though, is it? Because they can't get the field spell. Yeah, it's not game. It's not game, but what does Tim even have left, bro? As the one last card in hand that I think is an engine requirement for Magnet Warriors. Like, what do you draw here? Bro, Marcus is the chosen one, man. I think it's cooked. All right, Yummy wins, and that's the equalizer, chat. Finally, finally. Whoa, Drew Circular. Hold up. Is that good enough? Does that really beat SP plus a Yummy Synchro tagging out? Plus Purge? I think bro's about to get booked, and I think is about to be out of here. Wait, not booking? How strong is beta? Is it 17? Can we attack both right now? Ah, 15. Okay, so we can't get over SP. But we can, why, bro? Why did we not make the cookie? Oh, they pass. This is all you can do? I mean, now, okay. I think it's Jover, man. Could have went into Fiendsmith if he still plays it. Bro, Moon is banned. This is not Fiendsmith. Beta has a quick effect though. Yeah, but how's is that a real interruption? Not really. Is this all you can do? Josh says after Magnets bricked and got purged in their one play. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, they got Cupsy in hand. How are you going to survive this turn? You're not. Unironically, chat, if they had all of the hand traps they had on turn one back in their hand right now, they would still be losing. Even if they could add the Ash, the Bell, the Ash and the Bell back to their hand, they would still be losing right now. Yeah, Omega, I think, only does something if an Earth monster activates. So that's not going to do anything. Did we no minion in hand? No, they added it with Cupsy. All right. And the Yummy God wins. The Yummy God wins. Cannot be stopped. I mean, this game, they just bricked, unfortunately. It's extra it's extra sad because the play was just one card away. Right? The next card was the circular. They would have had a very strong hand if they opened that. And that is basically going to guarantee that the Yummy Fiendsmith Duelist is going to be in the top 8. We calculated it earlier. Everyone with 10 and 2 should be safe. So we will be seeing the Yummy Fiendsmith. Like 99% sure we're going to see that Duelist in the top 8. I think they're going to limit Cupsy next Banlist to prove if this player is human, but they're still going to open Cupsy every time. Literally, we've seen them. We've 5 individual games from this player, and I think they are 5 for 5 for opening not just Cupsy, but Cupsy plus Marshmallow. Like, unironically, it's been 5 games, 5 times Cupsy plus Marshmallow. Plus, like, and the other cards were also good. Bro is the chosen one. Do you think limiting Cupsy to 1 is any good? It depends how you feel about it. I think, genuinely, I think the bigger problem with Yummy right now is how splashable it is. I think this was already true when they released Yummy, but now it's even more true. Like now that Herald of the Arclight is banned, I think pure Yummy is like nothing to really care about. Like the deck would be completely fine. I think the problem is that you can basically slop. You can build any kind of Yummy slop, and it's just gonna make like your every deck more resilient and more powerful. So, yeah.
10-2 gegangen, wie fühlt sich das an?
Ja, sehr gut eigentlich. Also ich habe es mir nicht erwartet. Ich wollte eigentlich nur 2 droppen und dann Edison spielen, aber ja, hat sich so wirklich gut zugeschaut. Das war jetzt auch lustig zum Spielen. Er hat nicht so viel machen können. Ich bin first gegangen. Also ja, nimmt man mit.
Nimmt man mit, sagt er. Ja, das nehmen wir wirklich mit, oder? Du hast dich für ein Deck entschieden, was tatsächlich nicht so oft jetzt an den Top-Tables vertreten war, aber trotzdem hast du sehr gut gespielt. Also ich war sehr beeindruckt.
Bro said he wasn't planning to do well. He was just gonna drop O2 and play Edison
so ganz
format.
weit nach hinten geschoben hast und dann irgendwann gesagt hast, hier, guck mal, ich habe noch alles. Warum hast du dich für das Deck entschieden? Magst du ein bisschen dazu erzählen?
Das Deck ist auf jeden Fall nicht das beste Deck, auch nicht das zweite. Es ist eher so, ja, 5-6 bestes Deck. Aber warum ich mich entschieden habe, ist das, weil es einfach ist mein Lieblingsdeck im aktuellen Format halt.
They're asking why they're playing Fiendsmith Yummy. They're saying the deck is not great, but it's his favorite deck.
Der Gegner hat dann verzweifelt, er kennt die ganzen Effekte nicht so richtig. Also die meisten wissen nicht, was er Croaky machen, obwohl die Karten jetzt schon seit über ein Jahr existiert.
He didn't choose the deck, Cupsy chose him. I mean, yeah, clearly.
Cool. Also, und Herald, hold us back, hast du immer, ne, vom Triff. Und da haben wir gedacht, ja, dann probieren wir es halt aus.
Ja, ich meine, das klingt doch erstmal resolut. Jetzt 10-2. Ich glaube, es ist ziemlich sicher, dass du im Top-Cut drin bist. Ich hoffe auch. Also das sollte ziemlich sicher sein. Und meine Frage an dich wäre da, wenn du jetzt den Top-Cut gleich spielst, welche Decks möchtest du eher avoiden? Also was ist so dein absolutes Angst-Matchup und wo denkst du dir so, ach komm, gib mir 5 davon, gegen die spiele ich den ganzen Tag?
Also Hass-Matchups sind auf jeden Fall Draco Tail mit Tsurugi. Also Boardbreaker spielt wie Sky Striker. Boardbreakers tun einfach extrem weh.
Bro, he asked him, what do you not want to play against? And he's listing all the meta decks.
Sie haben zwar ein gutes Grind-Game, aber ich habe auch ein sehr gutes Grind-Game und so kann ich halt Stück für Stück seine
He's like, not, please no Draco Tail, please no Mitsurugi, please no Sky Striker.
Dann haben sie fast keine Ressourcen mehr für Long-Game und dann kann man da gut gewinnen.
Alles klar, also sagst du hoffst auf Radiant Typhoon.
Ja,
Radiant Typhoon he wants to play against. Yeah, okay.
Wenn dabei ist, weiß ich nicht. Egal,
Yeah,
ob es wieder
fair
zu
enough.
Grinded und mit Sarugi vielleicht
I would love to play against like the Kaiba starter deck right now. That'd be awesome. Give me a child in top 8 who just picked up their first structure deck. I can beat
wünsche dir
that.
trotzdem ganz viel Glück. Also unabhängig davon, welches Matchup du kriegst. Wir haben ja gerade gesehen, wie spielerisch
But
stark
not
du
the
bist.
legendary
Vielleicht kannst du
modern
ja
decks
so oder
because they
so was da
actually got
rausholen.
some heat in there. No, not that.
so.
Like the actually like an actual structure deck, please. Okay, not the modern decks because that's kind of tough.
Weil ich Urlaub gehen müssen habe. Deswegen, ja, ist gut gelaufen.
Also 10 Jahre Pause und direkt wieder rein, das klingt beeindruckend. Und ich würde sagen, ich lasse dich jetzt noch ein bisschen Pause genießen, bevor der Top Cut startet. Deswegen, wir drücken die Daumen und ich sehe euch im Top Cut wieder.
Okay. All right. Since this was a 2-0 victory, we are probably looking at a little bit longer of a break before the top cut starts. So one of the things that you guys asked about earlier that we can do now is we can watch Steven Santoli's banlist prediction, because you guys asked if I saw it and I haven't yet. Banlist discussion. Okay. How long is it? 20 minutes. We might have that much time. We'll see. All right, just some relaxed banlist prediction from my Canadian goat. Let's see.
Hey guys, Santoli here with another Banlist discussion video. So we should be getting a list soonish, whether it's the following week, which I would imagine means it's in place for YCS Ohio or Columbus, or if we get one at Columbus or slightly after that for Nats format, we will be getting one at least somewhat soon, hopefully dealing with all the Justice Hunter decks that have been running around. And so here's my take on what I think needs to get hit for the upcoming formats.
He's right.
And I think that the game
I hope we get a banlist soon.
Okay,
I don't know
overall,
anymore.
I think the decks are somewhat interesting. It's not amazing. You still do have a large amount of non-games. There's a lot of decks right now that I don't even know if the playstyle is awful, but it just feels like it's gone old. And I think that the new coming decks, especially in the next set for Blitz or the Nats set, are a little bit lower power level. So we do need a list to actually make them top tier. Which means that some of the old decks need to move out of the way. So
I think this is true for basically everything that isn't Cool Tune, right? Like all the other new decks compared to what we have right now is not even that amazing. Like especially Chaos Origin. I think this is not true for Blazing Dominion. I think Blazing Dominion will have meta impact even if there is no ban list, but Chaos Origin, there's a lot of stuff in there that I like. Blitzclick, Clown Crew, support second wave, the Blackluster Soldier, Dark Magician of Chaos archetype stuff. Like I just don't think that holds up to like the full power decks we have right now.
Go through deck by deck on what I think needs to get hit. First off, talking about VS and
Melfi, yeah,
the Canine Engine. I said this last video, there's going to be some repetition from last video for things that did not get hit, but there's also new ideas. I think the VS cards are fine. I don't think we need to bring Sue up. I think this card is completely insane. I think the main thing with this card is that it, as a turn 0 play, is just disgusting. Like the big issue is that you just don't lose any advantage. You know, you summon Sue, you summon from deck, you get a card to hand, and then you reshuffle some hands, you get 2 pops. You still have 5 cards in your hand, you still have 5 cards in your hand after resolving this. And so I don't want to just kill the K9 cards and have this card come up. I see people talk about how the issue with VS is just the K9 cards. There's nothing wrong with VS. It's like, no. It completely dominated Euros last year with no K9 cards, just as VS. And so I don't want this card to come up any higher. I think it's fine at 1. It's not bad once you search it. Like once it's in engine and you have to...
I could agree with that. I still wholeheartedly think the K9 cards are the problem, but I also wouldn't immediately bring back Holly Suited while banning. Like I would just ban Ripper, call it a day.
Switch off Raisin or whatever, and then you start looping with Rock. That's fine because now it's a card that you can, as the opponent, know where it is and attack it and try to keep it off the board out of their hands. And so it's fine. It's just really the turn 0 plays with this card that I am not a fan of, which means I think it just needs to stay at 1. It's too good, especially when paired with the Chummy when you're going second. So it's fine.
Does VS still do too much? Bro, Banker Soul won 2 out of the 3 300th YCSs and is still one of the most oppressive decks when it goes first. due to the K9 cards basically punishing you for using any hand traps.
Get to it, but it's not one of these cards that I think the power level is too low. We can bring it up. It's good where it is. It is rightfully on the list. And so hitting the K9 cards, which is the other issue with the deck, is naturally just get rid of Ripper. I said this last time. I'll say it again. There's no real reason for this card to exist in the current way it is. It's just hand trap installation. I go summon Joko, summon Guy, make Ripper, and now I'm just immune to one hand traps. And it just makes it very, very difficult to hand trap the decks. And overall, it's just not enjoyable for that. And I think it's unfortunate because this card isn't super far off from being reasonable. Like, just imagine it said your opponent has to have a card on their field for you to negate, and then all of a sudden it'd be completely fine because it's not this call by the grave going first. But that's not how it is. It was designed in a way where it's just super, super good going first, which means that, like I said last time, we just get rid of it. I think these cards are super toxic and it should not be here. And yes, it's really killing the K9 archetype, but I don't see any other way.
Yeah, kill it.
If Konami's
kill
like,
it.
I
No
don't
one
really
cares.
want to ban this card, they want to keep it around. The other thing they can hit is Case, because this makes the hybrids a lot worse. It means you can't bridge because you're losing an extra monster off of your combos because Lantern now can only search the quick play or the regular, or the quick play, whichever it is. So that is an argument to get rid of it if Konami decides not to get rid of Ripper, but I think it should just...
It's been long enough. They could let go of Ripper. Dude, it was long enough 1 day after it was printed. We've already had enough 1 day after it was printed.
Be Ripper being the one that goes. And I don't really see any other hits. On hits needed, use an argument to move Jokul back up, but I think this card's still very good going first.
Dude, they can have Jokul back. I'll give it to you. Take your Jokuls. Take your 3 copies of Jokul. Take your copies of Case. I don't care. This card goes, and K9 is completely fine.
First, maybe for subsequent lists we can move this up, but for the first one, I'm fine just killing Ripper and seeing where the rest of the decks lie.
Ending Ripper would be
Moving on
so
to the Yummy
good,
archetype.
man.
So the big one people talk about is hitting Cupsy. And the reason they talk about this is because it's used for all the toxic bridges. And the problem with that logic is that wasn't completely true. So let's first talk about the fact that not all Yummy hybrids are toxic. Like, if my opponent is activating Engage, going drones, and just making Cupsy away like that, there's nothing toxic about that. Like how Yummy was played initially, there's nothing wrong with that. If my opponent is going through Soulful Core cards to get the Cupsy away, again, there's not anything inherently problematic about that. These are supplementary engines that aren't really raising the ceiling super large amount. It's just extra ways of consistency. I don't have an issue with
I don't know if that's true, honestly. I think the Engage example, sure. In the Engage example, you're just using Engage as a starter in pure Yummy. That's not a hybrid. That's not... I don't think people called that deck Sky Striker Yummy. That wasn't really a thing, right? Like, that's not... I would not classify that as a hybrid. That was just another starter in pure Yummy. That's fine. The Melodious example, I don't agree with. I think that very much is a hybrid, and that very much, like, if that deck full combos, that deck does too much. Like, for sure.
them going through Jester Confit or something. These cards are fine. When you look at a lot of the more toxic hybrids, such as the Mitsu one or the
Sulfur Cord, not Melodious? Oh, did I say Melodious? I mean Sulfur Cord.
One of them was super toxic, but it really did have an insane board. None of these hybrids really relied on Cupsy for the bridge. Like, the Yummy cards relied on Cupsy naturally, because once you get the one Yummy card, you want to get to more of them. But the bridges to Yummy at all were done through different ways. Mitsu was done through Zombie Vampire, and the Raining Typhoon Tri-Brigade one was done through Shurek. And so this is an example of a card that's kind of taking a bit of blame unfairly, in the sense that it's not responsible for all the bridges. Some of them, yes, but not all of them. And the problem is, if you hit Cupsy away, the deck is just...
I think the people that want Cupsy banned are not just for the bridges. Those are the ones that actually just want Yummy to be gone, right? Even, like, because you could argue that, yeah, if you get rid of Hornet Drones, which is the card that's also responsible for a lot of the bridges, you still leave a window for other Yummy variations to pop up. And I think the people that want Cupsy way banned are just the people that don't want to deal with Yummy at all anymore. Which is understandable after how long it's been, I think.
Completely dead. Like, what is one Cookie doing or one Marshmallow doing? And I don't know if this deck needs to completely die. Power level seems okay-ish. Overall, I don't hate this ban,
Personally, without Herald of the Arclight in the mix, I would be completely fine if they found a way to keep Kapsi Yamiway legal, but make sure that that deck is not slopped into everything anymore. Like if they think there's a way for that, then I'm okay with leaving Yami itself alive. Like I'm okay with that. I stand by this. I think pure Yami boards have always been fine, but it's just about like Yami for some reason just is super splashable, and there's always some variant that pops up that becomes too good, because the Yami cards themselves are never the problem, but they are the problem when you just have them for free on top of whatever else your deck is doing, right? Like when you look at like a Mitsurugi board and you're like, okay, that's pretty good, but maybe breakable, and then there's all the Yami cards for free on top of it, problematic. Same thing for Yami Sulfa Court, same thing for Yami Fiendsmith, and so on and so forth.
I'm just going to suggest a different one because some people like playing Yami, and it's not a deck I particularly hate, and that is hitting Lollipop instead.
You can't do that. Something in Yami needs to be banned. We can't save the pure when the hybrids are there. You could, theoretically, you can burn down all the bridges, right? Like get rid of Zombie Vampire, get rid of Hornet Drones. Like it's possible. It would just be and Reprodokas and shit like that, right? Like I think that is something that needs to happen at some point anyways. I think they need to be harsher on these bridges because genuinely, I think sometimes they design archetypes to go with each other. Like, for example, I think Vanquish Soul plus K9, I think that was intended. But I think the other half of the time, they design certain decks to be at a certain power level, and then it all falls apart because the community finds a way to bridge decks together that is not intended by the designers. And I'm convinced that this happened with Yami a lot. Like, I don't think they thought of all the possibilities to combine Yami beforehand. I think they thought pure Yami was a fine deck, so they made it, and in theory it was a fine deck power level wise, but then people found a bunch of ways to abuse it. And the reason for this is first of all, I mean, a lack of locks on Yami, but also all of the possible bridges that exist, right? And I think you need to be more aggressive with these bridges because those cards are all cards that could be problematic in the future again if something like this happens again. Right? Mitsuraisiel felt intentional. Mitsuyami felt like an oversight. Yeah, I mean, it's all speculation. We don't know how much they know in advance of what kind of versions are good, but I can't imagine that they expected Mitsurugi Yami to happen.
With drones. And so what this does is it means it prevents all of the just two... I'm going to put two bodies.
I'm on board with banning drones, 100%.
Camellias and drones, and then I'm going to make Kapsue. That's no longer possible. And hitting Lollipop away is a way of hitting the Yummy engine, but you can still just do Yummy stuff. Like the big reward now is less, so the reason to play the hybrids is definitely lower. But if you're still playing a Yummy deck,
I would take this honestly. I think I could see this.
Things you can still search.
I do think Lollipop Yummy, maybe Lollipop Yummy way and Hornet Drones is an elegant way to do it because you stop some of the bridging, and if Lollipop gets banned, this card is less important than Kapsi Yami way for pure Yami for sure. So maybe there still is a window to play pure Yami with this. I'm not sure though.
So this is just a difference.
Snatchy should go to 3 then. I would be careful with that, but I wouldn't absolutely hate it. I think it's an interesting approach to maybe give pure Yami multiple Snatchies back because realistically the hybrid versions were always the ones where one Snatchy was more likely to be enough than pure Yami, but yeah.
Suggestion. I'm not particularly against hitting Kapsi, but again, it's just kind of what Konami wants to do. Whether they want to completely kill the deck, then you just hit Kapsi and all Yami versions are unplayable. Or if you just want to kill a lot of the hybrids by lowering the appeal of Yami cards in these,
I think we should also be talking about cards like Zombie Vampire and Reprodokas though.
Hybrid, then you can go along with this hit. So I think both of these are somewhat reasonable.
Could you place your cutout above the other? What do you mean, like here?
I'm fine with either of them.
Hold up.
Yeah. Next up, we have Draco Tail, and this is a deck that I think I'm really upset with the course that this deck has gone on because it used to be this very
it's frustrating. Draco Tail is frustrating.
When it first came out, I remember my first list had Fenrir's in the main because I was just trying to figure out whatever worked. But as the deck came along, it got hit on the Draco Tail cards with the healthy part, and now it's just kind of fusion pile. And I don't think that it's still super toxic. Like, I don't think playing Fallen White in the deck means it's just some disgusting combo swap. It still kind of has that. appeal of mid-range style. It is a bit more over the top now, but it doesn't feel super toxic. But I think it's still just less healthy than it was initially.
It is not. It's not super toxic, but it still is. It still kind of is trading consistency for higher ceiling, and you're forced to do this because you just can't play pure Dracotail anymore because of one Ketu, one Mululu. Which is, I mean, this is something, it's not a surprise because we've talked about this like months ago already, even before the Albaz cards came out, that was it was just before when they printed Spenta and White Albaz and they hit Dracotail, like that was just unfortunate. It's basically watching the slopification of an archetype in real time, right? Like pure Dracotail, unironically to this day, would probably not even need to be really hit on the ban list if people played pure Dracotail. Like that deck was always fine. But because the Albaz cards were about to come out, they had to hit Dracotail because otherwise the deck would have been absurd. And now it's just this kind of like hybrid version.
It was just hit Flame, but I don't think that's enough now considering there's other engines. I think you just have to hit the Dracotail cards. And while this engine here is healthy overall, it's not particularly toxic. It is just a massive gatekeeper. Like trying to play some rogue deck into a deck that's just going to activate Rahu or Ketu, you just explode immediately. So I'm not particularly a fan of that. It has time in the sun.
Yeah.
Suggestions for hits are limit to Femina and then Rahu to 2. I think you can put Rahu to 1, but I think if you hit Rahu to 1, the deck is just completely dead unplayable. I think it's already kind of in that position if you do these hits. But
Dracotail, I think Dracotail is going to die. I think it's sad. I don't agree with doing it, but I think they will do it. I think Dracotail is going to die.
It's not the most broken turn 0 play. It's not Sue. I think Sue is a lot more.
I think Dracotail is going to die for the sins of White Albaz and Spenta.
And again, it's kind of unfortunate. This is the direction the Dracotail has gone. But we've kind of already hit the consistency of it. I don't think we can really hit the power level considering how much other stuff it's already gotten. The other card that I think is reasonable to hit is Brand Fusion. This is another one of those things where I'm not particularly sold on it, but I think this card just is too much. It's just too much in the Dracotail deck. It doesn't even actually lessen the branded deck. It's not that big a deal. But there is an argument to hit that. I'm fine if you're doing these hits. I do think that they are enough for Dracotail to really put them down because you really just need to draw Dracotail cards in the Dracotail deck. And when you're
Branded Fusion, if Branded Fusion goes to 1, Branded doesn't even care.
Fall out of favor massively. And while I have spent a large amount of time playing it, it's definitely time to go. Other things to talk about, we can talk about, I mean, those are all 3 Justice Hunter decks. Other problematic decks or decks that are really strong out there. We talk about Mitsu. So the one thing I will say is this deck is kind of hard to hit because we just got the Structure deck, which I think is probably one of the best products ever, where you can get Striker and Mitsu and X Sabers because you, I guess, are building Edison deck at the same time. It's just unplayable in current. But you look at these and it's, like I said last time, it's not that this deck is super toxic. And the thing
will ban the trap again. Hey, banning the Mitsu trap is a phenomenal thing. I don't know if they will do it. I think it's more likely we get Prayers to 1. But banning the trap is good.
But when I look at this deck, it's not like I need to completely kill it. And if you hit something like Prayers down to 1 or Prayers to 2 even, I think you're just rooting consistency. I don't like these types of hits because it's just, am I going to open playable and make my opponent explode? Or am I going to brick or pass to a hand trap and it's miserable for me? I want to hit.
In general, I agree with this, but I think Mitsurugi Prayers to 1 is not just a consistency hit. Mitsurugi Prayers to 1 is a genuine that weakens the deck's end board. Because you use 1 on turn 1 and you always set 1 for the next turn. So Prayers to 1 is an interesting hit in that sense because it stops the grind game for the deck. So my question is just Prayers to 1 might murder Mitsurugi, which some of you guys are going to say good because you want Mitsurugi to die. Possible that some people feel that way. I don't know if they feel that way. I don't know if Konami wants to kill the deck when they just released the legendary modern decks. But banning the trap, I think, is an elegant way of reducing the ceiling. And also if they hit Hornet drones, that also stops Striker Mitsurugi variations. Maybe if they also go the extra mile and get rid of Zombie Vampire, then they stop some other Mitsurugi combinations, right? And at that point, people are actually just gonna have to play pure Mitsu without the trap card, which I think that's fine. They should also do something about Azamina Mitsurugi. Like that version is also a problem. Like there's still a couple of hybrids out there that they should handle. if they do that, then I'm okay with leaving Mitsurugi alive.
The power level
But they
won't
have
make
to
the
make
deck
sure
more
that those
leggings.
hybrids,
And what I
like,
said last
you
time, I
have to
still
do
stand
something
by,
about
which is
Azamina.
Just get rid of purification. It's super off theme with the deck. It doesn't need an Omni. It's also just insane to follow up. And again, you can just easily replace purification with Monogatama in most of the pure Mitsu lists.
Yeah.
It is a hit by all means, but
It's a great hit.
it's not particularly you feel like you just lose every game now. It's not this feeling where the deck is now awful to play. It's just you're lowering the power level. I think it's a healthy hit because if you play Mitsu, you can still play it. It's good for all people who want the structure decks. But at the same time, it's just removing a toxic card, and the deck just doesn't need Omni Negates in it. It's perfectly fine doing what just following the normal game plan of summon Murakumo to the board, and then play for follow-up with Futsu. I think that this is just super off theme, and it giving more follow-up as well is just super toxic. Too good of a card. I'm down to get rid of it. And the other thing for the bridge is a card that's not really been seeing much play, but I think it's just one of those cards where at some point we can clean it up. Like
I'm down with banning Reprodokus, but realistically, I think Caesar is the one to look at in this case. They can still ban Reprodokus. I'm fine with it.
Because what you do is you make one of your Mitsu cards a spellcaster. You then make the Dark Magician.
But Caesar should also
which
go.
Then searches souls, Magician souls, and Magician souls then goes and dumps Black Witch, and you can then go and we'll draw some cards if you want to draw some cards off souls, and then you can make Celine to revive the Black Witch. So it does get you an Omni, and this is number one card on my hate list that needs to go. But like I said last time when I was complaining about Zombie Vampire being the bridge, this is one of those cards where when it pops up, it's usually for no good. So I'm down to get rid of it, but lower on my list of things to get rid of.
I agree.
Moving on to some other.
So far, absolute fire. I gotta say, so far, yeah, no, this is good stuff.
Mouse.
Let's
just say I've said last time that I don't want these weak hits because what's going to happen is they're going to do a hit. Everyone's going to go, "Oh, this deck is dead," and then it's just not dead. And that's exactly what happened. The deck got hit, and it was still somehow the top 3 deck at some events. And I'm just sick of it. The playstyle is just super toxic. It's super bad going second unless you just hand trap your opponent to death. It's super ignorant going first, but it's also just bricky. The playstyle is just so unenjoyable. And again, I don't want to play these games of anymore of, we're going to hit Underground to 1, or we're going to do something else. We're going to ban thing. No, like just get rid of it. Kill the deck. Just ban Dormouse. I'm
my base god.
Do this and just put everything on this list. Like there should not be a mouse card that's playable in the game afterwards. But really, like just get rid of Dormouse. Kill the 1 card combos. Yes, it kills the deck, but I just think that deck has gone away so many times with light hits when there's no reason to. Like when you look at some other decks like Drake Tail or VS, I don't even think that they're ruined the format. It's just like these are kids in school and they start fights sometimes.
Do you know what the funniest part is? The funniest part, you're not gonna see what's coming now. I don't even think this is necessary. I said this earlier. I think the reason why Malice is toxic is all of its non-engine. The reason why Malice is toxic now is Impulse, Ash, Droll, Shifter, Defissure, Mistaken Arrest. Like the fact that like so many Yu-Gi-Oh games these days are turned into non-games because of non-engine, like hand trapping your opponent to death or floodgating your opponent. That is one of the main issues with Malice. The Malice endboards themselves aren't even that good. And Dominus Spark is about to be another card that Malice can play, right? But I mean, I'm down. I'm not against it. I'll take it. I don't care if they do this. I still don't like the deck, but I genuinely don't think the Malice engine itself without Whitebinder is that problematic anymore. And I think it's funny because he said it exactly the way it is. This deck doesn't win going second unless it hand traps your opponent to death, right? But the thing is, like, Malice in this instance is just the shell for hand trapping your opponent to death. And that is the thing that's not fun with this deck right now. Right, the play pattern of hand trap your opponent to death, summon 1 card starter, and go for game, that is not fun. And the thing is, like, if we get rid of Malice, there is going to be other decks who are going to fall into a similar play pattern if we don't do anything about the cards that hand trap your opponent to death. So the more powerful hand traps, like also the Dominus cards which Malice can play, or cards like Droll, cards like Shifter, if we don't get rid of those cards, you can kill Malice, but there is going to be other decks with similar playstyles in the future. Like, that will not really solve the underlying problem.
And you give them...
Because, like 2 years ago, Tenpai did that, right? 2 years ago, it was hand trap your opponent 4 times, summon Pydra. Last year, it was hand trap your opponent 4 times, summon Dormouse. Like, and next year, or this year, it's going to be, I don't know, hand trap your opponent 4 times, summon Q, right? Snake Eye did that too. Like, it's not really exclusive to Malice. Like, Malice was just one of the more outrageous ones when it had Whitebinder. That's when the deck was doing too much. Right now, the concept of the deck is nothing too crazy compared to other decks, and they need to do something about it. But banning Dormouse right now, as funny as it would be, I would take it. Look, I would sit here and I would laugh about it. I wouldn't care. But it's not going to solve the underlying problem of non-engine. Basically, there's decks in the game right now that are just designed to stop your opponent from playing the game, mainly because of non-engine.
Miss recess sometimes. It's like, okay. And then you have Dormouse, who's been setting fires in the school for the last 5 years. It's like, oh yeah, he can miss recess next Monday. It's like, no, just expel all of them. Please, just get rid of them. This deck should not be playable after a ban list. If it is, then I think it's just a failed approach to it. And like I said, when I'm talking about these other hits, is I usually try to have some sense of, okay, these decks should still be somewhat playable after the fact. It's just, lower the power level, but Malice, it's just time to go. I still give it a Dormouse, but they're just all staying there. I can't bring myself to move them off the list. Other cards to talk about, we have Rain Typhoon cards. So the one card that I think...
Apparently Josh is only Malice second biggest. Dude, I think I've been demoted. I think I may have been demoted from Malice biggest hater to Malice second biggest hater, because I don't know if I can still call myself Malice biggest hater after watching this. I don't think I am. I don't think I can claim that title anymore.
Is talked about getting hit is Visions.
Oh, God.
This is a card that I think power level wise is completely fine.
Yeah, don't do anything about Vision.
A Destiny draw with no upside. Like, what you're discarding is not getting an effect. Like, okay, sometimes you can discard a Varun or the Phonics and revive it with MST, but then you have to use MST on something. Like, that's not a concern. Like, this card is one of the fairest cards printed. Both the Sky Striker deck and the Rain Typhoon deck, both those decks are also just super fair.
Yeah.
I think that if you do want to hit the RT deck, then the correct hit is Visions, because it just removes some of the top end of the deck, the ability to dig into non-engine. But RT is a new deck. It was around the 4th best performing deck, but it's only at a regional level too. It's had bad performance at YCSs. And overall, I think it's just new enough. It's healthy enough. The playstyle is super fun. I don't think anyone is upset when they sit down and their opponent starts summoning Rain Typhoon monsters if there's no fissure behind it. And so just the newness of the deck as well as the health of the deck, I'm just perfectly fine leaving Visions unhit, as well as all the other RT cards. If at the next format it's still just a performing deck at a high level, and at some point you say, okay, we should just take it down a bit, by all means, I'm fine hitting Visions, but this is definitely not a card that I look at. And power level wise, it's
put MST to 1. Dude, you guys genuinely, you guys are crazy. Like, if you're playing the current format and if you have an issue with Radiant Typhoon or Sky Striker, like I there's no way to phrase it other than that's a freaking skill issue. There's no way you think those decks are too powerful. There's no way you think those decks are too powerful. It's actually impossible. There's no way you look at decks like Vanquisher K9 and all the yummy decks or whatever, and you think like, oh yeah, Sky Striker is doing unfair shit. Like, yeah, okay, maybe you don't like the deck, all right? Like, I also dislike playing against certain decks in the format, but they're still not good because I don't like them.
Also, power level wise, don't really warrant the hit, at least yet. Another card talked about is
MST to 1, dude.
And I just think that this card is fine. Like, this card's strength is in the grind game.
There's no way we're putting Pop 1 on a ban list, man.
You're getting value over multiple turns, and that's the strength of it. I think those are usually a sign that if these are really good cards, it's a good format. And while this card is very strong, again, I don't think it needs to get hit right now. I think the decks as well are using, like, if you hit Draco Tail, this goes down priority, and I think this card in Branded is just fine. Like, we're not doing anything degenerate with it, so don't need to hit it.
If this cards get hit, you will witness the biggest hash crash at all time. Fallen into Virtues should never be on the ban list. Like, that card is the embodiment of healthy back and forth Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, pop 1 while creating follow-up, while demanding some extra deck space, is probably the healthiest card that's seen play all year. Like, the card is good. This is why it sees play. But if this card should not go on the ban list. Like it's completely insane if you think this card should go on the ban list to me.
Mean that they need to be hit. You're going to have powerful staples in any format you're in, and the question is, does it lead to interesting gameplay? And this card I think does, and so I'm fine leaving it where it is. Other cards that need to get talked about is Bago. This card is just a floodgate, and it's getting more toxic because it's just you're backing it up with more and more of a board that you can protect it with. Like before, it was kind of Bago, but you didn't have the ability to make many good links. Now it's Bago, IP into SP, and you have some other stuff depending on the deck. It's not, again, the number one card you get hit, but it's banned on Master Duel, it's banned in the OCG, and it's just...
this is now we get into the territory of cold takes that you just repeat every banlist discussion, because they still haven't banned the card, but technically we've talked about this a billion times before, so yeah, of course.
It's essentially a flood, and it's perfectly fine to...
I can't believe we got through Ryziel format, and they never banned Baguska. It's actually insane.
Liger is another deck that needs to be talked about. Lunalight, I'm fine with this deck playing one of it, but double Liger is usually just
I agree with this. I think this is good.
Taking this down to one.
I think this is a thing where like Lunalight arguably is obviously not the best deck in the format right now, but it is usually hovering around like top 5 decks for basically an entire year now almost. I don't know exactly when it came out. Maybe a year is too long, but The problem is like this deck just constantly being in the format just warps deck building for everyone. If you don't want to have a terrible time against it, if you like, because you do consistently, and I mean consistently, play against like one Lunalight per tournament. It's been popular enough to the point where almost every single tournament I went to this past year, I've played against one Lunalight every single time. Pretty much. With some exceptions, not always, but sometimes it was 2 Lunalights per tournament, sometimes it was 1, sometimes it was 0, but usually the average, I'm pretty sure, is like 1 Lunalight per tournament. And this means you always have to build your decks with this deck in mind, and it demands very specific answers, and so for like 1 round out of 10 rounds that you play, you have to play like a very specific out for Liger Dancer, which is making your deck worse in all other matchups. But if you don't do it, then you're going to have a miserable time in this one matchup. And I think putting it to 1, I think, is fair, because I think the deck is playable with 1 Liger Dancer still.
Bad reputation of this deck or perception of this deck. I know Pac made a video where he's talking about how this deck is super skillful, and a lot of people are just like, oh yeah, you summon a towers and it's super skillful. But
it is a skillful deck. No, don't get me wrong. Maneuvering this deck is skillful, and playing the deck yourself is fun. I just don't like the sort of like deck building restrictions it puts on all the other decks in the format when it exists. But it is a skillful deck. With by no means am I saying it's not a skillful deck. It is skillful. Because, of course, in theory, yes, summon tower, win game, but how you get there and to sequence your lines and stuff like that, it's a complicated deck. It's not easy to play, and it's fun and rewarding. Like, the deck itself is not my least favorite combo deck. Like, the way it plays is actually interesting. But still, I think 1 Liger, once again, I don't think that kills the deck. I think with 1 Liger, maybe you can still do it, but also you have to worry about, like, oh, what's maybe my alternative win condition if my Liger Dancer doesn't work and stuff like that. I think it actually, if anything, it probably makes the deck more skillful if Liger Dancer is at 1.
Most decks going first, if you just go uninterrupted, the combo is pretty easy where you just win on it. And the thing with Lunalight is the combos aren't easy, and playing through boards is super difficult. Like, I've watched Ryan play this deck a lot.
Also, they get more support at some point, right?
And it's just not a straightforward deck at all. It's very, very complicated. It's one of the hardest decks I've seen. I even put time into it and just eventually gave up on it, which, maybe it's just a testament to me not playing combo. But it is a very cool deck to exist. I don't think the existence of Liger is a problem, but 2 Ligers is a lot, and I'm fine removing 1 down, so you can't just summon 1 and summon 2 and just win the game through absolutely everything. You have to have diversify your board a bit, maybe IP, SP, make the rest of the board.
The thing with 2 Ligers as well is that most outs that you could come up with just don't work against 2 Ligers, right? Because Liger outs your outs.
Right.
They just destroy your board twice. How are you gonna summon a monster that outs 2 Ligers if they can board wipe you twice?
Deck, quote unquote, after this list. And this deck is pretty toxic, not because of the playstyle, but just because of the ability to look at hand or look at top of deck.
I'd be down for some cool tune pre-hits. I think the deck would still be good even if they did some pre-hits to it, honestly.
I'm playing a lot against this deck on Master Duel, like a very large amount of prep time in, and it's.
I don't hate it that much, but I think a pre-hit is fine.
Kind of mid.
Especially Rosewood.
The deck is. It's almost like the deck has the toxic traits to make it tier 1, because if it didn't, I really would question if it would just be the best deck at all, because its end board is just super susceptible to breakers. And
no,
even when
we've talked about this. We've talked about this. People were saying like, oh, they could have just not put the look at hand on Rotary. I genuinely think this deck makes up for being mediocre in terms of end board by like gaining information about your opponent's hand and top deck, right? Like if they didn't have those let's call them toxic traits, if they didn't have those ways to gain information, the deck would just genuinely be bad because it doesn't have enough interruption. Like this deck, if you didn't know your opponent's hand and top deck, you would just get overrun by every deck in the format. Like unironically, the cool tune board, if they don't know what to negate or what to interrupt, like you just run over it almost every time. And yeah, but I think they could hit it a little bit preemptively.
Because there sometimes it's still just not enough.
Definitely ban Rosewood. Yeah, I mean that's a cold take.
That being said, I think that this is a deck you aren't going to like, and I don't think it's toxic enough to justify an early hit, at least for the engine. But one thing we can get rid of, at least because it is a floodgate that's easily accessible, is Rosewood.
My goat knows.
The big thing with this deck is that it's weak to breakers. If you have a gas engine heavy hand, you should be able to push through boards, and this kind of invalidates it, especially with Zaleen being a card. Being able to just negate the effect of the first spell and then you just have nothing. I'm perfectly happy betting this card, and then we can go from there with Cool Tune later on to see what happens. Those are all the in-engine stuff I want to talk about. The other two cards to talk about, which I'm not going to go super in-depth with, are just the Maul Charmies and Ash. I think that both of these cards should eventually make their way on the ban list. I don't have faith that either of them are. Ash might, but Fua and friends probably won't. I think overall, like I said, it's a longer discussion that needs to be had, but I think there's more balancing that needs to be done first to make these bans applicable. I think that if you just ban the Chummies and leave everything else the same, it's not necessarily going to be a good format. The Chummies are very good at making bad formats better, but they also have this habit of making good formats worse. So if we can actually get some of the other balance issues fixed up, I think it's a point where I would seriously talk about banning this card.
I think that's a good way to put it. Because that's definitely true, right? Like a bad format definitely gets better because Charmies exist. Because a format is typically bad if decks are just like way too broken going first, and Charmies alleviate that problem a little bit. But they can definitely, if a deck is already fair, if a format is already good, then the Mole Charmies just aren't necessary and introduce a little bit of variance into the format that doesn't need to exist, right? Like I think that's a good way to put it, right? And I think essentially that's what all the people that hate on the Mole Charmies are on the side of like this game would have been good if not for the Mole Charmy, and then the Mole Charmy defenders are on the other side of the experience where they're like, okay, this game would have been awful if I didn't have a Mole Charmy, right? And I mean, both of those experiences are real. Both of those experiences happen, right? So I think that's a statement I can get behind with. I think Mole Charmies can make bad formats better, but they can also make good formats worse. The problem is Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a tendency, because of how good decks are and how good Yu-Gi-Oh! Like going first is in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a bigger tendency towards bad formats these days if we don't have these fixes, right? Because they have struggled or have not been willing to address going first being so powerful. They've only given us band-aid fixes. It's very likely that if we didn't have the Mole Charmies, a lot of the formats would just be pretty bad, especially when you're going second, right? So that's that. I think Ash Blossom might be the opposite for me. I think in a good and healthy format where decks ceilings are balanced and everything, I think Ash Blossom is completely fine to exist, maybe even healthy. So maybe Ash Blossom is a card that makes already good formats better because it introduces some levels of skills when you're playing against fair decks like Draco Tail, because you can hold Ashe for a specific choke point. So in a good format, Ashe is completely fine. Ashe is completely healthy in a good format. But it does Ashe makes good formats better, but definitely makes bad formats worse. Like in a format where the decks going first are already giga broken and play through hand traps like it's nothing, and your only way to win is Charmies, like Ashe just makes those formats even more miserable. Is where I stand on it. So Ashe in the great design space of Yu-Gi-Oh is win more when you're thinking about it, right? Like when that's the case. Ashe makes Draco Tail mirrors more skillful. This is not true. The Draco Tail mirror literally gets almost every ounce of skill sucked out of it if one player opens Ashe and the other one doesn't, because they just keep looping Ashe back to hand and negating everything. Like have you ever played a Draco Tail mirror where one player had Ashe and the other one didn't? Like that's miserable, because you just know you will never be able to properly play the game. They Ashe your trap on their turn, then they Ashe your starter on the next turn, and into infinity.
But until then, that needs to be down the road. And Ashe is a call by, but again, a call by for going first. But it's a good enough hand trap going second where I don't immediately need to see this go.
I think literally we've watched Yu-Gi-Oh for like 12 hours this weekend already. I don't think we've seen a single good usage of Ashe going second, and we've seen like a billion Charmies get Ashed already. I don't think Ashe is good enough going second to justify keeping it around. I don't believe it. I have yet to see a player going second using Ashe in a good way to actually create a good game of Yu-Gi-Oh. The only times I see Ashe going second do anything is if it literally hand traps your opponent to death. Like Ashe going second is only good when your opponent has one starter, you Ashe it and they pass, which is also not a good play pattern, by the way. That is something we literally talked about like 10 minutes ago with the Malice cards, when it was like, oh, Malice going second is just hand trap your opponent to death and that's how it wins. That's the only time that Ashe is good going second, is if you friggin' like hand trap your opponent to death. That's when Ashe is good. But that's also not good gameplay.
It's like the other hand trap that people talk about, and I'm just putting the semi-limited because I don't see this card as a particularly large issue. If you're playing hand trap wars, then it's definitely
Santoli is a droll defender. I knew this.
I don't hate this card going up more, but it's not a card either that screams at me needs to get hit. So, anyways, this is my thoughts on the Banlist and the upcoming format. There's obviously all the other toxic cards that need to get hit.
I mean, I don't agree on everything, but most of it I agree with. I think, or the way I would phrase it is, I think we have very similar views on how to hit engine in the current format. I don't necessarily think we agree on non-engine, but that's like, I've noticed that during this format, I've kind of like developed into this non-engine hater in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I suppose. Like, I just don't enjoy how non-engine interacts at the moment in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, like with all of the negation hand traps and lingering and stuff like that. I think that is one of the bigger issues with modern Yu-Gi-Oh that they need to fix. That like non-engine at the moment is absolutely necessary to not get completely blown out when you're going second. I just don't love how it's developed into this like, oh, I'm gonna negate all your starters again and hope you can't play, and I'm just gonna my non-engine is just gonna be like, I'm gonna combo and set impulse and have Ashe in hand and you're not playing the game, and so on and so forth. But yeah. All right. Well, but for the most part, I agree with all the hits on engine. I just think we need to talk about non-engine more when we talk about the ban list at the moment. And I believe the stream is continuing. Let's see.
Quatsch, du bist mit demselben Deck unterwegs wie auch der Julian, denn du spielst auch.
Branded Despair.
Oh, this is our branded duelist
Und was hat dich
from
dazu
yesterday.
gebracht, dieses Branded Despair Deck zu spielen?
Seit Jahren mein Lieblingsdeck. Ich will nichts anderes spielen, mein Leben lang.
Mein Leben lang nichts anderes. Du bist wirklich so jemand, der fest auch gar kein anderes Deck an. Für dich steht immer schon vorm Turnier fest, das Deck wird es.
Genau so ist es.
Und mit dem
Bro
neuen
said he's
Support natürlich
always
umso
playing
besser denn je
branded.
zuvor.
I'm playing nothing else.
Traum, dass er rauskam.
Okay, Emre, dann lass ich dich auch einmal rausgehen. Und wir haben als nächstes den Nikolas. Nikolas, komm auch zu mir. Dritter nach Swiss. Dich hatten wir tatsächlich noch gar nicht im Stream an diesem Wochenende, aber du spielst ein Deck, was wir auch bis jetzt hier noch nicht genannt haben. Welches Deck spielst du nämlich?
Ich spiele Vanquish Soul Canine. Ich finde, es ist
Vanquish Soul Canine.
vor allem durch die ganzen Branded-Spieler nicht so gut, aber es war eher Comfort-Pick. Mal schauen.
Bis jetzt aber ganz gut funktioniert und ich meine, auch an dich die Frage, jetzt Top 8 ist ja schon die halbe Miete oder vielleicht sogar schon ein bisschen mehr. Die 3 Runden, eine kleine Local, kann das jetzt auch noch angegangen werden?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Also wir sind immer guter Dinge, aber bisher war der Tag mit Rücken an der Wand.
Warum? Hast du heute bis jetzt viel verloren?
Nee, heute habe ich tatsächlich noch keins verloren. Ich habe direkt die erste Runde verloren. Das war schon mal ein schöner Dämpfer. Aber generell die ganzen Matchups, die man hat, gerade mit den neuen Structure-Decks, die rausgekommen sind, so Sky Striker, Branded, sind alle eher nicht so gut. Deswegen war ein Krampf.
Dann hoffe ich, dass es jetzt nicht mehr so ein Krampf wird. Du darfst auch einmal weiter rausgehen und ich wünsche dir viel Erfolg. Und dann haben wir jetzt unseren Zweitplatzierten nach Swiss. René, komm bitte einmal zu mir. Und René, dich haben wir natürlich auch sogar mehrfach schon im Feature
Malice
gesehen.
Duelist!
Und du bist unser dritter Malice-Spieler. Wie erklärst du dir, dass Malice jetzt hier auf einmal wieder so ganz groß am Start ist?
There's
Ja, wie
3
schon bei
Malice in
meinem
top
ersten
8, you
Feature
just
gesagt,
said. Oh
es ist
my
halt einfach ein
god.
guter Metacall und ein gutes Deck.
Was würdest du sagen, ist für dich so das problematischste Matchup?
Radiant, würde ich sagen.
Dann habe ich gute Neuigkeiten für dich. Es gibt keinen Radiant Typhoon mehr im ganzen Turnier. Von daher vielleicht für dich das Ticket, jetzt ganze Autos zu gewinnen hier.
Hoffentlich, ich gebe mein Bestes.
Klar, dann wünsche ich dir ganz viel Erfolg dabei.
Santoli was
René.
right. Santoli
Und
was
tatsächlich
right.
Jemanden, den wir auch schon mehrfach im Featured-Match hatten. Erster nach Swiss. Markus, komm zu mir. Gerade eben noch in der letzten Runde haben wir dich im
Yummy
Featured-Match
God.
gesehen. Und du spielst das Yummy Fiendsmith-Deck
The
als
chosen
einziger auch
one.
jetzt hier in den Top 8. Und du hattest eine ganz witzige Story, ne? Weil du hast du hast fast schon gar nicht mehr weiterspielen wollen nach dem ersten Feature-Match, aber jetzt bist du absolut in die Vollen gegangen und auf einmal Erster nach Swiss.
Ja, was soll ich sagen? Also, ich habe mein Best Deck nach die anderen Viere. Ich nehme es mit und egal, ob ich jetzt verliere oder nicht, ich habe so oder so schon für mich gewonnen. Also,
Du hast für dich gewonnen, also für dich
Bro
sagst du jetzt
does
das
not
Match.
care.
Die 3 Matches kann man aber auch noch gewinnen.
Oh
oder?
ja.
man gewinnen muss man aber nicht.
Ich glaube, manchmal kann das ein Erfolgsrezept sein, wenn man es nicht
Oh
zu
ja.
ernst nimmt und sagt so, ey, wir nehmen es, wie man es kommt. Von daher,
Jetzt kommt sowieso gegen Malice. Wenn er Gotthände hat, dann ist sowieso ganz schwierig. Aber wenn ich jetzt verliere, ist auch wurscht. Wenn ich gewinne, nehme ich es halt mit.
alles klar.
Bro said he
Markus,
doesn't care if he
auch du darfst
loses.
einmal dann gehen.
Just
Ganz
happy
viel
to be
Erfolg
here.
wünsche ich dir dort auch natürlich in deinem Top 8 Match.
Based.
Da wir ja alle Spieler parat haben. Wir wissen, wer dabei ist. Wir wollen natürlich jetzt hochklassiges Yu-Gi-Oh! Sehen und ich glaube, zu Hause
Okay,
im
so
Chat,
what is it? 3
ihr seid an einigen
Malice,
Decks sehr, sehr interessiert, die
3
hier noch im Turnier
Malice, 2
verblieben sind. Und
Branded,
deswegen hoffe
1
ich, dass ihr
Vanquish Soul
zufrieden seid
K9,
mit der Feature-Match-Auswahl, die wir getroffen haben jetzt für die Top 8.
1 Yummy
Es geht gleich wieder
Fiendsmith,
los, bleibt unbedingt dran. Der Top-Cut startet gleich. Bis dahin.
and 1 other. Yeah, it's 3 Malice. It's 3 Malice, 2 Branded. By the way, Emre is the player that we watched in the feature match yesterday who got kind of destroyed because of that weird rewind with the droplet, so I'm happy he still made it into top 8. Is the art mate actually? I can rewind. Yeah, I can rewind the top 8 introduction. Hold up.
Gut ist aber, ja.
Okay, this is Mal. We saw them in a feature match. This is Malice.
Hey, so I will talk to you in English, but I will
the
also
art
translate to the
mage.
Germans real quick. So, Rock, we saw you on feature earlier, so it's no surprise. Tell us, what are you playing?
Artmage Branded.
Wait, why is it
Er
English
spielt
now?
tatsächlich Artmage Branded, ein Deck, was nicht so viele auf dem Schirm hatten. Deswegen frage ich dich nochmal, warum
Now
genau
it's German.
dieses Deck? Why exactly that deck? Because that's not necessarily a deck you would expect to bring.
I mean, someone's got to play it, man.
Er sagt, irgendwer muss
Technically
es ja
not true.
spielen und er ist es.
Technically not true.
And do you think with that surprise factor you're still going to be able to maybe take it all down now?
For sure.
Er ist sehr selbstbewusst. Er sagt, auf jeden Fall gewinnt er das ganze Ding jetzt. Thank you. And Rock,
Oh, he's from
I will
Slovenia.
escort you
Okay,
off. And
nice.
next up, und als nächstes, ich gehe jetzt wieder ins Deutsche natürlich, haben wir Sebastian. Sebastian, komm zu mir. Mein Namensvetter, immer noch Applaus hier. Und Sebastian,
Oh, this is
wir haben
also a
gestern auch schon
Malice
Feature Match.
Duelist.
Welches
Yeah,
Deck
this is a
spielst du?
Malice
Und-
Duelist. This is also branded. Branded. We saw them on a feature match yesterday.
Jetzt in die Top 8 und
Yeah, branded.
selben Deck unterwegs. wie-
Branded.
Ich
Yeah,
immer
okay,
schon
we
vorm
saw
Turnier
them from
fest,
here on
dass-
out. Okay, so it is 3 Malice, 2 Branded, 1 Vanquish Soul, 1 Art Mage Branded, and 1 Yummy. Dude, 0 Draco Tail, 0 Mitsurugi as well. 0 Mitsurugi, dude, it's funny because 0 Mitsurugi is almost crazier than 0 Draco Tail. Because Mitsurugi was popular. I think at Swiss Nationals as well, I think Mitsurugi was the most popular deck. Did they show at some point like the deck breakdown for this event? I don't think they have. During day 1? Okay. Did anyone did they post it somewhere? Did anyone screenshot it? Because I don't think I can find it if I'm trying to scroll through 8 hours of coverage yesterday. Yeah, no Sky Striker, unfortunately. No Sky Striker, unfortunately. It's about 2 hours and 23 minutes into day 1. Okay, hold up. Let me find it. Oh, they're already back. We'll look at it after top 8, okay? I'll find it and we'll look at it after top 8. Ooh. We have our... Actually, let me go back into the bottom left. We have the Malice Duelist on the left, and we have... Or one of the Malice Duelists in Renee versus Rock, who is on Archmage branded. Archmage branded. And when asked, why do you play this deck? Well, they said someone has to play it. Which is a based answer. Is this Genesis? No, it's not Genesis. Oh, important dice roll. That's a 6 from Malice. And an 8 from Archmage. All right. Oh. Oh. How bad is that for us? How bad is that? Not a turn ender? Okay. They can't use the field spell under shifter? Do you have to send a spell to grave for it? You can use it under... Okay, then it's fine. Okay, discard evenly. Evenly's in the main deck. That's interesting. So we can still cook a little bit. The problem is that the Litera is basically useless unless Litera can add from banished, but I'm not aware of that. So this adds another Medius? The field zone is confusing. I think they are left-handed, which is why the deck is on the left and everything is flipped, basically. Yeah. It adds any Archmage if you have the field? Oh, okay, I didn't know that. So we're using the Power Patron to fuse. I believe the Power Patron... Ooh, we go for non-finito. Okay, we get the trap. The trap's on-field effect is like summon an Archmage or Power Patron from the deck, and also it's like branded lost for the rest of the turn, right? Like your opponent can't respond to anything. So it makes a really powerful Nerva, right? Because you can no longer be chain blocked. I mean, it seems like they're doing fine under Shifter here. Grappler is also not the worst interruption against Malice, right? Because it's a spell trap pop, which means you can stop Underground as a starter. You can pop one of the face downs if they set them, like the traps. Force them out immediately. How do you trigger Nerva, though? I mean, Grappler, for example. Finmel. There's a lot of ways to trigger Nerva. Just activate an Archmage. Okay, we special summon Laterra. We can't add a card back, though, because we don't have a graveyard. It's respectable under Shifter, I would say. Yeah, it's not the worst. Okay, and no other hand traps so far from Malice. Also, do keep in mind, even though Malice can play Shifter, like the Malice combo lines do become slightly more awkward sometimes under Shifter. Like, for example, we have no way to go Access Code and pop. We can't go Wizard. We can't use Bystials effectively. I mean, we can summon one Bystial by banishing our own Shifter, but that's it. So it can become awkward in some ways. March here has to banish from hand. Yeah, we can't banish from grave. Oh, alert though. Okay, March here. So a free draw 2 basically. Ay. Stop doing that. Oh, Wizard. Okay, no good banish, at least. Wizard was a dead card under Shifter, so it still is a good allure, but still no Malice name. Old Sark. All right, they're cooking. Is Gold Sark at 1? Yes. Non-finito effect. Performs a fusion summon. I think that's just going to make the Actorus up. Only 6 minutes left. Bro, the clock is counting up. Because they have no timer. There's no timeout in top 8. They're just counting up to see how long it's been going. Okay, so we have an Omni Negate from the Deactorus, but we choose to use Finmel on the Dormouse instead, which successfully negates it, but does keep the body on the field. Now here's Lingeribo, and I assume that is a backup Ad Ignister. Yep. Backup Ad Ignister under Shifter is pretty strong. You would probably want to negate its on-field effect I think the Actress is a pretty good negate here because they can add like a Malice name, discard it, it gets banished. They can immediately summon it. So I think it's probably good to Deactorus this. Yeah. That's going to negate and destroy, if I'm not mistaken. And now we have technically not normal summoned. We have Druid Swarm here on the shifter, but that's not a really high quality extender here. That is just a body. Not even going to hit the graveyard because of our own shifter. So we can't get the graveyard effect. Normal summon, March here. The problem is we can't really wipe the board here with the trap because Lingeribo is still a thing. But if we force the Lingeribo here, they still lose a body. So actually, Renee, does Lingeribo have to go to grave or why are we not activating it? Oh, does the Archmage player only play one Power Patron? Love Guardian Chimera, man. Guardian Chimera, pop 2, draw 1. And they scoop it up, dude. Wait, no? Yeah, they do. Okay. That was impressive. Under shifter. Isn't Lingeribo just tribute? Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Maybe Renee was not able to activate Lingeribo there because if you activate Lingeribo, negate the trap, you only have 2 bodies on the field. That might not get you anywhere. You literally can't play with just 2 bodies, right? So, like, you just have to hope that your opponent makes a mistake or something and doesn't clear your board, right? Did the Chimera fuse by a spell effect? Yes, they used the Archmage fusion spell. I don't know what it's called, but there is an Archmage fusion spell that they used. Also, they did confirm, we saw the second Power Patron, but the second Power Patron was in hand. Thank God Malice drew bad. What do you mean? They drew Shifter, Allure, March Hare, Gold Sarcophagus, Backup. Shut up. Should have drawn Impulse. Yeah, Impulse might be the craziest card in Malice. Unironically. Like, it's crazy how often nowadays Impulse is just an insane board breaker as well. When you're playing into a board, almost every deck has some interaction that just gets destroyed by Impulse, right? That's one of the main differences between Impulse and Purge as well. I think both are pretty good hand traps on your opponent's turn, but Impulse is like one of the nastiest cards when you're playing into a board. Like whether it's 5 mana or Holly Sue or Vanquish Soul Trap or rank up spell from K9 or Mitsurugi Prayers or Mitsurugi Graveyard Effect. Like there's so many things that you can impulse when you're playing into a board. So when you're drawing 2 impulse, you're not even mad. You're actually just happy. Nibiru, yeah. There's so many things you can impulse when you're playing into a board. It's such a crazy card. I am convinced there's too much hate on like the actual engines that are using these cards. Like I think people just fail to really realize what makes the games feel bad when they play against these decks. Yeah, Malice lost. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy that if Branded wins this tournament, which is possible because there's 2 Branded players in top 8. If Branded wins, then the first 2 nationals are both won by Branded, which is crazy in the year 2026. What, Archmage is going to win? That would be even crazier. What broken cards do to an already good deck? The crazy thing is, I don't even think Branded is too strong right now. I genuinely feel like Branded is fine. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I guess the worst thing about Branded is that they're still siding locks for like Sanctifier and Fallen with Grand Guignol, like whether it's Diabells or Pristia. I think that's annoying. Other than that, I don't really. Oh! 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 I guess you guys can't even see. Hold up. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, wait, Wizard. No, Wizard. No, why is he still playing? Why is bro still playing? That's not good. That's not good. Imperm. All right. Imperm on Ransom Pass. 4 cards in hand. Dude, they're so close. All right. Archmage. Archmage. Assault. Alteration. I never know. Assault. Searches Medius. On res? Anything on res? Nothing on res. Terraforming. Oh my god. Droll would have heard. Droll would have heard. But there is no Droll. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Medius effect. Also okay. And what is it? MTP? No. Oh, just TB11. Wait, that's bad. Is that even a disruption? Chain. What is that? Magnamoot? On March here. Magnamood on March here. Summon Cryptor. So, can Cryptor activate now? No, right? What was the point of all this? It's still negated to begin with. No, that's the thing. TB11 doesn't negate because TB11 says you cannot activate it, which is a difference because if it was negated, this would work because Cryptor, if it points to a monster, cannot be negated. So if you summon Cryptor, if a Cryptor is negated and then it points to a monster, that's fine. The problem here is that TB11 doesn't negate, TB11 just stops from activating, which is different. Unnegate, yeah, yeah, right. The official term is unnegate. It unnegates itself if it points to a monster, which is the official term. They have no interruptions. They have no interruptions at the moment. Needs 3 opponents' monsters or summon from extra. I think 3 opponents' cards. Co-link effect of Red Ransom. I think it swaps attack and defense now, which is not relevant unless they forget about it. I think unless there's like some really strong cards left in hand for Malice here, I think we're saying bye-bye to Malice in top 8 here. To one of the Malice. There's 3 Malice in top 8, so still could be other ones making it into the top 4. This was a quick match too. I hope I hope they have a backup feature plan, because otherwise there's going to be a long break after this until all the other matches have finished, because all the other matches are also untimed. So if this one ends in 20 minutes, we're in for a wait. Surely they have backup. I would not be so sure when it's just a smaller-ish nationals. I don't know if they have a table for a backup feature match set up. I wouldn't think so. Time for half a paleo game? We could maybe play like a turn of a paleo game. Now we can look at the deck breakdown and such. Are they able to use cards from Blazing Dominion? No. Blazing Dominion comes out this upcoming week in the TCG. Not out yet. I wonder what the branded package is in this deck. We've seen it on a previous feature match. It appears to be Aluber, opening, and branded fusion. Nothing else. I think it's literally just a branded fusion package in Art. And Fallen at the Virtuous is in there. Yeah. They play Fallen at the Virtuous, but I think no Fallen of White. We just saw one OG Albaz. This deck might be better in Master Duel with Anaconda. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I guess Anaconda would be a good card in this deck. Branded Fusion is just foolish for medias? Nah, dude. They did some crazy shit with Branded Fusion earlier. Ooh, oh, wait. Second Bestial. Banish Ransom. Ransom now banishes White Rabbit for MTP07. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa, wait. A second Bestial just hit the field. Uh-oh. Still doesn't explain why he summoned Cryptor. The explanation for why he summoned Cryptor is he thought he could activate it, which is something they clarified after. So yeah, the usage of of the TB11 there was not great, but it's fine. They still have a lot of bodies here. We are in the battle phase. Did not search with Ransom, yeah. Forgot to search with Ransom. Ransom is on special summon, not on link summon. Could have searched the field spell for follow-up here. Does Archmage have a way to get the banished names back? Because I assume Finmel and Graflair are one-ofs. No? Okay. But we still banished the fusion spell. Bro, can he even run over anything? Non-finito. Isn't non-finito smaller? Does Ransom not flip right now? Oh, Finmel halves attack. That's why the Magnamut is small. Okay. So the Magnamut is halved. Okay. Was Magnamut search negated by Finmel? Or will they get another Bestial in end phase? They get a Bestial. Okay. This is scary still. Next turn it can activate. Yes. The monster, the Cryptor is live next turn. The TB11 restriction is only for this turn. The important thing to remember, though, is that this Cryptor is not properly summoned. So if it gets banished, it will not return. Which is why usually you don't want to do this very often, like summoning your Cryptor with TB11. I think they forgot to activate Magna. Wait, what? Yeah, they're not searching. Uh-oh. Did they forgot Magna? Or was it negated? Oh, well. Link Disciple. Maybe no targets? Possible that only Druids, but we saw them play Baldrake earlier. What is this? Bounce one to hand and then destroy a card? Or what? Bounce a card? Pop? They're popping Link Disciple. Okay. Here's the Power Patron. Here's the Octorus. What does this do against access code? Yeah, Chainlink 1 Druid Worm, Chainlink 2 access code is sick here. Right? Am I missing something? I think Finmail has already been used. Cannot target the small art mages. Has to target Finmail. Okay. Well, that works though. What's the other half of this art mage deck? Branded. They play branded fusion package. Is there a way to recycle art mage names? From the graveyard, yes. From banished, I don't think so. I don't understand why the Power Patron fused into Deoctorus instead of Nerva. Can someone explain that to me? Like, the Deoctorus seemed pretty bad into this. Like, the access code play was pretty obvious, wasn't it? I feel like going into Nerva was better. He made it with Finito? Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. The patron can still activate. Looks like it. Yeah, okay. I see. Here's the Nerva. Didn't use Cryptor. Cryptor is already used. Ooh, Ash to chain block the Nerva. Our Patron Engrave activates Chain Ash Blossom, so we cannot chain Nerva here. We can imperm the access code, though. That's pretty good. We can still banish Ransom for cost, though, for the access code, which is still going to be able to trigger and come back from banished. I don't know what's left in hand for Archmage, but I think Malice is winning this. I have no idea how, but I think Malice is winning. As long as he doesn't put a spell trap on board for a Graph Flare. That's true, yeah. If he just searches the field spell now and activates it, he blows up everything, yeah. If the Graph Flare can activate, it's Jover. Adds Malice in the Mirror. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Wait. Now Malice in the Mirror. Chain Graph Layer, Chain Nerva, no? Wait. No! What? The ransom can't get destroyed because Dormouse still resolves, right? Because we Malice in the Mirror negate the Actorus. So we're not completely out of it yet. Dormouse is gonna resolve. Dormouse is gonna resolve. Which column was imperm? Middle? I forgot. I think it was middle. Here's White Rabbit. This game is more intense than I thought it was going to be after Alancea was dropped. Have we used March Hare in hand yet this turn? I don't think so. Because if we haven't, then we can definitely still special March Hare, make Allied Code. Allied Code can bring back Access Code, and then we can start popping at negating. I don't know how many attributes we have in Graveyard, though. We have Light from the Disciple, and we have Dark from all the Malice cards. I don't know if we have any other attribute link in the grave. We didn't make Lizardos. Didn't make... What else could they have? Wicked is Wicked. Wicked is also Dark. We didn't make that. Access was already on field. Yeah, but you can bring it back with Allied Code. Yeah, the problem for Malice here is that Cryptor cannot return because it was not properly summoned. It's summoned from TB11. So Cryptor cannot come back, which is a big problem in the grind game. You have to banish it and then add it back to your extra deck with March Hare, right? Is the only way you can do it. Why didn't Rabbit set? Because they don't have a target anymore, I don't think. I think they only have TB11 and MTP07, and those are both gone already. Which is another thing about Whitebinder being banned, is like the recursion of the trap cards is much harder. Okay, attacks the Actorus, gets protected by the card. The alteration, I think is what it's called. Negates the attack, yeah. SP on the... Bro, we hate Nerva. Yeah. We hate that Nerva. Banish that real quick. I think Malice actually got cooked by that interaction with the Malice in the Mirror. I think we all we had to do realistically was just make the SP earlier, right? Because if you make the SP, you force out some interactions, and you can always chain block the Nerva by chaining SP to whatever. Right? If we just make SP first and then we start cooking, I think it just wins. But I think he forgot that the graph layer can activate at any time if you put a spell card on the field. Is 10-2 guaranteed top cut? This is the top 8. Yes, they are guaranteed in top cut. They've made it. Dude, the Hex Sealed Fusion. The Hex Sealed Fusion normal summon is crazy. Here's March here. Don't tell me you're gonna banish. You're okay. I thought they were gonna banish Cryptor there for a second, but no, it's gonna be Ransom. I'm assuming it's a different type. I think it's Spellcaster. I think the Light Hex Sealed Fusion is a Spellcaster. Rock? Oh, it's Rock. Okay. Are they all rocks? Yeah? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. This is a lot of bodies on the board, but it is no interruption. We are trying to protect the SP Little Knight, right? Because the attack points are flipped. So can we attack over the SP right now? Well, this game is awesome. I was afraid it was going to end after 20 minutes, but this has been going on forever. It's nice. How much defense is the Arcturus? Apparently more than 23, 2,500 defense. Okay, so it runs over a Ransom. Now Graph Layer can run over SP. Wait, what? Okay, I was about to say. Yeah. Bro used Chessy Cat as if it was a Mitsurugi with the protection effect. Yeah, I'm gonna send this to Grave instead. Just a prank 20. Thank you for the 34 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you, and thank you everyone else who subscribed during the watch party. I hope you all enjoyed the. I hope you're all enjoying the watch party weekend content. Why is the Hex sealed in defense now? And the Arcturus change positions? Why can't it do that? So somehow that was the most pathetic Malice in Underground I've ever seen. Right into that graph layer. I mean, Archmage at this point also seems to be kind of out of follow-up from what I'm seeing, so... But I don't know. Malice is also running low on life points at this point. Without GWC in the deck, which they don't have, it's gonna be tough. Banish Ransom. Bro, he's... you just can't get over the Deactorus, because the Deactorus, even if you flip the stats, is 2,500. And they're just out of... Malice is out of gas. A little bit, at least. I mean, not fully. Haggard changes stats? Oh, did they target the Deactorus with Haggard? They can access code now. Access code is engraved. They would have to allied code. But the Deactorus also still has an Omni negate, so they have to make a... if they make allied code, it has to point to something. Otherwise, they can't negate the Deactorus with it. The 0.1% Malice go first game, that's cool to watch. It's crazy because it started with Lancea. Literally the only way to get a watchable Malice game out of them is to make them skip an entire turn. Okay, we attack over the fusion. Now, the Deactorus doesn't have a negate anymore, correct? Because you don't have enough types. You need 3 different types. So we can no longer negate with Deactorus. Graflair lives. I don't know why, but it lives. Firewall! Firewall Dragon! Oh, are they going to recycle Cryptor? They could recycle Cryptor. Seems like the judge has an issue with something. I didn't see a problem though. Oh no, I think they just want a translation of Firewall Dragon. I think I just saw them hand over a translation, yeah. He's got random battle protection once per turn because he's tough. Okay. Fair enough then. Shuffling back March here is interesting. Not shuffling back the trap. Does Deactorus activate if it leaves the field or if it gets destroyed? Does it trigger when it gets banished? Looks like it doesn't. Oh, mistaken arrest. You've been arrested. Stop playing the game. Oh, I think Malice is about to turn it around. Reset MTP into the deck. Banish Graflair, who's done so much work this game. But I think that's in end phase. I think the Archmage just passed. Oh no. Yeah, the Cryptor, here's the thing. The Cryptor can't even come back from Banished because they're on 850 life points. They're literally on the verge of game. Typhon would have won. I mean, the Cryptor is 2,500. They could have just banished Typhon. I don't think they did that preemptively, right? I think they passed, yeah. Like, why would you not just let them make Typhon and then banish? Poke for 25. Well, this Cryptor has to walk it home. Wait. Wait. Are the life points wrong? Please tell me the life points are wrong. The life points have to be wrong. The life points have to be incorrect, right? I didn't look with all the, I think it's possible because of all the like Red Ransom flipping the attack and defense, like maybe someone somewhere did the math wrong. I wasn't keeping track of the exact math. I think either way, even if I don't even think that the Malice player ever attempted to activate the Cryptor, because I think the Archmage player just surrendered insta. Yeah, he just packs it up. Okay. Dude. Okay. The casters just said the life points display was incorrect. Okay. It is very, very unlikely that something like this happens when the life points are actually correct and it's 850 life points. Because for that to happen, the Malice player has to basically make the throw of a century, like the biggest fumble ever, and the other player also has to not notice. Like, they basically, both of them have to be completely unaware of the life points for that to happen. I think it's more likely that the life points were slightly off because of all of the attack and defense switching that happened this game. This wouldn't happen on Master Duel. Yeah, but the game also would have ended like 2 minutes in because someone would have activated Max C and the Malice deck would have had Whitebinder and everything. So, yeah. Indeed, when you play a game IRL, there's human mistakes that can happen. That's a very good observation, Master Duelist. Great argument, indeed. We should all stop playing IRL games for the sake of online games. Like, there's no point in playing games IRL because mistakes could happen. It's actually completely pointless what you're doing. Like, all this human interaction and stuff that you have, like meeting with friends and shit, you should stop doing that, man. All right, game 3. 52 minutes in. We have Archmage branded with the ability to go first. I assume they want to go first against Malice. Let's see what happens here. Dude, this has gone from could potentially have been a quick 2-0. It's gone to probably the longest match in top 8, and I'm all here for it. No! 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 Why? No! Not good. This is not good. Don't activate Gold Sarcophagus. They still have combo because Lizardos. Lizardos banish Chessie still does it. Does timer not matter in Top Cut? No, Top Cut is untimed. There's a timer ticking up in the top right just to keep count of how long it's been going, but there is no timeout in Top Cut anymore. Dude, I thought Malice was out 35 minutes ago, and now we're here. Now we're here. I can't believe it. Double imperm, okay. Double, that stops it for now. Oh, dude, I told you not to do that. I told you specifically not to do that. Oh, God. Yeah, it hurts. Oh. I had a feeling they had it because of how they asked about where the imperm was. I had a feeling that what? What was it? Imperm, Ash Talents, and the Owl. Man, you know, they may have lost. They may have lost, but they gave us one hell of a match. They gave us one hell of a match, the Archmage player, man. GG's, well played. The game 3 was very unfortunate, but that was a pleasure to watch. That was awesome. Oh, God. Dude, I can't believe we watched game 2 for 40 minutes for them to just break in game 3, man. It's so unfortunate. Oh, it's so unfortunate, man. Malice drew custom, so Archmage was cooked regardless. I mean, maybe. But still, like, that could have been a much cooler game 3. It was a good showing, though. For sure. Okay, that means we have one Malice in top 4. Archmage is eliminated, unfortunately. The other decks, in total in top 8, we had 3 Malice, 2 Branded, 1 Archmage, 1 Vanquish Soul, and 1 Yummy. Fiendsmith Yummy. And so far, one Malice is going to move on, and 1 Archmage has been eliminated. Yummy and Vanquish Soul are in top 4. Oh, okay. The Malice player always clean when I watch them. Probably wins. This game was a little shaky. They did make a couple of misplays in this one.
Nimm uns mal ein bisschen mit, was da vor allem im zweiten Spiel passiert ist, wo du da Crypta Control gespielt hast.
Ja, also mich hat es gewundert, dass der Firewall überhaupt durchging, weil ich glaube, das Monster kann auch negaten. Und ich dachte mir, das ist der einzige Weg, wie ich wieder zurück in das Game komme mit Crypta.
He didn't even know that the actor's negate was offline.
Muss ich auch selber sagen, das tut mir auch leid. Ich habe meine Lebenspunkte falsch aufgeschrieben gehabt.
Oh.
Ich hatte mehr Lebenspunkte, deswegen habe ich Crypta selber gebanished, weil ich dachte, ich kann ihn aktivieren. Ich habe ihn noch nicht deklärt und mein Gegner hat surrendered, also war es keine Illegal Activation und hat mir zum Glück dann das Game gewonnen.
Verrückt.
Dude,
Ehrlich.
they just said they didn't have enough life points to activate Cryptor.
Wie gut kennst du dich mit Archmage-Karten aus vor diesem Match? Oder wie gut kanntest du dich vor dem Match damit aus?
They just said that they had the life points wrong. They thought they could activate Cryptor, and the opponent thought so too. And the opponent just scooped, but he hasn't declared it yet, which is why there was no like illegal activation penalty given. He just banished his own Cryptor, and the opponent surrendered because both of them didn't realize he didn't have enough life points for it, which is crazy.
Rock holt sich das Ding jetzt einfach, aber dann konnte er in seinem Zug irgendwie auch nicht so richtig was machen. Wie hast du das irgendwie mit wahrgenommen?
Ja, das war noch so die letzte Gnade, so hat sich das angefühlt. Aber Gott sei Dank konnte ich das dann noch zurückholen. Ich hatte auch den Fehler, dass ich Crypt da rausgeholt habe. Hätte mir fast was gebracht, aber ja, ich habe es im Ende noch dann bereut.
He was like, yeah, bringing out the cryptor with TB11 was a mistake. It almost did something, though.
War dann eigentlich da im dritten Spiel
But not
deine
really.
Hand aufgestellt, weil Rock hat ja gar nicht gespielt, deswegen musstest du nicht stoppen. Hättest du Möglichkeiten gehabt, ihn zu stoppen?
Ich hatte nur eine Fuwa. Eine Fuwa und das war alles.
Fuwa und ein Traum. Und dann wurde der Traum Wahrheit, weil der Gegner auf einmal angefangen hat, Karten zu setzen. Und dann warst du auf einmal dann relativ
Yeah,
schnell
just
dran.
Fuba is non-engine in Game 3, so the
nachdem
Ash
wir
would have
3
cooked them.
Metal-Spieler in Top
They
8
had a
hatten,
play.
bist du der Letzte, der noch übrig ist, weil die beiden anderen haben tatsächlich direkt schon vor dir verloren. Wir dachten kurz für einen Moment schon,
Dude,
dass wir alle unsere
it's
Metal-Spieler
so
verlieren, aber du
crazy.
hast das Ganze dann noch
It's so crazy because it means that he basically lost when he activated the cryptor on itself. That was a game-losing misplay because he was basically done at this point. He had no more life points, no more board. It was basically GG's, and the opponent just surrendered. Oh my god. Oh, that's gonna hurt, man. That's gonna hurt if they rewatch it. Oh, Lord. Oh, God, that's gonna hurt. Bro scoop with no time. I mean, in their defense, right? If you think, like, it's not about saving time because you're literally dead in 2 seconds, right? Like, if you don't realize that they can't activate the cryptor, you have 4,000 life points, like, you die next step, right? So, like, that is, it's not weird to scoop there. It's like, okay, yeah, the game ends here because the cryptor attacks me for game, so let's go next, right? Well, yeah. Dude, that's tough. And they got punished so hard because they bricked in game 3 too. Oh. Story, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Thank you for your prime. Can't decide if I keep playing RB or move on to Elf Mode or Cool Tune. I mean, it depends how well you want to do, I suppose. I don't think RB is a great choice next format. It's playable, but nothing crazy. What happened? Who won? The Malice won against the Archmage. It's crazy now they can't even blame their loss on bricking. I mean, even without that ending to game 2, I feel like this, but this is just a gut feeling. I don't know exactly. I don't know the deck well enough to say this with confidence, but I feel like on that turn, where like after turn 2, basically, right after the Lancea, I feel like there must have been a better way to play that turn because they didn't even get interrupted by anything. The opponent just like summoned a couple of Abyss Seals, nothing else. There had to have been a way to clear the entire board. Like, there's no way that that turn was played optimally by the Archmage player as well, I feel like. Like, from what I've seen from this deck in other games and in other turns, I feel like there was definitely a way, because they basically didn't clear the full board, let them search follow-up, and also, like, yeah, I don't know. That just, I feel like they should have had more control over that game than what they did. I feel. But maybe I'm wrong on that, because I'm not an expert on Archmage. You think Sky Striker is a good choice next format? Is the Radiant package mandatory to out the new Solemn card? I think yes and yes. I think Sky Striker is a good choice next format. It's a good deck into Cool Tune. The only problem is Rose Whip. So you need to be prepared to deal with Rose Whip. I'm not sure exactly what the best way is, but there needs to be answers to Rose Whip, especially post-side. Other than that, I think it's a pretty good deck. Yeah. Crown doesn't work. Crown does not work against Rose Whip because they can just make Zalen, and then when you activate Crown, they chain Cool Tune Synchro, and then they chain Zalen to negate Crown. So Crown is not a good answer to Rose Whip. Also, even if it does work, you're not outing it, so then the Rose Whip survives. Super Poly is potentially a good way to do it. Yeah, Super Poly works. They can resummon Rose Whip too. Yeah, that's another problem. Like, if you out Rose Whip, they might be able to bring it back with Remix. How does Rose Whip work? How does Rose Whip work with, like, cards that happened before it hit the field? Like, because it says the wording on it is like your opponent can only activate one spell trap per turn. It needs to see the spell, right? So like if a card, if you previously activated a spell and then they summon Rose Whip, you still have one more. Yeah, okay, good. It resets. Nice. Okay. Yeah. It is like Winda, but it's weirdly worded, right? Because technically, if the card says you can only activate one spell per turn, that doesn't necessarily imply that it has to see it. That's like a... Because technically you have already done it, right? But the card doesn't know that, I suppose. Right? But it could be worded better, right? Maybe the new versions of the cards actually say that. I saw a hidden Arsenal version recently, and it says like your opponent can only activate one spell trap per turn. But it should say like while this card is face up on the field or whatever, right? Technically. Rosewhip must be banned, yeah. Super Poly seems overrated. It's decent against Cool Tune. I think in general it's not the greatest card, but if you specifically care about Rosewhip, it's really hard to out Rosewhip without Super Poly. I can't really think of many other ways to do it. Because even if you, let's say you tribute it with something like a Lava Golem or whatever, it's still they can also just bring it back. But I guess Lava Golem is kind of the same as Super Poly in that case. Droplet works, but the problem with Droplet is that you can't just like activate a spell and then send that spell for free with Droplet. You always have to send cards from your hand. Because if you activate a spell, then you can't activate Droplet anymore because of how Rosewhip works, right? And if they have Zaylin with Rosewhip, you basically have to send a spell and a monster from your hand to stop them from chaining Zaylin / chaining spell, then chaining Zaylin. So you basically have to you basically lose 3 cards to handle Rosewhip and Zaylin. And then they still have all the other interruptions. They still have their hand traps, and that's tough, right? So Rosewhip is a real problem for breaker decks next format. But yeah. All right, I don't think we have much time before the next round, so I'm gonna quickly run to the toilet, and then we should be back with the top 4 any moment now, because that top 8 match took forever, so I can't imagine there being a long break. I'll be right back. Hallo. Okay, let me find. Let me find the deck breakdown for this tournament. What did you guys say? 223? On yesterday's stream. I found it. Deck breakdown. Mitsurugi once again most represented deck in the event. 2 nationals in a row now. This was the same at Swiss Nationals last weekend. Mitsurugi top represented, not top performing. 0 Mitsurugi in top 8, 0 Draco Tail in top 8, by the way. Both of these decks together, 22% of the format or of the field, 0 top 8s, which is crazy. We have Branded at 8%, which put 2 people in top 8. We have Lekka, which is yummy, 8%, one player in top 8. Malice, 7%, converted to 3 players in top 8, which is crazy. So the conversion rate between 7% in the beginning to 37.5% in Top Cut is crazy. Sky Striker 6%, 0 in top 8, unfortunately. Radiant Typhoon 6%, 0 in top 8. Vanquish Soul K9 5%, 1 in top 8. Magnet Warrior 5%, 0 in top 8. Right? And then others, whole bunch of others, 32%. And from these, so top 8, 3 Malice, 2 Branded, 1 Yummy, 1 Vanquish Soul, and 1 Archmage, which we just saw lose in top 8, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh! Oh! It begins! We have the Yummy God, the literal chosen Yummy duelist, Marcus, versus Julian here on Branded. Oh, I see 2 Charmies. Who's going first? Oh, dude, always Cupsy! How does he do it, man? Always opens Cupsies. Bro has 2 Fubas, though. Bro has 2 Fuba Imperm Ash, Imperm Veiler. Kind of nasty with it as well. Check him, PC. Check him, PC is not normally. Oh! It's bugged! Bro didn't open Marshmallow. Bro didn't open Marshmallow. Hold up. Cupsy is still at 3. No, yeah, bro has opened it. We've watched. This is the 6th time in a row that he's opened Cupsy. But the Fuba has resolved, actually. Oh. Imperm Veiler. Saving a second Fuba for your own turn, I think, is smart. Branded Fusion, bro. Nah. You did not open Fuba, Imperm Veiler, Aluber, Branded Fusion as the first 6 cards. That's crazy work, man. Bro is a croakying it up. Okay, we have Engraver, but that's not very good under Fuwa. That's actually not a good card to have if you're under Fuwa. Yeah, I mean, we have plenty of ways to play this next turn for Branded. We can imperm the Snatchy before they can synchro. We can just drop Fuwa and let them cook. There's a lot of things we can do. But I'm leaning towards imperm on Snatchy and then just use the Fuba for high spirits. Right? We can Aluber for high spirits and use the Fuba as a high spirits discard, honestly. Oh, we give another draw. That is Cartesia. Bro, just open 4 hand traps and then your Fuba only draws engine cards. Must be nice, man. What's your opinion on Gordian Slicer as a Rose Whip out in Striker? Nah, dude. I don't think so. The cost seems so heavy. We're gonna Veiler the Marshmallow to bait maybe Snatchy here, which would give us another draw. They do chain Snatchy. Okay. Chain second Fuwawa. To get 2 draws from this upcoming synchro. This is tough for Yummy. Couldn't see what those 2 draws were. So Surprise goes back to hand because Marshmallow dodges Veiler. Aren't the Yummy interactions bad versus Branded? I wouldn't say bad. I think Yummy's grind game is actually okay. But here they might get overwhelmed. I mean, Branded doesn't even have that crazy amount of cards here from the double Fuba. They have 7 cards in hand, so one more than normal. But by forcing the opponent into making those synchros, I feel like they significantly devalued their own imperm. Right? Like here, they can't use the imperm is basically a dead card right now because you just can't imperm anything. So I'm not sure if I actually like that what they did with the Veiler there, like forcing the Snatchy to respond and then using the second Fuwa. It feels kind of weird because now I feel like the situation is worse now than what it would have been. Okay, we imperm the Aluber, which is honestly irrelevant for Branded right now because they already have Branded Fusion and Fallen of White in hand and Cartesia. So this Aluber is literally just baiting for negation, and it worked. Copsy is going to draw a card. Copsy draw from heaven. What is it? Grabbing a Fallen would have still been kind of nice. Yeah, but in this game state, in this board state, I think you prefer taking away cards from your opponent, actually. Here is Fallen of White. Sending Devour. Lighting on this camera is really good. Yeah, the quality of the stream has been pretty nice all weekend. It's been pretty enjoyable to watch. I'm stressing about the imperm column. Yeah, they gotta be careful not to place the spells in the middle. True. Except for the little earthquake. Yeah, but that was not the... I don't think that was the production's fault. I think that was just one player aggressively tapping their foot while the opponent was comboing. Don't know if that was a problem of the coverage. Okay. Here's Fallen of White. We immediately go for Cookie, Yummy Way. Book those two. Fine. This is potentially a little bit annoying. Bro, rotating that is crazy. I dig it though. Because they were facing two different directions. On face down cards with no illustration on the sleeve is crazy. Get rotated. But I vibe with that. Here's the thing, right? If they summon Fallen of Albaz here, you just go Snatchy Cookie. Can't activate Albaz here. It doesn't do anything. Has to summon the Golden Sword Soul if he plays it. But OG Albaz doesn't do it. Have you tested Branded for Blazing Dominion? Not yet, but I think it's not bad. I actually don't think it's bad. Yeah, we just summoned the new Albaz because OG doesn't do anything here. And now we go Cartesia. All right. Can't really do anything about the Cartesia here, I feel. Can tag out your Cup C. But yeah. Can you move to the other side for the branded player's graveyard? Hold up, I can just do this, then you can see more of it. Or I can go top right. Yeah, sure. Oh, now you can't see the field spell. Ah, you can tell. When is your next televised TCG tournament? German Nationals, end of this month. Kind of have to activate Snatchy here, otherwise the Snatchy could get banished by Mirror Jade. Wait, did we not activate Albion? Surely, we activated Albion. Okay, I was confused there for a second. Was this a Croaky pop? Did we remake Kapsi Yamiwe? I was distracted. I think so, right? We're not making Mirror Jade. Still has branded fusion though. Like Yummy's kind of chilling here since they have a lot of follow-up and pushes. A little bit, yeah, but I mean, this is a fun matchup. If I feel like this is a fun matchup if Caesar isn't involved, or if Caesar gets negated or popped with like Fallen, because of course Caesar can stop the branded deck from playing completely, pretty much. But if both decks can play, it can be a very fun back and forth matchup, yeah. Because both decks have a pretty strong grind game. We're gonna add back an Albaz with branded sword. We can't use that this turn, but it's good to have an extra card in hand here. Do you think Ripperdokus can go? Yeah. Okay. Challenge. Not activate branded fusion in Imperm column successfully done. Probably Lubellion here. Right? Probably just Lubellion. Or, honestly, could use the Albion from field to make Mirror Jade. So it goes to grave. But, no, okay. Mercurier probably... We could make Rint from? The thing is, like, there's still Yummy Surprise. And Yummy Surprise... This card's second brand fusion. Yummy Surprise is pretty good here. I feel. Do you like branded sword? Well, I don't like playing a trap card that's a brick, but I think it's good to play it, yeah. I didn't play it because I didn't really think about it being an option, but I think that now that I've heard about it and now I've seen people play it, I think it makes sense. Yulan has never won Nats, right? Not that I'm aware of, but I'm not sure. I don't think I could name every single Austrian national champion over the last couple of years. I would not be able to. Shout out Eugen. Oh yeah, Eugen did win Austrian nationals at some point. Ooh. Is that good? Okay, hold up. Surprise baits out Mirror Jade. Now Nib. Nib. The end phase is gonna go so nuts, though. The end phase is gonna go nasty, bro. This is interesting because this is not legal unless they play Quiritus. This Granguignol. This is only legal if he plays Quiritus because he's locked into level 8. He's locked into level 8 from White Albast this turn, so he can only do that. Oh, he can summon Quem from deck, right? Yeah, Quem. I forget that he can do that. Yeah, he can summon Quem. The said monster stays. Oh, because they're thinking about not banishing the opponent's monster to play around a Croaky. Yeah, okay. Banishing the set Aluber. I think banishing the token might be better because Aluber is a good card in the graveyard. So Granguignol has to summon Quem here, which is good. Yeah, it's gonna go for Quem. I think the purpose of the Nibiru was to just keep Snatchy in the graveyard, but I'm not sure if that was so important. Because the Snatchy would have been banished by the Mirror Jade. I'm not sure if that was important though, because you can just recycle it with the field spell anyways. Nib gets destroyed in end phase only if they announced the graveyard effect, which I'm not sure they did. Looked like he pointed at it. Okay, I mean, we'll see now. But correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think a Croaky has activated yet, right? This turn. But maybe they're gonna add Fallen, pop a Croaky, and then resolve Mirror Jade. That makes sense. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. That's clean. And now Quem is gonna trigger bring. Dude, that Nib did nothing. I'm not gonna lie to you. That Nib may have been bad for them. I think Branded gained more from that Nib than they lost. They should have just let that Mirror Jade get bounced to extra deck from surprise. And also, like, yeah, just let Snatchy, honestly, let Snatchy get banished from Mirror Jade, then a Croaky triggers, summons Lollipo from deck, and Lollipo shuffles like a graveyard resource back into the deck from the opponent. That would have been completely fine. Why would Snatchy get banished? Can't you just synchro? I mean, Mirror Jade was on the chain. I don't think it was worth it to chain synchro and then the synchro gets banished. Yeah, or you don't activate surprise, you just activate Nib, and then after the Nib resolves, you like surprise for follow-up. Could also do that, I suppose. But the way they did it, I don't like. Draw for turn. They'll have like a solid 3 or 4 cards in hand here for Yami, and also have Fiendsmith in grave, I believe. So still have maybe a chance here, but it's going to be tough now. The branded setup is pretty clean. They got like everything they could ask for. They have a Mirror Jade that they can use twice because they can like pop it. They can, for example, they can pop it with Fallen and then revive it with Quem. They're thinking about triggering Quem. They are going to use Quem. Chain Requiem. Yeah, the Mercurier is like Ghost Ogre. You can send it from the field to negate, which is something that I guess some people might not know. I didn't know that. I didn't know this for some time, that you can use Mercurier from the field. Pops the Engraver with Fallen. Still has the Mirror Jade banish. Still has the Mercurier. Still has Rindbrum Engrave, I think. Or if not, can send it. We have Tracked, but... Yeah, Lurie. Tried to be smooth with it, but the top card wasn't Lacrima. Tried to Aura Farm, but didn't work. Don't think that matters much, to be fair. Middle of the game. Linkuriboh. Are we gonna spend our Mirror Jade on that? Not a bad banish, honestly. That card's annoying. We do banish it by sending Albalenitus. Does Albalenitus even have a target? Because both branded fusions are gone. Right? There's no target, I think. There's Marshmallow. We negate that with Merc. But we can still normal summon, can't we? Alright, Marcus also just learned that you can use Mercurier from the field. But I don't think we've normal summoned, right? No, normal summon Marshmallow. How does Yummy ever outgrind Jade? You have to bounce it back to extra deck. Oh, Bellon Rindbrum. Hold up. Hold up. This game just got real, maybe. They have Imperm set, I'm pretty sure. So they can Imperm Snatchy. So this does not play yet. This does not play yet. We imperm and that stops the field spell, which is good because we also can't get the big attack boost going. But if we have another yummy, do we have a yummy? Oh, I think we may have known that. We may have known about that. No effect of Cupsy too. Why no effect of Cupsy? Oh, we're under Droll. I forgot. Wait, that Droll matters. That Droll actually does matter then. Because if we could have specialed this thing and gotten the field spell, we also can't go for Cupsy Yummy Way. Yeah, we don't have plays under Droll here. We don't have shit under Droll. I'm also wondering why no Mao. Mao, is it possible that Marshmallow is only on special summon? I don't think so. Let me check. No, they could have used Marshmallow, yeah. Well, that might be a game-losing mistake. Using Marshmallow, like having surprise or not having surprise here makes a big difference. How fat is that token? Yeah, I think that's big enough to attack for game. Yeah, okay. And they just realized that, okay, ooh, dude, that was a fun game. That was a fun game one. That was a very interesting game considering double Fuwa resolved against Yummy. And they didn't even have an Ash to stop one of them. Or anything. That was just like double Fuwa, Imperm, Veiler, Branded Fusion, Fallen of White. And it was still a pretty good game. And I feel like it was still winnable for Yummy had they done had they played that nib, like just think about it. Had they played that nib differently, had they used Marshmallow effect, there's a lot of things they could have done better. I think that was winnable. Fuwa won this game. I know you're just rage baiting. I know people hate Molcharmies, but you gotta realize that we saw a really good game of Yu-Gi-Oh just now. After double Fuwalos. We've seen essentially no good games after Ash Blossom going first this tournament, and we've seen a bunch of good games after Fuwa. But I know you're trolling, so it's fine. Fuwa won most of those games. I think that was the first time we've seen someone win after Fuwa, actually. The Archmage player earlier won against the Fuwa. I think Malice, we saw Malice win against Fuwa. Like, I think you guys are just hating for the sake of hating. You guys don't actually think about it very much. Like, I know you guys hate Molcharmies, or a lot of you guys do, but from what we're seeing here, it doesn't back up the Charmy hate. Okay, bro is bugged. Bro is bugged. Bro did not open Pupsy. Roll, double fallen, Albaz, Aluber. It's not a great hand, honestly. The draw is not great against Yummy. It's not bad here either. It's gonna stop the Cupsy from searching surprise, which is okay. but it's not great. I honestly don't know if I would keep it in against this deck, but maybe you still keep it because it's also pretty good counter to Engraver. Like when they go Engraver at Tract, which is sometimes their first play, then it's really good. Here's the Droll. Chat, do you think Called By should go back up to 2? No. Like it no. Just no. Insane message. Dude, nowadays, whenever I see someone say like, oh, a maxi should be legal or Called By should be legal or crossout should be legal, I never know if I should actually discuss with them or whether I should save my energy because they clearly don't actually play the game. Because I don't know if I've ever met someone who at like a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament who was actually like actively playing the game who thought those things. Like I don't think I've ever seen someone actually participate in the game and then actually think that those cards should be legal. I think it's just this kind of phenomenon of people on the internet saying that without ever like actually playing the game. Caesar is good, but they have fallen for it. I will come personally and say it. I mean, yeah, now that I said that, you're going to come up to me and say like, oh, I think Called By should be that too. Like, okay. Doesn't count though. Going to out the Caesar with this, I assume. You know what the craziest thing is? If this was Master Duel, the Caesar would be untargetable right now because that would have been that sequence would have been a Sprite Elf. without even sacrificing anything of the end board, that would have just been a Sprite Elf. Aluber is not more useful in graveyard. Not this turn. Aluber, you can only use one of the effects per turn, not both. So if the Aluber is in graveyard here, it doesn't actually matter. You can pop it. It's fine. Reprodokus makes Caesar light and equip sequence to it. Yeah. that's crazy work though. I mean, yeah. Opened Ash and Bell. Opened Ash, Bell, and a yummy monster. Non-engine doing non-engine things, gamers. You thought Branded would be allowed to play Yu-Gi-Oh here because they had an out to Caesar. But you were all fooled by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And not just once, he draws these hands all day, it seems. I mean, this is quite literally what Yummy Fiendsmith does, right? Yummy Fiendsmith is like half one card combo, half negation hand traps. Like that. Yes, they've been drawing well, but at the same time, like this is just kind of how this deck works. And Purge. You have no interruptions. 0. Is there Rindbrum even? I don't think so. No, there's no Rindbrum. It's over. Purge Ash Bell. Woohoo! Hey! Let's play Yu-Gi-Oh together. Only caveat, I negate all your cards. All right, well. What is the other top 4 match? I think if what they said in chat earlier is correct, it's Malice versus Vanquish Soul K9. Because we saw Malice win in top 8, so Malice is definitely there. And then someone in chat earlier said that K9 won in top 8. So it would be Malice versus Vanquish Soul. That Albaz should have resolved because assist is main phase or battle phase only. Oh. Is it? Let me double check. I mean, you're probably right, but I'm just double checking for good measure. Assist, Yummy. During the main phase or your opponent's battle phase, you can send 2 face-up Yummy cards you control. Yep. Yeah, they could not do that. Oh, I think they just told them to. It's weird. Oh yeah, I think they caught it. So yeah, let me just rewind to that game state. Can you tell me real quick? Because one thing I was thinking about, is Titaniclad. Can Titaniclad add, or can it only special? You can add to your hand or special summon. Okay. Because I was thinking like, why are we not purging the Titaniclad? Because I saw the purge in their opening hand. I was like, why are we letting the Albaz being summoned? So realistically, they could have just purged the Titaniclad and they would have been fine. But yeah, no, that was illegal. So yeah, assist Yummy bouncing the Fallen of Albaz does not work in the end phase. And then they purged the Albion after, but realistically, if they purged the Titaniclad, they resolve the Albion, but the Albion doesn't win the game. The Albion, you still lose with the Albion, like it doesn't matter. But yeah, if they had a way to rewind, but they don't have a way to rewind this because the cards are not there anymore. They already shuffled up for the next game. I don't know if they would rule this as a game loss in hindsight for the Yummy player. I feel like that's a very harsh ruling. Because I feel like they clearly didn't know. I don't think they did this on purpose, because if they had known that they can't use this, I think they would have just purged the Titanic lad. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, I feel like if they knew that they couldn't use the other card, then they would have just purged and it would have been fine. Yeah. Both players at fault. Technically, very technically, yes. Technically, both players are expected to maintain a legal game state. In these kind of cases, it still is often viewed, and I think it's a little understandable that it's more so the fault of the player whose card it is, because, like, of course, both players are expected to know what's going on, but realistically, like, of course, you are more likely to know your cards than your opponent is likely to know your cards. Still, yeah. What was the illegal play? Here, they summoned Fallen of Albaz in the end phase off of Titaniclad, and then they used Assist Yummy to send itself and another Yummy to grave to bounce a card your opponent controls. That effect you can only use during main phase or battle phase. You cannot use it in the end phase. So we're gonna have to wait and see how this is ruled. You know, let me listen into the German commentary, because they might know more than we do. Maybe they have communication with the judges and they can tell us what's going on.
Du kannst den Effekt nicht aktivieren, deswegen bringt es auch gar nicht, ihn irgendwie zu beschwören. Trotzdem kannst du ja Branded Fusion schon noch irgendwie resolven und vielleicht andere Karten damit beschwören.
Right now they're just yapping about other things.
Tja, das ist eine gute Frage. Also Shifter ist auf jeden Fall ein absolutes Brett.
Ich glaube, ja.
In Bridge Time.
Schon.
Also das macht wirklich extrem viel. Was wir gerade mitbekommen, ist, dass es gerade noch einen Appeal gibt.
Okay.
Ja, denn die Aktivierung von der Yummy-Falle Assist war wohl nicht korrekt.
Okay.
Dementsprechend
Oh, they're appealing the ruling.
wird da gerade noch mal ein bisschen diskutiert. Ja,
Okay, da gehe ich auch noch mal in die Feinlektüre. Lass uns doch noch mal nachlesen.
Apparently,
wie das mit Assist Yummy.
okay, they just found out what it's about, but apparently there's been a ruling and now they're appealing the ruling.
Ich lese nochmal. Ihr im Chat wisst es wahrscheinlich schon viel besser als wir, weil ihr die ganze Zeit die Karten vor Augen habt. Aber eine Karte, die ja noch nicht so lange im Spiel ist, ja tatsächlich gerade erst in Burst Protocol rausgekommen ist, sagt tatsächlich, dass
So, yeah, they're just figuring out what's going on. But basically what they said is that there's been a ruling given by the judges for the situation and there's been an appeal. Which means one of two things. Either the judges said, like, okay, we're going to give you guys a warning, and then the branded player wasn't happy with that, so they appealed it because they felt like the game was taken away from them, which is, you know, something that's reasonable. Or they said, like, game loss, and then the Yummy player appealed. I don't know. So I guess we're going to have to wait and see how that turns out. How can someone appeal? Just read. I don't know what that means. But what an appeal means is when a ruling is given by a floor judge, you can appeal it to the head judge if you're not happy with it. I don't know what reading has to do with that, but
Unter anderem hast du mir mal ein Game Loss gedrückt. Was war so dein lustigster Judge Call, den du je hattest? Ich habe mal die Deutsche Meisterschaft gejudged und ich hatte eine Ruling-Frage über magische Hüte, weil unter einer Zodiac Trident eine, nicht Whiptail, sondern die banished.
Whiptail, nee, das ist doch Whiptail, oder?
Okay, Whiptail. Okay.
Erzähl deine Story noch zu Ende.
Ja, genau. Also da war die Frage, weil wenn das gegen Monster kämpft, dann verbannt sie die. Und es wurde eine Zauberkarte
These two.
magische Hüte mit einem Friedhofseffekt. Wird sie dann verbannt oder nicht?
Und was hat deine Expertise da dann geantwortet? Ja. Mein lustigster Judge Call war, als ich Leonhard König mal im Deck-Check ein Game Loss geben konnte.
Ja, so ist das Leben.
Aber, und du hast ja auch gerade schon fast gestottert, als du das gelesen hast, wir haben gerade die Info reinbekommen, unser Featured-Match kommt zu einem abrupten Ende, denn die Entscheidung der Schiedsrichter, ziemlich sicher die folgerichtige Entscheidung ist, dass das leider ein Game Loss an der Stelle sein wird.
They're giving a Game Loss!
Und dementsprechend wird Julian dieses Match insgesamt mit 2:0 gewinnen und ist unser zweiter Finalist.
Oh, that's
Herzlichen
pretty. I mean,
Glückwunsch
it's
an der Stelle für Julian.
understandable, but
Gegenteil,
it's
hätte ich
pretty
natürlich noch
rough.
spannend gefunden, aber im Endeffekt
That's
hätte
pretty rough.
dieser Fallen of Albers-Effekt das Spiel wirklich
Yeah, I
definitiv
mean,
in die
I
Richtung.
like the. Oh, that seems rough. Cause like the. Yeah. I do think in cases like these, I do agree that the player whose card it is, right? Like it's I do think this situation is mostly the Yummy player's fault. Like I know both players are supposed to uphold legal game states and stuff. Like technically both players are responsible for it. But Yu-Gi-Oh is a game with very like a lot of complicated cards. So I think you're holding players to a higher standard for knowing their own cards than your opponent's cards, I think, personally. So, yeah. But they were still winning. That's why I feel like it's rough, because it's like if the game didn't end right after it, it wouldn't have been a problem, right? Because if the game was still going, basically, they could have just rewound it and it would have been fine and they would have probably still won the game, right? Like if they catch it right there, they can just say, rewind it, no problem, can't activate the trap, here's a warning, keep playing, and then Yummy might still, or probably is still winning. Which is why it's a little harsh to give a game loss for that, I feel like. But maybe there's also something that we don't know, is maybe this is an upgrade because they have previously had a warning in this tournament for an illegal activation. That's possible, right? This is an info that we don't have when we're just watching. We don't know if they had previous warnings for this kind of thing, right? Which is possible. And in that case, it might be an easier decision for the judge to upgrade it to a game loss, right? What happened? Okay, I'll explain it one last time. This was the situation. Branded has summoned a Fallen of Albaz in the end phase off of the graveyard effect of Titanic Lad, attempted to fuse with it, and the Yummy player responded with assist Yummy to send 2 cards to the graveyard and then bounce the Albaz. This is an illegal activation because this card says during main phase or your opponent's battle phase. You cannot do it during the end phase. It is the end phase, however, because of this Albaz being summoned off of Titanic Lad. So this was not a legal activation of the Yummy trap to bounce the Albaz. So what should have happened here is the Albaz should have resolved successfully and summoned probably a Mirror Jade with the Cupsy Yummy way. I still think the Yummy player was probably winning afterwards because they got full follow-up and a Croaky and everything, but doesn't really matter here for the sake of the argument. They illegally activated the trap card, and that was ruled after the game was over because just a moment after the opponent scoops because they see how much follow-up Yummy has here, so they pack up their cards. And then after the game is done, the judges noticed it, and they gave the Yummy player a game loss for it. So, yeah. It's rough, I feel like, but at the end of the day, I don't think they can complain about it because it is kind of their fault for activating their own card in a phase where they couldn't. It is rough, but yeah, because the game finished, there was no way to rewind it. There was no way to go back because they already shuffled up for the next game. So, yeah. And now we're on a break before the finals, I suppose. Why is it 1-1? Dude, I was rewatching it. If he had Purge, I'm finding it hard to imagine it was with intent. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. I don't think he knew that it was illegal. Because if you know that you can't activate that trap in the end phase, you just purge the Titanic Lad. In which case, I don't know why it became a game loss. I think a game loss doesn't actually have much to do with intention. I think it could just very well be that they had previous warnings for illegal activations. And because this was another illegal activation that was, at this point, I mean, it was still game winning for them. Maybe they ruled that they upgraded to a game loss, I think. Like, I think that's the most likely scenario, is that they just previously had warnings for illegal activations, and that's why they decided to upgrade it. But I don't think, for the difference between giving them a warning or upgrading to a game loss, I don't think intent is that important here. Yes, branded one. Branded one. Because if we're talking about intent, then if they think it's intentional, it's way more than a game loss. I think if something like this, if they can somehow prove that it's intentional, then it's definitely like probably a match loss or DQ or whatever, right? It's not just like, oh yeah, you intentionally did that, so we're gonna give you a game loss. I don't think that's how it works. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, it's rough, but ultimately I don't think they can really complain about it because it's kind of their fault for not knowing what their card does properly. It sucks, but it happens. It means Branded is in the finals against either Malice or Vanquish Soul. We don't know yet. I don't know how long was this match. What was the timer at the end there? They played for almost 40 minutes, and this was 15 minutes ago, so it likely the other match is already done. Likely the Malice versus Vanquish Soul. Malice versus Vanquish Soul should not go 50 minutes typically. That match should take anywhere from 3 minutes to 9 minutes, probably. Like, go first. Do you have a starter? Yes. Can you negate my starter? No. Okay, let's go next. Is how that goes, probably. Why is the matchup so bad for Vanquish Soul? I don't think it's that bad for Vanquish Soul. It's just, it's pretty 50-50. I think it's pretty bad for whoever decides to roll a lower number. Isn't Sue at 1 in TCG? Yes, but like the deck is still pretty good. Because the Vanquish Soul cards are just giga strong going first. So it's basically, it's a strong deck going first, and it has Izuna and still the chance to draw the one of Holisu, which helps going second a little bit. So overall, it's just solid. How often do legal activations to your opponent happen in your TCG career? It happens regularly. It's something that happens. I would say, I'd like to say most of the time, either my opponent or I catch it, but it can happen. Do you think Branded was a sleeper pick this season? It's doing very well lately. I don't know if I would call Branded a sleeper pick at this point. People have been playing it very actively for months now. It's a pretty good deck. If a player draws 6 instead of 5 in the opening hand by mistake, is that a warning or a game loss typically? If you notice it right at the start of the game, I think it's just a warning. I'm not sure on that though. But if you like start playing and then in the middle of the turn you realize, oh shit, I have one card too much, then that's definitely a game loss. But if you notice it immediately, I don't know what you do. I don't know if like a random card goes back on top or something. But yeah, I don't think it's a game loss if you just happen to draw one card too much. In Pokemon, it's an insta game loss, the extra card. I mean, yeah, in Pokemon, you also get DQ'd for taking your headset off, so. Not that surprising, is it? Oh, finals.
Schiedsrichter als Game Loss gewertet. Es wurde nicht das zweite Spiel als Game Loss gewertet, sondern das dritte Spiel. Das war ein Penalty für das darauf folgende Game. Das kann noch passieren. Solche Results können nicht verändert werden, wenn das Match vorbei ist. Man kann aber währenddessen Game Loss für andere Games geben. Dementsprechend sitzt Julian jetzt hier verdient im Finale gegen René. Und jetzt konzentrieren wir uns darauf,
was Malice ist in Finals.
Wird. Absolut. Und wir haben gesehen, René schon jetzt zum 4. Mal tatsächlich in diesem Stream hier zu sehen. Spielt Malice, Julian, Branded, 2 so starke Decks. Ich glaube, es ist auch keine Überraschung, dass diese Decks im Finale sitzen. Oder?
Bro, Branded Andy versus Malice Andy.
Einfach jetzt die Kulmination dieses Wochenendes.
Okay.
Beide wollen sich hier den Titel erkämpfen. Beide kommen aus Österreich, wollen jetzt österreichischer Meister werden.
Der Titel ist wieder zu Hause, Baby.
Ja.
So sieht es nämlich aus. Letztes Jahr wurde es von Maxi gewonnen. Der ist aus Bayern. Dieses Jahr ist es wieder zurück im schönen Österreich. Und ja, das Matchup wird sehr interessant.
Die roll super important. I think
ist
so,
seit
yeah.
Jahren eine Legende. René ist ein eher neuerer Spieler. Der zeigt aber hier ganz genau, aus welchem Holz er geschnitzt ist. Und dementsprechend würde ich sagen, wenn die Spieler bereit sind, gehen wir rüber zum Tisch.
Alright then. Alright. If Julian wins, it's two for two Team Gym winners. Oh, is he on Team Gym? Oh yeah, he's got the Team Gym shirt, I think. Yeah, that's that'd be a pretty good ratio if Team Gym wins 2 for 2. Oh, but he's done a crucial mistake of rolling a lower number than the Malice duelist. Uh-oh, that's not good. That's not good. Rolled a low number there. Should have rolled a higher number. I don't know. Got kind of misplayed there. But pretty bad play there. Oh my god. Allure of Darkness is glued to René's hand every time I see this play. Every time first activation. Oh. That's not good. Oh. Average Malice turn. Uh-oh. What now? That means, now here's the thing, right? That means they got crazy non-engine. That means they gotta have crazy non-engine, right? There's no 0%. 0%. No world. Yeah, dude. What were you thinking, man? There was no world in which this resolves. All right, opening. I see Magnamood. I see Ash. I think I see Cartesia. What is that? Discard Ash. Okay, discard Ash for branded opening. That's scary. I think that's a scary decision. We imperm the Quem. It's a scary decision because I feel like it's not unlikely that one of the sets is MTP07 or TB11, right? For follow-up combo. So discarding the Ash here is very scary. So obviously we went for Quem here because we had Magnamood, so we could have banished Mercurier with Magnamood. That would have been nice. We cannot make a Synchro because we activated Branded Fusion and Opening. There's Cartesia, but how much does Cartesia do here? Why didn't we normal Cartesia first? That's a good point, actually. We could have dodged Imperm. Imperm the Cartesia as well. Alright, guess it didn't matter. Do you guys like imperming Cartesia? Or was it better to imperm the fusion monster? Because now, I mean, the Cartesia stays on the field. Did he find a play? Nope. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, then. Yeah. I mean, hey, look, this is just the other half of the Malice games that you watch, right? Like, Malice... Malice just has a hard time providing good games. It's either it wins Giga Hard or it loses Giga Hard. Because if they had one starter, this game would have been on another level of miserable as well. It's just how it goes. Bloss. Would you Ash Allure? Yes, I would. See, and this play wouldn't be possible if we just impermed Grangrignol last turn. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like we should have let the Cartesia resolve last turn and just imperm the Grangrignol. Because that would have been worse follow-up. It's just over. Can they kill this turn? I don't know. Actually, yeah, if he plays Branded Retribution, right? So you can just add back Branded Fusion. Oh, never mind. Bell, Ash, Imperm, Shifter. Bro. Dude. Okay, well. I mean, you guys are laughing right now, but unironically, that was top 2 Malice games of this weekend. I'm thinking back, we've had like 4 or 5 Malice feature matches. I can think of one game that was better than this one, but this is top 2 easily. Pretty good. It was above average, I would say. Yeah, one of the games in top 8 was pretty good. The game 2 of Archmage versus Malice was pretty good in top 8. The one where they went for game with Banished Cryptor with 850 life points and the opponent just surrendered, not realizing they couldn't bring Cryptor back. that one. That one was pretty cinema. Would this be the first win for Malice in a tournament? No, I won locals with Malice. They got that at least going for them. You guys can stop. I was obviously joking. You guys can stop listing the things that Malice has won. Yes, I'm aware it won other tournaments. Did you think I thought my locals win with Malice was the only tournament win that it had? I know. Okay. Okay, gold sarcophagus. We're playing the game. Ah! Okay. 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 Unironically, it's more winnable now than if he didn't shifter and Branded had no hand traps. I think Branded has no hand traps. I still think, like, yeah, the end board is going to be smaller, but Branded has basically, like, Branded can play under shifter, but it can't grind under shifter because you got no graveyard, you can't activate Fallen, you can't summon Fallen of White from hand. Like, you just cannot grind under shifter. They have Branded Fusion, which is also glued to their hand. Branded Fusion is good here, but I don't know if they can set up for a grind game. Normal summon Bell. I mean, it might just be Crypt or Pass, honestly. Why is Sword still in the deck going second? Oh, did he draw Sword again? Sword was in the deck going second yesterday as well, and they lost because of it. I didn't understand it yesterday either. They had a feature match and they lost because they had Sword in hand going second, among other things, but... I mean, they have Duster. They have Duster to force out the MTP, which is going to search follow-up. And then all they have to play through technically is a Cryptor Banish. That's banished. I don't have to say it, do I? I'm not gonna say it. You guys can do the mental work. It's the Fallen and the Virtuous, which I think was the only real back row. I don't know what the other one is. I think it's Branded Sword. So how does Branded Sword work? You make tokens, but like what is the restriction or the condition? You just summon a bunch of tokens or what? You banish a branded spell trap from the grave. Oh, that's inconvenient. Well, I'd banish one if I had any. Okay, then. Yeah, bro. Open Ash Shifter going first, and you can win with anything. Doesn't matter. Cryptor pass, good enough. Isn't Shifter at 1? Did you see more than one Shifter per game? Will they ever ban Shifter? At this point, I don't really believe in it anymore. I feel like at this point, it's got to be intended to be at 1. I think there is part of their philosophy is just leaving some Saki cards at 1 so that everyone has a chance at winning. I think that's the logic behind it. I don't agree with it, but I think that's the logic. Maxi also went to 2 and 1. Yeah, but I feel like, I don't know, how long has Shifter been at 1 for now? I guess it's not been that long, actually. It's crazy to think about. When Malice came out, Shifter was at 3, right? Am I tripping? I feel like when Malice came out, Shifter was... That's insane to think about, dude. That just hurt my brain. Yes? So that means Shifter went to 1 last year? No, that's criminal. That's actually criminal. Someone should be punished for that. Shifter was at 3 for 6 years? Because it came out in 2019, right? My God, that's disgusting to think about. Yeah, maybe they will ban it at some point. All right, game 3 of the finals. Going to be the last game of the weekend. We're going to determine the Austrian national champion right now. Normal summon Aluber resolves. Search for high spirits. No droll. High spirits resolves. Ooh, we drew OG Albaz. That's bad. Drawing OG Albaz is not great because you kind of want that in the deck for Ecclesia, but okay, we can rent Brummett from the grave. Dude, is Branded really gonna win the first 2 nationals of the season? Ooh, Bell on Albaz is not bad. Cut off access to the tuners. Not bad. Set. Ooh, okay. No Branded fusion. Oh, oh, that hurts. Oh, that's good. That's the wrong banish. That's not the correct banish. You're supposed to banish the Devourer. You're supposed to banish the Devourer because the Devourer is now just going to search Fallen. Fallen is going to pop your Magnamud and they're going to get Albion anyways. Ash the Magnamud. We do a little bit of ashing going first. We can contact fuse too. Never mind. End phase we go Devourer. Add Fallen, activate Fallen, still get another Albion. Pop their own Aluber. It's fine. It's still, honestly, it could be worse for Malice in terms of going second. Could really be worse. It still is a lot of disruptions from Branded. Because we can go Fallen, send Rindbrum, revive Albaz. Like OG Albaz. Dude, was it set pass again? Did they just set pass? They set pass. Oh my god, dude. This is... Dude! Can I just watch one good game where Malice is involved, man? Oh god. I mean, I'm not actually... The deck deserves to brick, but still, come on, man. I just want to see a good finals and then Malice shows up. Oh, just negate hand trap, negate hand trap, negate hand trap, shifter, bestial, negate hand trap, brick. Oh my god, man. Let me guess, Impulse, Branded Fusion. Brother. Brother, please. Oh, God. These cards are so cringe, man. I swear to God, this game is good when you actually play it. Unfortunately, at the moment, most of the non-engine in the game, the goal is to not let you play it. You have to fight very hard to play this game, but when you actually play it, it's pretty fun. Search Aluber, normal summon. Resolves. Does Malice even have cards left in hand? Or not? Oh shit. Blind Allure. Is that blind? I think they got no other cards. Ooh, they drew March Air. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! Ah!
Jetzt ausgeht, also was er jetzt mit dieser March hervorhat, ob er gut gezogen hat, was
Ah.
tatsächlich...
Okay. What happened? Aluber in defense? Oh, no, he added the Aluber and then normal summoned it. Maybe that's what they were confused about, though. Wait, did they pass after? Ooh. When is this? When is this end phase? Or are we doing this in an open game state? It must be end phase, right? It makes no sense to use Fall in an open game state. Yeah, it's end phase. They bricked still. God. If it wasn't Malice, I'd feel very bad for them right now. I'd feel very bad for them if it wasn't Malice, but it is Malice. Uh, 5,900 life points. The impulse was set. Oh, that's game. Cartesia's game. Cartesia cooks. Quem, I mean. Quem cooks because Quem is gonna revive. Yeah, that's. I think I don't know how you get out of that one. Yeah. They passed after the alert. Bro, this was a 3-game finals, 25 minutes until this point. It's crazy how little Yu-Gi-Oh was played. It's actually insane. Yeah, this wins. This is enough damage. This March here? Yeah, it's March here. Yeah, you can just pop the Fallen. You can just pop the March here with Fallen. Oh, the Chessy Cat was drawn off of the Fuwa in end phase. Oh, it was 1 card too late. Okay. Dude, that's the worst ones when you, like, next card would have been it. Oh, my lord. Fallen is still game. They are on 5,600. Yeah, Fallen is still game. That's enough damage. You attack over one of them, and then you fall in the other, and then you get 3 direct attacks, which is 15 plus 18 plus 25, which is 58. Yeah, that's game. That is game. They're just carefully double checking how much damage it is, but I think they're going to see it. Yeah, they're going to see it. So the only thing that saves here, because we are in battle phase already, is another Bestial, which I'm not sure they have. Yeah. And that was Nib. That was 4 summons too. 4 summons. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, look how happy the brandy is. Let's go. Dude, two national wins for Branded is crazy. There's been 2 nationals so far, and Branded won both. Pokemon would ban him for life. Oh yeah, dude. In Pokemon, he'd be executed by now for this celebration. That was crazy. Because bro did look happy. That is true. Bro did look happy, so they don't want that over there. They don't want that. Well, that was for sure a finals. I mean, yep. That a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh has been played in that finals, unironically. I hope you guys enjoyed the streams this weekend. Hope you had a fun time. I certainly did. It's been a fun watch along. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you all so much for all the support, all the follows, all the subs that you guys got this weekend, or that I got this weekend. Thank you all so much for the support. Congratulations for Julian for winning the Nationals with Branded. And yeah, I'll see you guys likely on Tuesday. Next stream is likely on Tuesday. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know yet. I might take tomorrow off. But at the very least, I'm going to see you all on Tuesday. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We're going to start looking forward into the new format in the upcoming streams, because this is the last national championships of the current format. So moving forward, we're going to start looking more into Blazing Dominion, because that is what we're going to play for German nationals. So I will see you all hopefully on Tuesday for more Yu-Gi-Oh! Gaming. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend.